1. The First Dead Man. Daniel Mercer had developed a professional respect for screens. Screens lied in predictable ways. They flattened distance, cheated color, made every drunk look steadier and every thief look duller, but they still gave you patterns if you watched long enough. At 3:17 in the morning, under the cold glow of the surveillance room at the Dunes Crown, patterns were all he had left. Coffee gone bitter in a paper cup. A half-chewed antacid chalking his tongue. 12 camera feeds across one wall, 12 more across the other, and the stale certainty that if he kept looking busy nobody would notice he was one bad night from falling over. Marty Grissom rolled his chair back from the neighboring console and yawned hard enough to crack his jaw. "You look like death warmed up," he said, scratching at the knot of his tie. "Again." Daniel kept his eyes on the baccarat pit. "That's because I work with you." Marty snorted. "Careful. Sharp wit like that'll get you promoted to daylight. Don't threaten me with luxury." That got the small, tired laugh it was supposed to get, and for a few seconds the room settled back into the soft electrical hum that had held Daniel together for the better part of 9 years. He leaned closer to camera 12, watching a man in a cream jacket drift too casually between a pair of roulette tourists. The angle was wrong for a clean call, but Daniel knew the gait. Not drunk, opportunistic. He reached for the handset, then stopped. There was someone standing at the edge of the feed. At first he thought it was a reflection in the monitor glass, some floor worker in a dark suit wandering through the wrong slice of light. Then the figure turned its head too far, neck following a fraction after the face, and Daniel felt something cold and precise slide down his spine. The man on screen was pale in the way old paper was pale. His suit hung wet and dark against him. One side of his collar was mashed flat, and there was a bruise around his throat so deep it looked almost black. Daniel blinked hard and the figure remained where it was, just beyond the roulette rail, staring straight out of the screen. Marty clicked his tongue. "You gonna call that in or marry it?" Daniel swallowed. "I'm looking." "Well, look faster." The pale man on the monitor lifted one hand and pointed, not at the man in the cream jacket, but directly at Daniel. Then, with a small shiver of distortion that no camera should have been able to make, he was gone from the screen. "Sir," said a voice beside Daniel's shoulder, low and waterlogged. "You need to listen to me." Daniel turned so fast his chair wheels squealed under him. The same man stood 3 feet away between the consoles, dripping onto the carpet without leaving a mark. Up close the smell hit him first, river rot and cold mud, and Daniel stared at the purple seam around the dead man's throat while his own pulse began to hammer stupidly in his ears. Marty frowned at him. "Danny." Daniel's mouth had gone dry. He kept looking at the drowned stranger and said, far too quietly, "No." Marty was still looking at him, irritation beginning to harden into something sharper, and Daniel understood with a sick jolt that whatever stood dripping beside the consoles was visible to him alone. The drowned man's eyes were fixed on Daniel with the patient intensity of someone who had already spent too long being ignored. Water glistened on his lashes. A strand of dark hair lay stuck to his forehead. The bruise around his neck looked worse up close, not theatrical, just ugly and final. "Danny," Marty said, slower this time, "what the hell is wrong with you?" Daniel dragged his gaze away by force and turned back to the bank of screens. Camera 12 still showed the roulette rail, the tourists, the cream jacket opportunist easing out of frame, all of it insultingly normal. He reached for the handset because his hands needed a job. "Nothing," he said. "Thought I saw a glitch." "A glitch made you look like you'd seen God." Daniel gave a thin, dry laugh that fooled neither of them. "If I'd seen God, I'd ask for a transfer in dental." The drowned man took one step closer. There was no sound to it, but Daniel felt the cold of it anyway, a damp pressure along his left arm as though the room's air had thickened. "Please," the man said. "They said you watch. You're supposed to watch." Marty's chair wheels rattled as he pushed back and came around the side of the console. That changed the pressure at once. Jokes were one thing. Marty standing over him, looking properly, was another. Daniel could handle suspicion from a distance. Concern was harder. Concern meant witnesses. Concern meant questions he couldn't answer. "You smell like a bar mat," Marty said, lowering his voice. Did you come in half cut? Daniel felt heat rise under the collar of his shirt. No. Then look at me. He didn't want to. He especially didn't want to, with a dead man hovering at Marty's shoulder, lips slightly parted, skin carrying that river gray pallor that belonged in a morgue drawer and nowhere near a casino monitor room. Daniel forced himself to lift his head. Marty's expression had gone from annoyance to calculation, the kind supervisors used when deciding whether someone was a problem tonight or an HR memo tomorrow. I'm fine, Daniel said, and heard how unconvincing it sounded. The drowned man leaned closer and spoke near Daniel's ear in a voice that seemed to carry mud with it. Pit B stairwell. He's going to fall. Marty frowned. What did you say? Before Daniel could answer, one of the screens flashed with sudden movement. On camera 9, near the service corridor by Pit B, a cocktail server missed the top step and pinwheeled hard toward open air. Daniel's hand moved before his thoughts caught up. He snatched the handset and thumbed the floor channel open so hard the plastic bit into his palm. On the monitor the server had caught the rail with one arm, tray flying, glasses breaking in a glittering burst below her. One more slip and she would go over backward into the service drop. Pit B stairwell, Daniel snapped. Move now. Server down. Move. The radio cracked with static, then a voice answered, startled into life. Copy. Pit B. Marty stared at the screen, then at Daniel. The drowned man remained beside the consoles, water dark and intent, as though none of this was surprising at all. Daniel watched two floor security men sprint into frame and grab the woman under the arms just as her fingers started to slide. The tray spun once and vanished. Somebody on the floor began shouting. The server's mouth was open wide in a scream the surveillance room never let him hear. Marty let out a low breath. Jesus Christ. Daniel set the handset down carefully, because his fingers had begun to shake. Lucky catch. Lucky. Marty turned on him so fast the chair clipped the console. You called it before she even moved. Daniel looked back at the screens because the other option was looking at the dead man, and he couldn't do that while Marty was this close. On camera 9 the server was sitting on the landing now, one shoe gone, head bent, both guards crouched beside her. Normal crisis. Normal explanation. There had to be one. I saw her footing go, Daniel said. That's the job. Marty gave him a long, flat look. From 3 cameras over. Daniel didn't answer. The drowned man did, though only for him, voice thick and soft as water over silt. You can hear me. Good. Good. There's more. His stomach tightened so sharply he had to lock his knees under the desk. More. Of course there was more. One impossible thing had barely entered the room before it brought friends with it, rules with it, consequences with it. He could feel the night changing shape around him, like a card table tipping before anyone else noticed the legs had gone uneven. Marty planted both hands on the edge of the console and leaned in. Tell me straight, Danny. Are you drunk, sick, or using something? Daniel tried for offense and landed somewhere near fatigue. That's a lovely menu. I'm serious. So am I. Marty's eyes narrowed, no longer worried now so much as alert. Daniel knew that look. It was the look men got when they were mentally moving you from colleague to problem. Behind him, the drowned man lifted one trembling hand and pointed not at the screens this time, but toward the surveillance room door. A knock sounded on the glass. Both men turned. Rick Barlow from floor security stood outside, broad shoulders filling the frame, his expression already sharpened by whatever he'd heard over the radio. Marty hit the door release and Rick came in carrying the smell of floor polish, cigarette smoke from somebody else's break, and fresh annoyance. He didn't look at Daniel first. He looked at the monitors, at camera 9 still showing the shaken server on the landing, then at Marty, reading the room the way security men always did when they expected trouble and hoped it was ordinary. Nice call, Rick said, though his tone suggested he was still deciding how nice. Floor says she'd have gone over if we were 2 seconds slower. Marty folded his arms. That's what I'm trying to get clear on. Rick's gaze shifted to Daniel at last. How did you see it? Daniel felt the drowned man move closer behind him, not touching, just occupying space in a way that made the skin at the back of his neck crawl. The room had shrunk. The monitors hummed. Marty was to his left, Rick in front of him, and behind the glass wall the night shift went on swallowing money as if none of this mattered at all. I told him, the dead man said softly. Tell them I told you. Daniel ignored that with the effort of a man holding a door shut against floodwater. Her weight shifted wrong, he said. I called it. Rick glanced at Marty. From that angle. That's what I asked, Marty said. Daniel could hear how weak it sounded even before silence answered him. The trouble with lies was not that they were immoral. It was that good lies required stable ground, and his feet no longer seemed to be standing on any. Rick stepped closer to the console and studied Daniel's face with the flat professionalism Daniel usually reserved for shoplifters and card mechanics. You sick? Rick asked. Because if you're about to go over on company time, I need to know before you plant your face in my incident report. Daniel almost laughed. It came out too dry to pass for humor. I'm fine. You don't look fine, Marty said. I'm tired. Rick sniffed once, blunt as a dog. You smell like last call. That landed harder because it was true enough to wound. Daniel had showered. He had changed his shirt. He had brushed his teeth twice and chewed mint gum until his jaw hurt, but none of that had quite beaten back the old whiskey seep still living in his pores. Behind him, the drowned man made a small, desperate sound. Please, he said. They left me there. Daniel shut his eyes for half a second. That was his mistake. When he opened them, Rick's expression had sharpened from suspicion into certainty. Not certainty of guilt, certainty of problem. Marty saw it too and rubbed a hand over his mouth. Go home, Danny, Marty said, voice tired now instead of angry. I'm not making this a formal thing tonight. Just go home, sleep it off, and we'll talk tomorrow. Daniel stared at him. Home, sleep, as if either of those words meant what they had yesterday. Rick shifted, already angling his body toward the door in the polite, practiced way men used when escorting someone without wanting to call it that. Come on, he said. Don't make this harder than it needs to be. The drowned man stood by the monitors, staring at Daniel with river mud eyes and a bruise black around his neck. Paradise wash, he whispered. Please. 2. No sleep. Daniel made it to the employee garage before he realized the drowned man had followed him out of surveillance. The concrete levels were still half-shadowed with pre-dawn gray, and every footstep bounced back wrong in the empty space, but the ghost kept pace beside him with the same wet, patient silence that had made the room upstairs feel too small to breathe in. Daniel jabbed at his key fob until his sedan blinked open and yanked the driver's door wider than necessary. Don't get in the car, he muttered. The drowned man stopped by the hood, water-dark suit clinging to his frame. Paradise wash, he said again, as though repetition alone could make the words reasonable. They left me there. Daniel threw his bag onto the passenger seat and rounded on him with more anger than sense because anger was warmer than fear. You are not there, he said. You're not anywhere. I'm overtired, half-poisoned, and talking to a hole in the air, so congratulations, you win whatever this is. The ghost's bruised throat shifted when he swallowed and when he spoke. Daniel noticed and felt a sick, inward amazement at how real this figment of his imagination looked. Please. Daniel got into the car and slammed the door hard enough to make the glass tremble. For one blessed second the silence felt ordinary. Then the passenger seat dipped as though someone had settled into it with soaked clothes and all the weight of a bad end. Daniel kept both hands on the wheel and stared through the windshield at the concrete ramp ahead. I'm not doing this, he said. Beside him, the drowned man turned his head. You already did. Daniel started the engine with a hand that wasn't steady. The radio came on halfway through an old classic rock song, too loud, and he let it blare because it was better than hearing that waterlogged voice in the sealed dark of the car. He took the exit too fast, tires whining over the turn, and hit the road with the sick conviction that the city had shifted a fraction while he wasn't looking. Every reflected light in every shopfront looked wrong now. Every bus stop pane held the possibility of a face that didn't belong to the living. By the time he pulled onto his street, dawn had begun to bleach the sky behind the rooftops. He sat in the parked car for a moment with the engine idling and his pulse still refusing to come down. The drowned man was no longer in the seat, but Daniel didn't feel relief. He felt watched. When he finally went inside, Mara was in the kitchen in her robe with one hand around a coffee mug and tired suspicion already awake in her face. She looked past him toward the clock on the oven and then back at him. "You're early," she said. "What happened now?" Daniel closed the door softly behind him, but not before a pale figure crossed the frosted glass outside and stopped as if it knew exactly where he lived. "Nothing good," he said. Mara held his gaze for a second longer than she usually did, as if giving him one last chance to offer a version of the truth she could still live with. The kitchen smelled of burnt toast and coffee left too long on the warming plate. Daniel could hear the refrigerator motor humming, the old wall clock ticking, the small ordinary sounds of a life that had once felt cramped and now felt impossibly far away. He set his keys on the counter and kept his face arranged into something meant to pass for tired rather than wrecked. "What happened now?" she asked again, more quietly this time. "Did they send you home?" Daniel pulled out a chair and sat because standing made him feel too visible. "There was an incident," he said. "Nothing major. Marty got jumpy." Mara gave a short, humorless breath through her nose. "Marty's been jumpy a lot lately, apparently." She took a sip from her mug without looking away from him. "Were you drinking at work?" "No. Before work." He looked at the table. There was a faint ring from Ellie's juice glass near one corner, and for some reason that nearly undid him. "Not enough to matter." "That isn't an answer," Mara said, and now the pressure in her voice had hardened. "Daniel, you came in early, you look like hell, and I can smell last night on you from across the room. Don't do that thing where you act like I'm stupid because you're embarrassed." He opened his mouth to defend himself, then saw movement in the dark square of the kitchen window. The drowned man stood just outside the glass, pale face suspended in the reflection over the sink, one hand lifted as if he were about to knock. Daniel stopped breathing for a beat. Mara followed his stare toward the window and then looked back at him. "What?" "Nothing," he said too fast. Her expression changed at once. Not anger this time. Something worse. Fear learning a familiar shape. "You did that yesterday too," she said. "In the hall. You keep looking at corners like somebody's standing in them." Daniel forced his eyes back to her. "I'm tired." "You're not just tired." Outside, the dead man pressed his bruised throat with two fingers and mouthed something Daniel couldn't hear through the glass. "Paradise wash, probably. Or please. Or both." Daniel dragged a hand down his face and felt stubble, sweat, the onset of a headache settling in behind his eyes like bad weather. Mara set her mug down carefully. "Ellie's still asleep," she said. "So I'm asking you once, while she can't hear. Do I need to be scared of what's happening to you?" Daniel looked at his wife, at the kitchen, at the life still barely holding together around him, and understood that any answer he gave now could break something he might not know how to mend. "No," he said, though he no longer knew whether that was a lie for her sake or his. Mara didn't answer straight away. She studied him with that strained, measuring quiet he had come to hate because it meant she was no longer listening for reassurance. She was checking for danger. The kitchen seemed to hold itself still around them, the weak dawn light flattening the counters, the coffee going darker in the pot, the window above the sink reflecting both their faces and, behind Daniel's, the pale blur of the drowned man waiting outside like a caller too polite to leave. "You need to sleep," Mara said at last. "And you need to stop lying to me like I'm one of the people at work." Daniel tried to summon irritation and got only exhaustion. "I'm not lying." She folded her arms against the chill of the room. "Then tell me what happened." He could have said a dozen things that were technically adjacent to the truth. Bad shift. Too little sleep. Marty overreacted. He could not say a dead man in a wetsuit had ridden home in his passenger seat and was now haunting the kitchen window like a patient debt collector. The fact that the true version sounded insane did not make the false versions any more solid. "I saw something off on the monitors," he said. "I called it." Everybody got dramatic. Mara's mouth tightened. "That still isn't an answer." Before he could try again, a small voice floated down the hall. "Mom." Both of them turned. Ellie stood barefoot in the hallway entrance in pink sleep shorts and a crooked t-shirt, her hair crushed flat on one side from the pillow. She looked too small in the half-light, too warm and alive for the room Daniel had brought home with him. His heart lurched so hard it hurt because there was a woman standing behind Ellie in the hallway, thin and gray-faced, wearing a bloodstained motel-maid uniform and staring past the child with hollow, furious concentration. Mara moved first. She softened in an instant and went to Ellie, crouching to gather her close. "Hey, Bug," she said. "Why are you up so early?" Ellie rubbed one eye. "I heard Dad." Daniel stood so fast the chair legs scraped the tile. The dead woman in the hall turned her head toward him with a twitchy, insect-fast motion that no living neck should have managed. A dark stain spread across the front of her uniform as he watched. His mouth went dry. Mara looked back over Ellie's head. Daniel. He couldn't stop staring down the hall. The drowned man was still outside the kitchen window. The dead woman stood behind his daughter. Somewhere above them the pipes knocked once in the wall, and Daniel felt the shape of the morning changing again, widening into something crowded and unbearable. "Take her out of the hall," he said, too sharply. "Now." Mara straightened slowly with Ellie still tucked against her, and the look she gave Daniel this time held no confusion at all. It was protective, flat, and immediate. The kind of look that chose sides before the argument had even learned its own shape. Daniel heard the sharpness in what he had said only after it was out in the room, hanging there between the coffee smell and the weak gray light. "Don't talk to me like that in front of her," Mara said. Daniel dragged a hand through his hair and tried to pull himself back into the kitchen, back into the family, back into anything that obeyed ordinary rules. "I wasn't talking to you." The words made it worse the moment they landed. Mara's grip tightened on Ellie. The dead woman in the hall smiled then, a small, ruined thing that split the gray of her face into something uglier. She lifted one hand and pointed down the corridor behind her, toward the bedrooms, toward the dark part of the house Daniel could no longer pretend was empty. Mara stared at him. "Then who were you talking to?" Ellie turned her head against Mara's shoulder and looked straight down the hall. For one sick instant Daniel thought she could see the woman too. Then Ellie only frowned in the vague way children did at shadows and half-waking shapes. "Daddy," she asked, "why are you mad?" He felt shame hit harder than fear. "I'm not mad at you, sweetheart," he said, forcing his voice low and steady. "Go with Mom, all right?" Mara didn't move. "Answer me first." The dead woman took a step forward. Her motel shoes left no mark on the floor. The drowned man was still beyond the kitchen window, blurred by the glass, waiting with that impossible patience. Daniel could feel both of them now, one outside, one in the hall, as if the house had become porous in the night and the dead had found the gaps. "I'm tired," he said. "That's the answer." "No," Mara said, and the word came out quiet enough to matter. "That's the excuse." He looked at Ellie again and saw the fright beginning there at last, not because of ghosts, but because her parents had gone brittle around each other in the kitchen before breakfast. Mara sensed it too. She shifted Ellie higher on her hip and took one step back. "We're going to my sister's for the day," she said. "You're going to sleep, shower, and decide whether you're finally going to tell me the truth tonight." Daniel opened his mouth, but the dead woman leaned near his ear and whispered in a voice that smelled of bleach and old blood, "Room 12. He still has the key." He flinched hard enough for Mara to see it. Her face closed. "Tonight, Daniel," she said, and then she turned and carried Ellie down the hall, away from him, while the dead woman watched them go and Daniel stood in the kitchen understanding with terrible clarity that sleep was not coming for him at all. 3. The shift goes bad. Daniel never really slept. He lay on top of the bed with his shoes still on, drifting only far enough to lose the edge of the room before some sound dragged him back. Once he heard wet footsteps move along the hallway outside the bedroom. Once he heard a woman crying softly in the bathroom, though when he forced himself to look there was nobody under the buzzing light except his own gray face in the mirror. By late afternoon his head felt packed with grit and pressure, and the only thing stronger than exhaustion was the cold understanding that if he missed another shift, Marty would stop pretending Daniel's problems were temporary. The surveillance room looked exactly as it had the night before, which made it worse. The monitors washed the walls in their familiar glow, grids of elevators, pits, corridors, and loading bays flickering along in obedient patterns. Daniel set down his coffee, slid into his chair, and tried to anchor himself in the ordinary logic of feeds and angles and timing. For almost a minute, the room obeyed him. Marty glanced over from the next console and frowned without bothering to hide it. "Jesus, Mercer," he said. "You look like somebody dug you up." Daniel pulled the nearest monitor a little closer and kept his eyes on the screen because looking at Marty felt like inviting more scrutiny. "Encouraging start," he said. His voice came out dry and thin, as though it had already been used too hard somewhere else. Marty turned fully in his chair and studied him with the open irritation of a man already braced for trouble. "I'm serious," he said. "If you're hungover, tell me now so I can move you off the live floor feeds before you miss something expensive." Daniel reached for the coffee, found his hand wasn't steady enough, and let it rest on the desk instead. "I'm fine," he said. He said it quickly, the way people did when they wanted a conversation dead before it had the chance to become honest. Marty snorted and faced his screens again. "That answer usually means the opposite," he said. "Just don't make me explain you to security twice in 1 week." For 10 whole minutes Daniel almost believed he could get through the shift by keeping his head down and his mouth shut. Then a face appeared on monitor 12. It wasn't part of the camera view. It was pressed over it, pale and swollen, as if someone had pushed a drowned corpse up through the image from the other side of the screen. Daniel froze. The dead man's mouth moved once, slowly, and Daniel didn't hear the words with his ears so much as feel them arrive in his skull. "Room 12. He turned toward the adjacent corridor feed and saw a maid's cart sitting outside a guest room with its door not quite shut. "Marty," he said, too fast and too sharp. "Who's in room 12? Marty jerked his head around at the tone alone. "What now?" he said. Daniel kept staring at the half-open door on the screen, feeling the whole shift begin to tilt under him. "Tell me who's in room 12, he said again, and this time even he could hear that something in him had already gone wrong. Marty turned back to his terminal with a curse under his breath and started typing, more annoyed by Daniel's tone than alarmed by the question itself. The room hummed with fans and low voices from the radio channel, all the ordinary noise of a shift that still believed it belonged to the living. 12:09, he said after a second. "Registered under a Darren Voss. 2 nights, no VIP flags, no notes. Why?" Daniel's mouth went dry. On the corridor feed, the maid's cart had shifted an inch closer to the wall without any visible hand touching it, and the door to the room seemed to breathe in the frame, moving by degrees too small to trust and too obvious to ignore once seen. "Call security," he said. "Send somebody up there now." Marty stopped typing and looked at him properly this time. "For what?" he asked. "Because you've got a bad feeling. We don't send floor teams because Mercer's aura twitches." He leaned back in his chair and narrowed his eyes. "What did you see?" Daniel kept staring at the monitors because the drowned man was back now, not on 12 but reflected across 3 separate screens in pale, wavering overlays, his bruised throat dark against the glow. The dead maid stood behind the cart in the corridor feed with her gray face turned toward Daniel as if she knew exactly which camera he was using to watch her. "I saw enough," he said. "The door's wrong. The cart's wrong. Just send someone." Marty pushed his chair back a few inches with a scrape that sounded much louder than it should have. "That isn't how this works," he said. "You flag something concrete. Unregistered entry, visible disturbance, guest complaint, weapon, blood. Something I can say out loud without sounding like an idiot." His expression hardened as understanding began to mix with irritation. "Are you drunk right now?" Daniel felt heat rise into his face, fast and ugly. "No," he said. "I'm telling you something's happening in that room." Marty stood up. He wasn't a large man, but standing changed the air immediately because it turned the exchange from workplace friction into challenge. "Then tell me what," he said. "Use words that exist in policy." Daniel looked from Marty to the screens and saw the maid raise one hand toward the lens. Her fingers were smeared dark to the wrist, and when she opened her mouth he heard the same whisper from the kitchen that morning, sharp as a breath against his ear. "Room 12. He shoved back his chair so hard it hit the console behind him. For God's sake, Marty, get someone to room 12 now. The silence that followed landed heavy an instant. 2 operators farther down the bank turned in their chairs. Marty stared at Daniel for one long second, then reached for the desk phone without taking his eyes off him. Security, he said into the receiver. I need a walkthrough on 1209. And send someone to surveillance while you're at it. I've got a situation up here. Marty lowered the receiver but didn't set it down all the way, as if he hadn't yet decided whether Daniel was a problem to be managed quietly or one already past quiet. The 2 operators down the row had stopped pretending not to listen. On the corridor feed, the maid's cart sat outside room 1209 under the soft hotel lighting, neat and harmless and wrong enough to make Daniel's skin crawl. Then the radio on Marty's desk crackled. A security voice came through in a wash of static. Unit 12 at room 1209. Door secure. No visible disturbance. Daniel leaned forward so hard his palms slapped the desk. Tell them to go in, he said. Don't just stand there. Marty covered the receiver with one hand and shot him a look full of warning. Back off, he said quietly. You've made your call. Let them do their job. Daniel barely heard him. The drowned man had appeared again in the black gloss of the inactive side monitor, standing behind Daniel's reflection with his soaked suit hanging in strips of shadow. In the corridor feed, the dead maid now stood beside the cart with one hand pressed to her own stained chest. She looked at Daniel, not the camera. Not the room. Him. She's in there, he said. He's still in there with her. One of the other operators swore under his breath. Marty took his hand off the receiver. What the hell does that mean? The radio crackled again. 12 to surveillance. We've got housekeeping key access on the way. Guest isn't answering. Want us to hold? Daniel was already on his feet. No, he said, too loud. No, don't hold. Open the room. Marty grabbed his forearm hard enough to stop him half a step from the console. Daniel, he said, and the use of his first name landed harder than a shout. You need to shut up right now. Daniel stared at him, then at Marty's hand on his sleeve, and felt the room tilt another degree off level. She's dead, he said. Or dying. I don't know. I just know you're wasting time. Marty let go of him as if contact itself had become a bad idea. You know, he repeated. How? Daniel opened his mouth and had nothing he could say that wouldn't make everything worse. The maid on the screen lifted one blood-dark hand and tapped twice against the camera lens from inside the image. At the same moment the radio erupted with a burst of raised voices. Surveillance. Doors open, the guard said. His tone had changed completely. Jesus. We need medical now. Possible female down. Male suspect on site. Repeat. Suspect on site. Every eye in the room turned to Daniel. Marty's face lost its anger first and then, much worse, its certainty. Stay where you are, he said, already reaching for the phone again. Nobody leaves this room. Nobody in the room moved for a second after the radio call except Marty, whose hand found the desk phone by reflex and held there without dialing. The operators down the row looked from Daniel to the monitors and back again with the wary fascination people reserved for accidents just before impact. On the corridor feed, security swarmed the doorway of 1209 in clipped, urgent motion. The maid's cart had been shoved aside. The dead woman was gone from the screen. Daniel almost preferred that. Her absence made the room feel less haunted and more like a trap that had already sprung. Marty picked up the phone at last and hit an internal line. Get Collins up here, he said. Now. He listened for half a beat, eyes never leaving Daniel. No, not later. Right now. Daniel kept standing because sitting felt impossible. His pulse was hammering in his throat, and the drowned man had returned in the dark reflection of the far monitor wall, patient as ever, watching as though this were the part he had come to see. I told you, Daniel said. He heard how bad it sounded the moment it left his mouth, too close to triumph, too close to ownership of the thing he most wanted not to own. I told you there was something wrong. Marty lowered the receiver and stared at him with something colder than anger. You told me too much, he said. That's the problem. One of the younger operators, Reyes, shifted in his chair and tried for nervous humor that died on contact with the room. Maybe he saw something on another feed, he said. Maybe the angle caught, I don't know, movement or something. Marty didn't look at him. Then he can explain that when Collins gets here, he said. The radio burst again with overlapping voices. A guard said the suspect was in custody. Another voice asked who had initiated the welfare check. The answer came back at once. Surveillance. Marty's jaw tightened. Daniel felt the room close around him another notch. The door opened hard enough to strike the stopper on the wall, and Collins came in with the quick, irritated stride of a man dragged away from something more important. He was floor security, broad-shouldered, shaved head, always dressed as if the shirt buttons resented him. His gaze landed on Daniel immediately, then flicked to Marty. What have I got? Marty pointed without flourish. Mercer flagged 1209 before the team had visual confirmation. Said a woman was down. Said the suspect was still inside. Collins turned to Daniel. Did you? Daniel swallowed. Every sensible answer seemed to vanish before he could reach it. I saw enough to call it, he said. Collins took one step closer. On which feed? Daniel looked past him, because over Collins' shoulder the dead maid was standing by the closed door now, motel uniform soaked dark at the front, face gray and terrible in intent. She lifted one shaking hand and pointed straight at Collins' sidearm. He won't believe you, she whispered. Daniel flinched back before he could stop himself. Collins' expression changed at once. All right, he said. You're coming with me. 4. Home turns hostile. Collins didn't take Daniel to some bright interrogation room with cameras in the corners and a metal table bolted to the floor. He walked him instead to a cramped office off the security corridor that smelled of stale coffee, copier heat, and old carpet damp. That almost made it worse. A formal room would have let Daniel pretend this was temporary and procedural. This room felt like the place where men were quietly sorted into categories that followed them afterward. Collins shut the door, stayed standing, and folded his arms while Daniel sat in the single guest chair and tried not to look at the patch of dark reflected in the dead television screen on the filing cabinet. You're going to tell me exactly how you made that call, Collins said. His voice wasn't loud. It didn't need to be. Start with the feed number and work forward. Daniel dragged both hands over his face and felt the grit of fatigue, sweat, and the dry edge of panic. I saw the maid's cart outside the room, he said. Door wasn't right. It looked off. Collins stared at him for a beat too long. That gets you to maybe call for a knock. It doesn't get you to female down, suspect inside. He shifted his weight and narrowed his eyes. So try again. Daniel looked past him without meaning to. The dead maid stood in the corner by the filing cabinet with her head tipped at an angle no living person could have held for long. The front of her uniform was soaked dark, and one hand kept opening and closing at her side as though she still couldn't believe it had failed her. Daniel jerked his gaze back to Collins before the movement could betray him twice. I don't know what you want me to say. The truth would help. Collins took one step closer. Did you know the guest? Did somebody tip you? Are you running side business off hotel information again? That last part landed hard because it reached back into older mistakes Daniel had hoped had been forgotten or at least filed too deep to matter. No, he said. I didn't know him. Collins watched him with the patient disgust of a man who'd done this too often. You understand how this looks, he said. You call a room before entry, you start shouting details nobody else has, and now you can't explain where those details came from. Daniel's head throbbed. The room felt close, airless. In the television screen's black reflection, the drowned man had appeared behind Collins, pale and dripping, his bruised throat working as if speech itself hurt. Paradise Wash, he said. Daniel closed his eyes. Collins' voice sharpened at once. Don't do that, he said. Don't sit there acting cracked to dodge the question. Daniel opened his eyes again and saw both ghosts now, one in the corner, one in the screen, waiting with patient horror while the living man in front of him mistook the wrong thing for the problem. I'm not dodging, Daniel said. I'm telling you I saw enough, called it, and got lucky. Collins gave a humorless breath through his nose. Lucky isn't going to keep your job, he said. And if I decide this stinks enough, it won't keep you out of a police interview either. Collins let the silence sit until it turned sour. Daniel could hear the building through the walls, muffled footsteps, a burst of laughter from some distant corridor, the ordinary machinery of a casino night continuing as though a woman hadn't bled out 3 floors above and a dead man weren't standing in a television screen trying to drag a place name out of his ruined throat. The strain of holding his face still began to ache. He looked down at his own hands instead. They were trembling again. The office door opened without a knock. Marty stepped in first, jaw tight, with a thin man from Human Resources behind him carrying a clipboard like it was a shield. Daniel knew him by sight only, Landers, the kind of man who always seemed freshly pressed and faintly inconvenienced by human behavior. Landers took in the room, Collins standing, Daniel sitting, and offered a professional expression that managed to be neutral and disappointed at the same time. "Mr. Mercer," he said, "we need to discuss tonight's incident." Daniel laughed once before he could stop himself. It came out cracked and wrong in the small room. "That's a generous word for it." Landers didn't react. He set the clipboard against his palm and remained by the door rather than sitting, which told Daniel more than the words did. "Pending review," he said, "you're being relieved of duty for the remainder of the shift and suspended from the schedule effective immediately. This is administrative, not final discipline. At this stage." Marty folded his arms more tightly. "Don't make that sound softer than it is," he said. "You spooked half the room, called details you couldn't possibly verify, and now security's trying to figure out whether you guessed right or knew something you shouldn't." Daniel looked at him. "I helped you find her." Marty's face hardened. "You helped yourself look dirty," he said. "That's what you did." Landers raised one hand in a mild, practiced gesture. "Let's keep this calm," he said. "Mr. Mercer, you'll surrender badge access tonight. You're not to contact floor security, hotel staff, or any personnel connected to room 1209 unless instructed. If law enforcement requests an interview, the company will cooperate." Daniel felt the air change again and looked toward the dead television screen before he could stop himself. The drowned man was closer now, his pale face hovering beside Daniel's reflected shoulder. Behind Landers, the maid had drifted to the door, blood-stained uniform hanging straight as damp laundry. She watched Daniel with furious insistence, then turned her head toward the hallway as if listening for someone else. "He's moving," she whispered. Collins caught Daniel's glance and went still. "There," he said quietly. He stepped forward before Daniel could rise. "You need a doctor, a drink, or a lawyer. Possibly all 3. But you are not going back on the floor." Daniel pushed out of the chair anyway because staying seated made him feel trapped between the living and the dead. "Fine," he said. "Then let me go home." Landers checked one box on his clipboard with a neat, final mark. "That," he said, "is the first sensible thing you've said all night." Collins walked him out like a man being polite for the sake of witnesses. Daniel surrendered his badge at the security desk, signed one form he didn't properly read, and listened to Landers explain suspension language in a calm voice that made everything sound cleaner than it was. By the time the elevator dropped him to the employee garage, his head was pounding hard enough to blur the edges of the concrete pillars. Collins stopped beside the sedan and handed back Daniel's keys without warmth. "You need advice," Collins said. "Real advice, not whatever story you're telling yourself." He glanced at Daniel's face, then away again, as though prolonged eye contact might invite more strangeness than he wanted to manage. "If police call, answer. If the company calls, answer. And don't get clever." Daniel took the keys and stared at them in his palm for a second before closing his hand. "You think I had something to do with it?" Collins shifted his jaw. "I think you knew enough to make everybody uncomfortable," he said. "That's bad enough for one night." He stepped back toward the elevator. "Go home, Mercer. Stay there." Daniel got into the car and shut the door on the fluorescent garage light, but he didn't get silence. The drowned man was already in the passenger seat, damp suit clinging to him, pale hands folded in his lap with the patience of the dead. In the rearview mirror, the maid sat in the back seat behind Daniel, head tipped against the glass, motel uniform dark and wet across the front. He gripped the wheel until his knuckles hurt. "I'm not helping either of you," Daniel said. "I can barely help myself." The drowned man turned his head a fraction. Paradise wash, he said. The maid leaned forward between the seats, close enough for Daniel to smell bleach under the blood. He left me there before, she whispered. Not just me. Daniel started the engine because motion felt like the only defense left to him. The city slid past in neon and windshield glare, all of it too bright and too ordinary for what rode with him. He kept his eyes on the road and tried not to listen, but the dead had learned something tonight. Repetition wore him down. By the time he pulled into his driveway, both ghosts had fallen quiet, which frightened him more than the talking. The living room light was on. Mara was waiting on the sofa in old leggings and one of his sweatshirts, arms folded, her phone on the cushion beside her. She looked at the wall clock, then at him, and the tiredness in her face had sharpened into something far less forgiving. You're supposed to be at work, she said. Daniel closed the front door carefully behind him. I got sent home. Mara didn't blink. Funny, she said, because your supervisor's wife texted me 20 minutes ago to ask if you were all right. She stood up slowly, like someone approaching a frightened animal or a bomb. What did you do? Daniel set his keys on the side table because it gave his hands something to do besides shake. The house smelled faintly of laundry soap and the tomato soup Ellie liked, ordinary domestic smells that should have steadied him and instead made everything worse. Through the archway to the kitchen he could see the glow over the sink and the dark window above it. He avoided looking too closely at the glass. There was an incident, he said. A room check went bad. I said the wrong thing at the wrong time and now everybody's acting like I pulled a rabbit out of a corpse. Mara stared at him as if she were waiting for the joke to declare itself and failing to find one. That is not a normal sentence, she said. Try again. Daniel rubbed at his eyes and felt how hot and gritty they were. He could still hear Collins telling him not to get clever, and even now he wanted to laugh at the stupidity of that advice. Clever had left the building hours ago. There was a guest, he said. Security found a woman in the room. I called it before they got inside. Marty panicked. Collins panicked. HR did the clipboard routine. End of story. Mara took one step toward him and stopped. No, she said quietly. Not end of story. Start of story. How did you call it before they got inside? Daniel looked at the floorboards between them. If he looked at her too long, he might say something unforgivable just to make the pressure stop. Behind him, in the dark pane of the hallway mirror, he saw the drowned man standing near the front door with water shining on his suit. In the kitchen window, the maid's pale face floated over the reflection of the room like something pressed to the outside of the house. I saw enough on the monitors, he said. Mara's expression tightened in a way he had started to dread because it meant she was no longer arguing with him. She was assessing damage. Did you drink before work? He let out a tired breath. Not enough to matter. That's not an answer either. Her voice sharpened, though she kept it low for Ellie's sake. You come home early 2 days running, you look like you haven't slept in a week, people from your job are asking if you're all right, and every time I ask what's happening you hand me a pile of garbage and expect me to call it truth. Daniel flinched because the maid had suddenly appeared at Mara's shoulder in the reflection, gray-faced and intent, one blood-dark hand lifting as if to touch her hair. Move away from the kitchen, he said. Mara went completely still. What? Daniel dragged a hand over his mouth and tried to reel himself back in. Nothing. Forget it. No. Her face changed then, not just angry now but frightened in a harder, colder way. That is exactly what you said this morning when you were staring at the window like somebody was standing there. She took another step back without seeming to know she'd done it. Daniel, what is wrong with you? He looked at his wife, at the fear finally showing plain in her, and understood with a sick clarity that whatever had followed him home was no longer content with ruining his sleep. It was moving into the shape of his life and testing the walls. I don't know, he said, and this time it was the truth. 5. The wrong doctor. Mara didn't let the moment dissolve into one of their old, exhausted truces. She stood in the hallway with her arms wrapped around herself, watching Daniel as if he might do something sudden and irreversible if she looked away for even a second. The fear in her face had settled into decision now, which frightened him more than anger would have. Anger still argued. Decision packed bags. "You're seeing someone tomorrow," she said. Her voice was low so it wouldn't carry to Ellie's room, but there was no softness in it. "Doctor, therapist, crisis clinic, I don't care which door we start with. We're done pretending this is stress." Daniel laughed once, quietly and without humor. He was too tired to fake anything better. "You make it sound like I've taken up chainsaw juggling." Mara didn't move. "You came home from work after correctly calling a dead woman in a hotel room before security entered it," she said. "Then you told me to move away from the kitchen like something was standing there. This morning you were staring through the window like you recognized whoever was outside." Her mouth tightened. "So no, Daniel, I don't think chainsaw juggling would actually surprise me right now." He looked toward the kitchen despite himself. The window was dark now, reflecting only the room. No maid's face. No pale hand. That should have helped. It didn't. He knew better now than to trust empty glass. "I'm tired," he said. "That's all. I'm running on fumes and last night went bad." Mara shook her head immediately, as though she had already heard every version of that excuse and buried them all. Being tired doesn't make people talk to corners. Being tired doesn't make security send you home and have other wives checking whether mine is safe. That last line landed in him like a bruise pressed deliberately. "Safe from what?" he asked. "Me." She hesitated, and the hesitation answered before she did. "I don't know. That's the problem." For a second he couldn't speak. The house felt thinner than drywall and timber should have felt, as if everything private inside it had been peeled back and left exposed. Somewhere down the hall Ellie coughed in her sleep. Daniel flinched at the sound because it belonged to a normal world and he no longer trusted himself to stay inside one. "I'm not going to hurt you." Mara's eyes shone briefly with anger or pity or both. "Then prove it. You go tomorrow, you tell somebody the truth, and you stop treating me like the enemy because I noticed something is wrong." She took a breath and stepped aside toward the hallway. "You can sleep on the sofa tonight." Daniel stood where he was for another second, listening to the quiet after she walked away, and understood that whatever waited for him had already begun. Daniel didn't remember falling asleep on the sofa, only waking with his neck twisted wrong and daylight already pressing through the blinds in dull white bars. For one confused second, he thought he'd dreamed the whole thing: the security office, the dead woman, the drowned man in the passenger seat. Then he looked toward the television and saw the drowned man standing in the black screen with water dripping soundlessly from his cuffs onto the cabinet below. "Paradise wash," he said. Daniel sat up too fast and pain flashed behind his eyes. By the time he blinked the room clear, the reflection held only himself, gray-faced and unshaven, half-folded in a blanket that smelled of detergent and stale sleep. From the kitchen came the sound of cupboard doors and Mara moving with the clipped efficiency she used when she was angry enough to stay calm. He scrubbed a hand over his face, stood, and went to find her because postponing this would only make it worse. Mara was packing Ellie's lunch at the counter with the kind of focus that turned every small motion into judgment. She didn't look at him when he entered. "The appointment's at 10:30. Dr. Hargreaves could only squeeze you in because I told the receptionist it might be a psychiatric break." Daniel stopped in the doorway. "That's one way to sell it." Mara snapped the lunchbox shut. "You want me to apologize for accuracy?" He leaned against the frame because standing upright felt like unnecessary ambition. "I want you to stop talking like I'm a hazard label." Her face tightened, but she kept her voice low for Ellie, who was somewhere upstairs brushing her teeth and singing badly to herself. "Then stop behaving like one. Eat something. Shower. Be human for an hour." By the time they got to the clinic, Daniel's stomach was a knot of bad coffee and dry toast. The waiting room smelled of hand sanitizer and old magazines. A television mounted in the corner played a morning show nobody was watching. Mara sat beside him with her coat folded across her lap, close enough to count as support and far enough to feel conditional. Across from them, a toddler pressed both hands to the fish tank glass while his mother scrolled on her phone. Daniel kept expecting to see a face rise behind the plastic castle in the tank or catch one in the dark glaze of the television screen. Instead he saw only tired people and fluorescent light and the soft humiliating normality of a weekday clinic. Mara spoke without turning her head. "When he asks what's been happening, You tell him everything. Daniel let out a quiet breath. Everything makes me sound insane. She looked at him then, and the fear underneath her anger was back again, raw and unhidden. Daniel, that stopped being the deciding factor yesterday. At that exact moment the nurse opened the door and called his name. Daniel followed the nurse down a short corridor that smelled of disinfectant and paper, aware of Mara rising behind him and then falling back when the nurse asked, with practiced brightness, whether he wanted his wife in the room for the consultation. For one selfish second, he nearly said yes, just so somebody else would have to hear him sound impossible. Then pride, or shame, or whatever mean little things still passed for dignity in him made the choice instead. No, he said, I'm fine. He wasn't fine by the time Dr. Hargreaves came in. The man was in his late 50s, neat beard, careful eyes, shirt cuffs too clean for the kind of morning Daniel imagined he was about to ruin. He sat, opened the chart, and looked over his glasses with the mild patience of somebody who had spent years coaxing embarrassment into language. Your wife says you haven't been sleeping, he said. She's concerned about drinking, agitation, and possible visual disturbances. Start wherever you can. Daniel looked at the diplomas on the wall because they were easier to address than the man. I'm not sleeping much. Work's been bad. Stress, I guess. Even to his own ears it sounded thin and cowardly. Dr. Hargreaves made a note. How much are you drinking? Daniel rubbed his thumb over the seam of the chair arm. Too much some nights. Not enough to start seeing pink elephants, if that's what you're asking. The doctor didn't smile. What are you seeing, then? Daniel hesitated, and in that hesitation the room shifted. In the black screen of the powered-down blood pressure monitor, the drowned man appeared over Dr. Hargreaves's shoulder, pale and dripping, his bruised throat working around the same two words. Paradise Wash. Daniel looked away so fast it made the chair creak. Dr. Hargreaves leaned forward slightly. Mr. Mercer, did you just see something in this room? Daniel gave a short, miserable laugh. You make it sound so simple. I'm trying to make it specific. The doctor set his pen down. Are you hearing voices? Seeing figures? Feeling watched? Any recent blackouts? Missing time? Thoughts of harming yourself or anyone else? Daniel pressed both hands against his knees to keep them still. I see people, he said at last. That's the closest version I've got. They look real until they don't. They talk. They repeat things. One of them followed me home from work. Another one was in my kitchen window. There was a woman outside a hotel room before security opened the door, and then there was a real woman in there, so you can see how that's not helping my credibility. Dr. Hargreaves didn't answer straight away. His face settled into the careful neutrality doctors probably practiced in mirrors. Have you had episodes like this before, or is this the first time the figures have spoken to you? The humiliation of that phrasing burned hotter than anger. Figures. Episodes. As if the problem were already being folded into a file with other manageable nouns. They're not episodes. They're really there. He heard how that sounded and closed his eyes briefly. Christ. You see. This is exactly why I didn't want to come. Dr. Hargreaves didn't rise to Daniel's frustration. If anything, he seemed to settle more fully into it, like a man lowering himself carefully into cold water because he already knew the temperature would be unpleasant. He picked up his pen again and glanced at the chart. All right, he said. Let's not argue about labels for a minute. Let's talk about timing. How long have you been sleeping badly? Daniel let his head tip back against the chair and stared at the acoustic tiles in the ceiling. A few weeks, maybe longer. It got worse fast. The doctor wrote that down. And the drinking got heavier during the same period. Daniel gave a thin shrug. Drinking makes them quieter. That made Dr. Hargreaves pause. He looked up properly then, and the pause told Daniel he'd finally said the sentence that moved this from stressed middle-aged mess into a more structured kind of concern. Them, the doctor said. The people you see. Daniel rubbed his mouth with one hand. Yes. Dr. Hargreaves nodded once, not in agreement but in clinical acknowledgement. Mr. Mercer, sleep deprivation and alcohol together can do serious damage to perception. Add stress, possible depression, maybe unresolved trauma if there's any history there, and the brain starts filling in gaps with conviction. That does not mean you're weak, and it does not automatically mean you're dangerous. It does mean I'm concerned. He folded his hands over the chart. I'd like to start with immediate sleep support, basic blood work, and a psychiatric referral. Daniel laughed again, softer this time, because he couldn't help it. The whole thing had become absurd in a tidy, respectable way. Sleep support, he said. That's lovely. And when I wake up and the drowned man is still in the mirror, what's the follow-up plan? Herbal tea. Dr. Hargreaves's face tightened, not with anger but with the kind of professional patience that had started to feel like another insult. The follow-up plan, he said, is that you stop drinking immediately, do not go back to work until you've been cleared, and let me refer you to someone equipped to assess whether this is substance-related, psychiatric, or neurological. He opened a prescription pad. I'm also going to ask directly again. Have you had any thoughts of harming yourself? No. Harming your wife or daughter? Daniel sat forward so abruptly the chair legs clicked against the floor. No, he said. Jesus Christ, no. Dr. Hargreaves held his gaze for a second, then nodded and wrote something down anyway. That hurt more than the question had. The doctor tore off the prescription, set it on the desk, and softened his voice in a way Daniel immediately distrusted. I'm going to bring your wife back in, he said. She needs to hear the plan, and frankly, I don't think you should be managing this alone. Daniel looked at the paper between them as if it were a verdict dressed up as help. Then he looked past the doctor and saw the drowned man standing in the corner beside the coat rack, pale water pooling invisibly at his feet, waiting with the same terrible patience as before. You really don't understand, Daniel said, and this time he wasn't sure whether he meant the doctor, Mara, or himself. 6. The Ghost Who Won't Leave. Mara came into the room 2 minutes later with her purse still over one shoulder and worry arranged into politeness for the doctor's benefit. Dr. Hargreaves gave her the same softened voice he had used on Daniel, the one meant to make concerns sound orderly and solvable. He explained sleep deprivation, alcohol, perceptual disturbance, short-term medication, blood work, referral. Mara listened with both hands wrapped around the strap of her purse and nodded in the right places, but Daniel could see how tightly she was holding herself together. He hated that look almost more than the fear, because it meant she was already adjusting the furniture of her life around him. So what do I actually do? Mara asked. Tonight, I mean, if he doesn't sleep, if he drinks, if he starts seeing things again. Dr. Hargreaves folded his hands over the chart. You remove alcohol from the house if you can, he said. You make sure he takes the medication as directed. You don't argue with the content of what he believes he's seeing, but you do keep redirecting him to what's real and present. If he becomes confused, aggressive, or talks about harming himself or anyone else, you take him to emergency immediately. Daniel let out a short breath through his nose. That's a lovely list, he said. Anything in there about dignity, or was that cut for space? Mara shot him a warning look, tired rather than sharp. Daniel. Dr. Hargreaves slid the prescription across the desk toward her instead of him, and that small choice told its own story. The point here isn't dignity, he said. It's stabilization. Daniel stood before he could stop himself. The chair scraped hard against the floor, too loud in the neat room. You keep saying that like I'm a chemical spill, he said. Mara's face tightened. Sit down. No. He looked at the doctor, at the coat rack in the corner, at the place beside it where the drowned man had been standing a moment ago. Empty now. Of course. You wanted me to tell the truth. I did. He translated it into a brochure. Dr. Hargreaves stayed seated, which somehow made the control in the room feel worse. Mr. Mercer, anger doesn't invalidate concern. Daniel laughed once, harsh and tired. No, but it makes the room honest. He walked out before either of them could stop him. The clinic corridor smelled of disinfectant and overheated wiring. By the time he shoved through the front doors into the daylight, his pulse was hammering and his hands were shaking again. The parking lot was white with noon glare, rows of cars sitting under a cloudless sky that should have felt ordinary. Instead it felt staged, too flat, too exposed. Daniel got 3 steps toward the curb before the drowned man appeared beside a silver hatchback. Your father's watch is behind the insulation in the garage wall. You hid it there when you were 12, the drowned man said, in a voice rough with ruined water. Daniel stopped dead. He had never told anyone about the watch. Mara didn't know. His mother had died thinking it was lost. For one long, hollow second the whole bright parking lot seemed to tilt around him. Daniel stared at the drowned man and forgot, for 1 second, how to inhabit his own body. The parking lot shimmered in the noon glare. Somewhere behind him the clinic door opened and closed, people coming and going with paperwork and coffee cups and ordinary faces, but all of it had gone thin and distant. The ghost stood by the hatchback in his soaked suit with water darkening the concrete beneath him that never spread, never dried, never obeyed any rule. Daniel could still pretend the world kept. That isn't funny, Daniel said. His voice came out rough and low. You don't get to say things like that unless you're real. The drowned man looked at him with the same exhausted patience he had worn from the beginning, as if Daniel were the slow one in an argument already decided. Paradise Wash, he said again. They left me there. Daniel took one step toward him before caution caught up and curdled into anger. Who is they? He asked. Who are you? The ghost's bruised throat worked. You heard her. Daniel's mouth went dry. The maid. The hotel room. The dead woman in the corridor feed. The world seemed to tighten around those pieces and refused to join them into anything sane. No, don't do that. Don't make me work for it. If you can tell me about the watch, you can tell me your name. The drowned man lifted one pale hand and touched the side of his neck as though the damage still surprised him. Evan Pike. The clinic door opened again behind Daniel. Mara's voice hit his back before her hand did. Daniel, who are you talking to? She asked. He turned too fast. Mara had stopped 3 feet away with the prescription in one hand and fear back on her face, stripped now of politeness and patience both. Beyond her, through the open clinic door, Daniel could see the receptionist pretending not to stare. He looked back toward the hatchback. Evan Pike was still there. Of course he was still there. Ghost or madness, whatever this was, had learned not to vanish just because witnesses arrived. Nobody, Daniel said, and hated himself for how quickly it came. Mara followed his glance to the empty stretch of lot beside the silver car and then looked back at him with a kind of grief that made him want to climb out of his own skin. You're doing it right now, she said. Evan took 2 slow steps closer, shoes making no sound on the asphalt. Garage wall, then wash, then me. Daniel felt the last weak shelter of denial begin to crack. Mara was watching him break in broad daylight, and the thing breaking him was still talking. I need to check something, he said. Mara's expression hardened at once. No, she said, you need to come home. Daniel looked from Mara to Evan Pike and felt trapped between 2 versions of disaster, one visible only to him and one visible to everyone else. Mara stepped closer, prescription clenched in her hand, her voice low and tight with the effort not to make a scene in the clinic parking lot. You're not wandering off to chase whatever this is. You're coming home with me. Daniel glanced past her at Evan. The drowned man stood in the same place, water dark and patient, his ruined throat shifting as if each word still had to force its way through damage. Tell her, Daniel said before he could stop himself. Go on. Since you know so much, tell her about the watch. Mara went still in the way people did when something inside them broke cleanly instead of loudly. Daniel, there's nobody there. Evan lifted one hand and pointed past him, toward the row of parked cars and the road beyond. If you go home first, you'll still go. You know you will. That certainty hit harder than pleading would have. Daniel scrubbed a hand over his face and felt the heat of the sun, the grit of sweat, the beginning of a headache that seemed to live permanently behind his eyes now. I hid something in the garage when I was a kid, he finally forced himself to say. Something nobody knows. He just told me where it is. Mara stared at him for a second, then gave a short, unbelieving shake of her head. Do you hear yourself? You're standing in a medical parking lot telling me an invisible stranger knows your childhood secrets. Her breath caught, and when she spoke again the anger had gone thin enough for fear to show through. Please stop making me do this in public. Daniel wanted to comfort her and resented her for making comfort sound like surrender. I'm not trying to humiliate you. That's not the problem. Mara stepped closer again and lowered her voice until it was nearly a whisper. The problem is that I don't know whether you need help, supervision, or a locked door between you and Ellie until somebody tells me what this is. That landed like a blow. Daniel recoiled from it physically, one step back, as if distance could blunt the sentence. Evan Pike moved with him, keeping pace at the edge of Daniel's sight. Garage wall. Then paradise. Daniel looked at Mara and understood there was no version of the next hour that wouldn't wound her. I'm going to check the garage. If nothing's there, I'll take the pills, do the blood work, apologize to everyone, and let the nice professionals decide what flavor of broken I am. Mara's eyes filled, though she didn't cry. And if something is there? Daniel turned toward the car because he had no answer that would leave either of them standing where they were. Then we've both got a worse problem than the doctor thinks. Mara followed him home in brittle silence, her car half a length behind his. The whole way as if she no longer trusted him to arrive anywhere without supervision. Daniel pulled into the drive, killed the engine, and sat gripping the wheel for 1 second longer than necessary. Evan Pike stood in the garage door's reflected window before Daniel even stepped out, pale and dripping in the noon light, one hand already raised toward the far interior wall. Mara got out of her own car with the prescription still in her hand and looked at him as if she were bracing for a public humiliation that had somehow moved private. Last chance. Come inside. Take the pills. Sleep. Daniel shook his head. Not yet. He went into the garage and flicked on the strip light overhead. It buzzed awake and washed the cramped space in a yellowish glare. Old shelving lined one wall. Paint tins, Christmas boxes, Ellie's outgrown scooter, a coil of extension cable, all the dead weight of ordinary family storage. Evan stood at the back left corner beside a section of insulation board half hidden behind a warped plywood cabinet. There, he said. Mara stopped at the threshold. Daniel, please, don't do this like it's a treasure hunt. He ignored the plea because if he answered, he might stop, and stopping had become impossible the moment the ghost named the watch. Daniel shoved the cabinet aside with a scrape of wood on concrete. Dust lifted at once, dry and bitter in his nose. Behind it the insulation board looked exactly as unremarkable as anything else in the garage. His hands were already shaking when he dug his fingers under one edge and pulled. Mara stepped forward, alarm cutting through fear. What are you even looking for? Daniel didn't answer. He peeled back the insulation and reached into the narrow space inside the wall cavity, feeling cold plaster grit, a nail head, and then something small wrapped in an old yellowing rag. For a second his fingers refused to close around it. Then they did. He pulled it out slowly and unwrapped it in the humming garage light. His father's watch sat in his palm, scratched at the casing, cracked at the glass edge exactly where Daniel remembered dropping when he was 12 and panicking hard enough to hide the damage instead of confessing. For a moment nobody spoke. The silence felt bigger than the garage, bigger than the house. Mara stared at the watch, then at his face. What is it? She asked, but her voice had changed. She already knew the answer mattered too much. Daniel swallowed once and found his throat almost as useless as Evan's. My father's watch. I hid it after I broke it. I never told anyone. Mara looked past him into the empty garage, not because she could see Evan but because something in the air had finally shifted enough for disbelief to lose its footing. How? She whispered. Evan Pike took one slow step closer, water darkening nothing, eyes fixed on Daniel with grim patience. Now, he said, Paradise Wash. 7. Public Incident. Mara was still staring at the watch when Daniel wrapped it back in the rag with clumsy fingers and shoved it into his jacket pocket. The garage had changed around them. Nothing in it looked different, yet the whole place felt breached, as if some private seam in the world had split open and let in a colder kind of air. Evan Pike stood 3 feet away in his soaked suit, patient as grief, his ruined throat working as he watched Daniel choose what came next. Mara found her voice first. You're not leaving, she said. She had gone pale, but the shock in her face was already hardening into resistance. Whatever this is, whatever just happened, you're not getting in the car and chasing it. Daniel looked at her and hated that he had no gentle answer left. He knows things he shouldn't know, he said. You saw that? Mara gave a sharp, incredulous breath. I saw you pull a watch out of a wall, she said. That's what I saw. I didn't see who told you where it was, and I didn't hear a dead man explain himself in our garage. Her voice dropped lower, more dangerous for the effort it took to keep it controlled. Don't ask me to step over that gap with you just because you're standing on the other side of it. Evan pointed toward the driveway. Now. Before dark. Daniel's pulse kicked hard again. I have to go. Mara stepped fully into the garage then and planted herself between him and the open door. No. You have to stop. That's what has to happen. She still had the prescription crumpled in one hand. You take the pills. You sit down. You call the doctor back if you need to. But you don't run after some voice in your head because it won a party trick with a wall cavity. That hit harder than he deserved and softer than he feared. Daniel dragged a hand through his hair and felt dust still clinging to his fingers. It isn't a trick. Her eyes flashed. Then what is it? He looked past her shoulder at Evan and got the same answer he had been getting for days, relentless in its simplicity. Paradise Wash. The repetition had started to wear grooves in him. I don't know yet, Daniel said. That's exactly the problem. Mara's face tightened. And Ellie? She asked. Where does she fit in your revelation? Where do I? The question landed low and cruel because it was fair. Daniel flinched, then hated himself for that too. I'm not abandoning you. I'm checking one place. Mara shook her head sadly. You're already gone. You aren't the man I married. I don't know who you are, but you're not him. For a second the garage went very still. Then Daniel stepped around her before he could think better of it, heard her say his name behind him in a voice made thin by fear, and kept moving anyway because Evan Pike was already walking toward the street and Daniel had run out of ways to pretend he wasn't following. Evan Pike did not move quickly, but he never seemed to lose distance. Daniel followed him down the street in his half-buttoned jacket, one hand still touching the pocket where the wrapped watch sat like a hot coal against his ribs. The neighborhood looked offensively normal under the afternoon light. Sprinklers ticked over somebody's lawn. A dog barked behind a fence. Two schoolkids in untucked uniforms cut across the corner lot with headphones in and chips in hand. Evan kept walking toward the main road with water-dark trouser legs clinging to him and his ruined throat shifting every time he repeated the same place like a prayer or a threat. Paradise Wash, he said. Before dark. Daniel crossed the first intersection without checking traffic properly and got a horn blast for his trouble. A delivery van swerved half a lane over. The driver leaned out the window and shouted, "Watch where you're going." Daniel flung up one hand without turning around. "I'm busy," he snapped, and heard how mad that sounded a second too late. Evan reached the bus stop by the pharmacy and stopped beneath the plexiglass shelter as if waiting for a route only the dead could take. Daniel closed the last few yards breathing hard, his lack of sleep catching up all at once in the hot ache behind his eyes and the tremor in his knees. "I'm here, now stop dragging me around and talk. What happened to you?" The old woman on the bench inside the shelter looked up from her shopping bags and frowned. "Who are you talking to?" Daniel blinked and turned his head. To her, of course, the shelter held only herself, a teenager with acne scrolling on his phone, and Daniel standing in the sun talking to empty air. Evan Pike stood inches away with water dripping off his cuffs that made no sound when it hit the pavement. "Not you," Daniel said. The old woman gathered her bags closer. "I should hope not." Evan leaned toward Daniel until the smell of stagnant water seemed to touch the back of his throat. "They left me. The wash. The others too." Daniel felt something twist hard in his chest. "What others?" The teenager lowered his phone and stared. "Mum," he muttered to nobody Daniel could see, probably into the call he had just started, "there's a guy here shouting at nothing." Daniel dragged both hands through his hair and looked from the boy to the old woman to Evan, who had already begun moving again along the pavement. "For Christ's sake," he said, and this time he meant the ghost, the street, and himself together. The old woman stood up abruptly. "I'm calling someone." Daniel took one step after Evan. "Don't." She recoiled at once. "Don't you tell me what to do." By the time Daniel realized the scene had shifted from strange to dangerous, the teenager was already talking fast into his phone. The old woman was backing toward the pharmacy door, and Evan Pike was crossing the road without looking, leaving Daniel to choose between public humiliation and the drowned man who still would not leave. Daniel swore and went after Evan into the road because the alternative was to stand under the bus shelter while strangers phoned the authorities about the madman arguing with air. Tires hissed past. Somebody braked and leaned on the horn. Evan kept walking through the traffic with the same impossible steadiness, water-dark clothes clinging to him, head turning only enough to make sure Daniel was still following. Daniel reached the median with his heart punching his ribs and barely made the far curb before a cyclist clipped his elbow and shouted abuse he didn't catch. Behind him, the old woman was still yelling. The teenager had moved out from the shelter and was filming now, phone raised chest high with all the grim delight of a witness who expected something worth sharing. Daniel saw that in a flash and felt shame hit him hard enough to make him dizzy. He wheeled back toward the boy. "Put that away," he said. The teenager took 2 quick steps back and lifted the phone higher. "Don't come near me, I'm recording." Evan stopped beside the pharmacy car park entrance and waited, patient as wrought. "Daniel," he said. That did it. Hearing his own name in that ruined voice while the living stared at him like he was a threat snapped something thin inside him. He pointed at the ghost. "You stop that. You stop standing there like this is my fault." A man loading crates into a florist's van straightened up and looked at him. "Who are you shouting at?" Daniel turned toward him with both hands spread in a gesture that felt reasonable inside his own head and deranged everywhere else. "He's right there. He's been right there the whole time." The florist's face changed from annoyance to caution. "All right, maybe you need to sit down." Evan took another step toward the main road. "Before dark, please." Daniel laughed once, a ragged sound with no humor in it. "Now you say please." The teenager was still filming. The old woman had retreated into the pharmacy doorway and was speaking fast to someone inside. The florist came a little closer with both palms out. "Listen," he said, "nobody's trying to start trouble. Just breathe a second." Daniel backed away from him because the man was real and warm and dangerous in an ordinary way that felt harder to survive than the dead. "Don't touch me." A siren chirped once from the end of the street. Not a full wail, just the short electronic bark of a patrol car announcing itself. Heads turned at once. Daniel looked that way too and saw the police car edging in by the curb, slow and deliberate, as if even from a distance it already knew which man on the pavement the problem belonged to. Evan Pike did not vanish. He only looked at the approaching car, then back at Daniel, and said with exhausted certainty, "They won't help me." The patrol car rolled to a stop with slow official certainty, lights off now but presence enough. 2 officers got out, one broad and sun-reddened, the other younger and leaner with the wary face of somebody already expecting paperwork. The florist stepped back at once. The teenager kept filming until the older officer said, "Phone down, son," in a tone that made obedience sound like the easiest option available. Daniel stood on the pavement with his pulse battering his throat and Evan Pike 3 yards away in the mouth of the car park, still dripping, still waiting, as though police were just one more inconvenience the dead had learned to outlast. The older officer took in the scene with a quick glance that lingered longest on Daniel. "What's going on here?" he asked. The old woman emerged from the pharmacy doorway and answered before anybody else could. "He's shouting at nobody, running into traffic, frightening people, and telling us somebody invisible is right there." She pointed with offended emphasis toward the empty stretch of pavement where Evan stood. "I'm too old for this sort of shit." Daniel opened his mouth and heard how impossible the truth would sound before he even reached it. "I'm not trying to frighten anyone. I'm following someone." The younger officer looked past him, saw no one, and then looked back with a small tightening around the eyes. "All right. Who?" Daniel turned and pointed directly at Evan. The drowned man met his gaze without blinking. "Him. Evan Pike. He needs to show me something." The silence that followed landed hard enough to make the whole street feel brittle. The older officer exhaled through his nose. "Sir," he said, in the patient voice reserved for drunks and unstable men, "I'm going to ask you to step away from the road and keep your hands where I can see them." "I'm not resisting anything. I'm telling you there's a dead man standing there. The younger officer took one careful step closer. Have you been drinking today? Daniel laughed once, because of course that was the question. Not today. The older officer's eyes flicked to the florist, who gave a helpless little shrug. He's been talking to himself for 5 minutes, the man said. Ran into traffic too. Evan took a step backward into the car park shadows. Daniel, he said, don't let them turn you around. Daniel moved after him instinctively, and that was all it took. The younger officer caught his arm, firm rather than rough, and the older one closed in on the other side at once. No, the older officer said. We're done with that. Daniel jerked against the grip in pure panic, not violence, but the distinction vanished the moment he moved. Let go, he snapped. You don't understand. That makes 2 of us, the younger officer muttered. By the time they turned him toward the patrol car, Evan Pike was already receding into the late afternoon light, heading for Paradise Wash without him. 8. The leak. By the time the back door of the patrol car shut on him, Daniel's pulse had climbed so high it felt detached from his body, some separate mechanical panic hammering away under his skin. The interior smelled of vinyl, old coffee, and the faint chemical bite of whatever they used to wipe out drunks and blood and bad decisions. Through the cage behind the front seats he could still see the pharmacy lot, the florist's van, the old woman clutching her bags like civic virtue had nearly been mugged, and the teenager lowering his phone only after one of the officers gave him a final warning. Evan Pike was gone. The older officer slid into the driver's seat and shut his door with practiced finality. The younger one settled beside him, half-turned already, notebook in hand. Name, he said. Daniel laughed once and instantly regretted it. You already know I'm the problem. Isn't that enough to get us started? The younger officer didn't smile. Name, he repeated. Daniel Mercer. The officer wrote it down. Date of birth. Daniel gave it. The pen kept moving. Outside, people were already beginning to lose interest. That stung more than it should have. A public breakdown, it turned out, had the lifespan of a traffic light once uniforms arrived. The older officer started the engine. You got ID on you? Daniel nodded toward his jacket pocket. Wallet's inside. The younger officer leaned across just far enough to retrieve it, checked the license, and made a small sound. Address is close. So this is your neighborhood. Daniel looked out through the side window and saw only passing cars and strips of late light on storefront glass. That was the rumor, yeah. The older officer glanced at him in the rearview mirror. He had the tired face of a man who had seen every version of this except the true one. Mr. Mercer, here's the part where you help yourself, he said. You were walking in traffic, yelling at empty space, and scaring people badly enough that we got multiple calls. If there's a medical issue, say so now. Daniel almost said yes. It would have been easier. Easier to be concussed, drunk, sunstruck, poisoned, anything with paperwork and treatment and a shape other people recognized. Instead he heard Evan's ruined voice in memory, clear as if the ghost were crouched beside him in the back seat. Paradise Wash. Before dark. There is a medical issue, Daniel said. It's just not one you're going to like. The younger officer capped his pen for a second and met Daniel's eyes. Try me. Daniel looked from one uniform to the other, at their clipped calm and professional boredom, and knew exactly how the next sentence would sound. There was a dead man leading me somewhere. You stopped me before I could find out why. Silence filled the car. Then the older officer keyed his shoulder mic and said, with weary precision, go ahead and note possible psych hold evaluation on this one. The younger officer didn't write for a second after the psych hold note went out. He turned halfway in his seat and studied Daniel with the expression people wore when they were trying to decide whether pity was safer than irritation. The older officer pulled the car into traffic, one hand steady on the wheel, the other near the radio as if Daniel's words might still require backup. Outside, the city moved on with insulting ease. Brake lights. A man carrying dry cleaning. A woman laughing into her phone at a crosswalk. Evan Pike had vanished into all that ordinary daylight and left Daniel to explain himself to men who already had a category ready. Dispatch crackled back through the speaker. Copy that. Running Mercer now. The younger officer glanced down at Daniel's wallet again. Any medications? He asked. Any diagnosis we ought to know about? Daniel let his head rest briefly against the partition behind him. The vinyl was warm from the sun. Apparently I'm working toward one. The older officer gave a tired breath through his nose. This gets easier if you stop trying to be funny. I'm not trying to be funny. That, at least, landed honestly enough to make the younger one look away. Dispatch came back a moment later. Unit 12, be advised, subject was involved in a disturbance call earlier this week and has a same-day contact flag from casino security at the Luxor. Notes mention erratic behavior, possible intoxication, possible hallucinations. No violent priors. No warrants. Daniel closed his eyes. There it was. The first stitch in the net. Not just a patrol pickup now, not just one bad street scene. Casino security. Possible hallucinations. His name already flattening into a pattern inside somebody else's system. That was fast, he muttered. The older officer caught his eyes in the mirror. What was? My life turning into a memo. Neither officer answered. The younger one set the wallet on the seat beside him and uncapped his pen again. You got someone we can call? He asked. Wife, family member, friend. Daniel thought of Mara standing in the garage doorway with the prescription crushed in her fist. He thought of the watch in his pocket, of how her face had changed when disbelief finally lost its footing. My wife already knows. Not what I asked. She's the emergency contact. The younger officer nodded as if that had been inevitable. Daniel's phone started buzzing from inside his jacket then, vibrating against the wrapped watch in the same pocket. The sound was small, but in the back of the car it might as well have been an alarm. The younger officer pulled it free, glanced at the screen, and said, Mara. Daniel held out his hand automatically. Give me that. The older officer didn't raise his voice. No. The phone kept vibrating between them. Then it stopped. A second later it started again. This time the younger officer stared at the name a beat too long before he muted the call and slid the phone out of reach. She's worried, he said. Daniel looked out at the passing storefronts and felt the leak widening in real time, from the street to the car, from the car to dispatch, from dispatch to home, until there was no part of his life left that the day hadn't touched. You have no idea, he said. The patrol car didn't turn toward a hospital or a station. It turned into Daniel's own street. He felt that before he fully recognized the route, a sick little drop in the gut as familiar corners slid past the barred back windows and the shame of it arrived ahead of the car itself. The older officer pulled up at the curb outside Daniel's house and left the engine running. Porch curtains twitched 2 doors down. Across the street, somebody watering a hedge slowed the spray and stared without trying to hide it. Daniel looked through the glass at his own front walk and said nothing. There was something especially vicious about being delivered home by police before sunset, not arrested enough for drama, not innocent enough for dignity. Just returned. Just handled. The younger officer twisted around in his seat with Daniel's phone still in his hand. Your wife called 6 times, he said. We're giving you a chance to get out of this car and go inside without making the night harder than it has to be. Daniel laughed once under his breath. That ship sailed somewhere around the bus stop. The older officer shut off the engine and looked back at him over the seat. Listen carefully. We can take you in for evaluation, and based on what we saw today, I'd have paperwork enough to justify it. Or we can release you to your wife, note intoxication not confirmed, probable mental health issue, and call this a welfare incident unless you give us another reason not to. He glanced toward the house. Choose the version that helps you most. Daniel looked down at his hands. Dust still clung in the creases around his knuckles from the garage wall. His father's watch sat wrapped in his pocket, real as guilt. You keep saying help like it's a shape I should recognize, he muttered. The older officer's jaw tightened. I'm trying to keep this from turning uglier. The front door opened before Daniel could answer. Mara stepped out in jeans and no makeup, one arm folded hard across herself, the other hand gripping the doorframe as if she needed the house to steady her. She had clearly been waiting at the window. The look on her face when she saw the patrol car wasn't shock. It was confirmation. The younger officer opened his door. "Mrs. Mercer," he called. "We need a quick word." Mara came down the path with her mouth set in a line that made her look older than she was. She stopped by the rear door and looked through the glass at Daniel first, not the officers. "What happened now?" she asked. Daniel opened his mouth, but the older officer answered for him. "Public disturbance," he said. "No charges. We'd strongly advise you don't leave him alone tonight." Mara closed her eyes for one beat too long, and Daniel felt the leak widen again, from dispatch to street, from street to home, from home to the neighbors already watching from behind their respectable little curtains. The older officer stepped out first and met Mara halfway between the patrol car and the front walk, lowering his voice into the measured register people used when trying to keep bad news from turning theatrical. It didn't help. The neighbors were already part of it. Daniel could feel them in the edges of the street, curtains shifting, sprinklers slowing, a man across the road pretending his hedge required intense concentration. He stayed in the back seat because nobody had told him to move yet, and because the thought of stepping out under all those eyes made something inside him shrink. "We're not charging him," the older officer said. But he was in traffic, shouting at people, acting confused, and multiple witnesses called it in. Mara wrapped both arms around herself more tightly. Was he drunk? The younger officer came around the back of the car and answered before the older one could. "Couldn't confirm that," he said. "He says he hasn't been drinking today." Mara looked through the glass at Daniel. That was worse than anger, worse than fear. It was inventory. She was counting what remained of the man she knew and what had already been replaced by trouble. "Can I talk to him?" she asked. The older officer gave a short nod and opened the rear door. Warm evening air rushed in with the smell of cut grass and asphalt cooling in the shade. Daniel didn't move at once. Mara stood 3 feet away on the curb, not close enough to touch him, not far enough to pretend distance. "Get out," she said. Her voice was low, but there was no room in it. Daniel put one foot on the pavement and rose slowly, conscious of the watch in his pocket, the dust on his cuffs, the officers watching for sudden movement as if he might bolt straight back into the street. He looked at Mara and saw that whatever the garage had cracked open had not repaired itself. If anything, this had made it permanent. "I was trying to get somewhere," he said. She gave one small, exhausted shake of her head. "Don't do that," she said. "Don't stand here in front of a patrol car, on our street, with people watching from their windows, and offer me another version of the same insanity like I'm supposed to meet you halfway out in it." Daniel glanced past her shoulder before he could stop himself. No Evan Pike. No maid in the glass. Just the front garden, the porch light beginning to matter, and Mrs. Larkin from 2 doors down pretending to rearrange a planter she had already moved twice. "I know how it sounds," he said. "That's the first honest thing you've said all day." Mara took a breath that wavered only at the end. "You're coming inside. You're not leaving again tonight. And tomorrow, when this gets around, because of course it will, you are not going to hide behind me while I explain your collapse to people who don't need the details but will smell blood anyway." The older officer shifted his weight beside the car. "Mrs. Mercer, if you have any concern he'll leave again or become aggressive, you call." Mara didn't look away from Daniel. "I heard you," she said. Daniel stood on his own front path with police at his back, neighbors at the edges, and his wife speaking as if the next scandal had already begun. He understood then that the leak wasn't one moment. It was his whole life failing to stay contained. 9. The lowest place. The police left with the slow, deliberate lack of spectacle that made everything worse. No sirens. No dramatic takedown. Just a patrol car pulling away from the curb while neighbors pretended not to watch and Mara standing on the path with her arms folded across herself like she had to hold her own ribs in place. Daniel waited until the taillights turned the corner before he moved, but the silence they left behind felt louder than the scene had. It was the silence of things entering memory. By tomorrow it would have shape, versions, embellishments, names. Mara opened the door and stepped aside without looking at him. "Inside," she said. Daniel went in because there was nowhere else to go. The house smelled faintly of dinner not eaten and the lavender detergent Mara used on the sheets. The ordinary warmth of it felt obscene after the street. He could still feel the neighbors at his back, still hear the officers speaking in that calm, tidy tone people used when a life had become a problem to be managed. Mara shut the door with careful control and turned the lock. "Where's Ellie?" Daniel asked. "At my sister's," Mara said. "I called her when the police brought you home." That landed exactly where it was meant to. Daniel took off his jacket and dropped it over the back of a chair harder than he intended. "So that's it, then," he said. "I'm a neighborhood incident and you evacuate the child." Mara's head came up sharply. "Do not do that," she said. "Do not make me the villain because I made one safe choice today." Her voice shook once and then steadied into something flatter. "You were brought home in a patrol car, off our street, in front of everyone." He laughed once, too tired for anything softer. "Trust me, I noticed." She stared at him for a moment with the kind of disbelief that had stopped looking temporary. "I don't know what happened to you," she said. "I don't know if this is drink or grief or some break that's been coming for years while I kept telling myself it was stress and long shifts and bad sleep. But I cannot be the only adult in this house while you talk like this is all just embarrassing timing." Daniel looked away because the hallway mirror had caught his eye. For 1 second, he thought he saw movement there, a dark shoulder, a wet sleeve. When he looked properly it was only his own reflection, wrecked and cornered and older than the morning version of him by about 10 years. "I need a drink." Mara actually flinched. "No," she said. "Absolutely not." Daniel met her eyes again and felt something in him sink lower than anger, lower than shame, into a heavy, exhausted certainty that the night had only one door left open. "Then you'd better stop me," he said. Mara took one step toward the kitchen before he did, quick enough to tell him she had already been thinking 3 moves ahead. "I mean it," she said. "There is no alcohol in this house tonight." Daniel almost smiled at that, though there was nothing kind in the feeling. "That would have been impressive," he said. "If you'd thought of it before I did." He moved past her and went straight to the cupboard above the refrigerator, the one she never used because it was awkward to reach. Mara caught his sleeve before he got there. Her grip wasn't strong, but it was desperate, and desperation had a different kind of force. "Daniel, stop," she said. "Please. Don't choose this." He looked down at her hand on his arm and felt a flash of something ugly and unfair, not hatred, never that, but the raw resentment of a drowning man being told to stay calm on the bank. "Choose," he said. "That's generous. You think I've had choices today." Mara let go as if the word itself had burned her. "You had a doctor," she said. "You had me. You had every chance to sit still for 1 hour and let somebody help you." He opened the cupboard and reached the back without looking. His fingers found the neck of the bottle exactly where he'd left it months ago after one of their last big arguments about moderation, honesty, and whether hiding whiskey from your wife counted as proof you weren't drinking too much. The answer, apparently, had been no. He brought the bottle down and saw her face change when she recognized it. "Oh, God," she said softly. "You kept one up there." Daniel unscrewed the cap. Turns out paranoia occasionally pays off. Mara made a sound that might have become a laugh in a kinder marriage or a less ruined day. Instead it broke apart in her throat. "Do you hear yourself?" she asked. "Police bring you home. Our daughter is sleeping at my sister's because I don't know what version of you is coming through that door, and you're making jokes about secret whiskey like this is still the stage where I can shame you back into being reasonable." He took a long swallow. The burn hit hard and immediate, opening a path down his throat into his chest like a line of fire. For 1 second everything in him recoiled. For the next, the edge of the world softened by a fraction. Not enough. Never enough. But enough to make the possibility unbearable. "I don't need reasonable. I need quiet." Mara stared at him with tears gathering now, not falling, just making her look more awake than the day had a right to demand. "And what do I need?" she asked. Daniel held the bottle and could not answer because the truthful version was too shameful to say aloud. He needed her to keep loving him while he sank. He needed her to believe impossible things on command. He needed her to stand there and forgive him in advance for what the night was going to cost. Instead he took another swallow, and that was answer enough. Mara stood very still for a moment after that second swallow, as if some last internal vote had finally come back against him. She wiped at one eye with the heel of her hand, not dramatically, just with the blunt impatience of a woman who had run out of room for tears in the schedule. "All right," she said. Her voice had gone flat enough to frighten him more than shouting would have. "Then I'm done trying to win tonight." Daniel leaned back against the counter with the bottle in his hand and watched her as though distance might protect him from what she was saying. "Mara." She shook her head once. "No, you don't get to say my name like that and expect it to fix anything." She crossed to the drawer by the sink, took out her keys, and then hesitated with them in her hand. "I'm going to pick Ellie up and keep her at my sister's tonight. Maybe tomorrow too. You can sleep here, drink here, talk to whatever is in the corners here. But you do it alone." That cut through the whiskey haze faster than the alcohol had built it. "Don't take her because of this," he said. "Don't make one bad day into something bigger." Mara laughed once, and the sound was so tired it barely counted as a laugh at all. "One bad day?" she asked. "You lost your job, got sent for psychiatric assessment, dug up proof of an impossible secret in our garage, got brought home by police, and started drinking the minute the door closed. That's not one bad day, Daniel. That's a collapse." He wanted to deny it, but the word fit too well. The house seemed to tilt very slightly around him, not with the smooth blur of drunkenness yet, but with the sick instability of a structure admitting its own weakness. "I'm still here," he said, and heard how pathetic that sounded as soon as it left him. Mara looked at him with exhausted pity. "For tonight," she said. "Maybe." She walked past him then, close enough that he could smell her shampoo and the cold outside air still clinging to her sweater. At the hallway entrance she stopped and looked back once. "Do not drive," she said. "Do not call Ellie, and if there's any version of you in there that still understands consequences, don't make me come home to broken glass or blood." When she went upstairs, Daniel stayed where he was with the bottle in his hand and the kitchen light buzzing faintly overhead. He took another swallow, then another, chasing quiet the way desperate men chased sleep. By the time he drifted into the living room and dropped onto the sofa, the edges of things had begun to blur at last. He turned on the television for noise, but the screen reflected the room before it brightened, and in that black pane he saw shapes gathering behind him. Not one, several, sitting, standing, waiting with the patience of things that knew he had finally made enough room for them. At first Daniel told himself the shapes in the television were only the whiskey getting ambitious. The sound was on but low, some bright, idiotic game show washing the room in canned applause and colors too cheerful to survive contact with him. He sat slumped into the sofa with the bottle balanced against his thigh and watched the black gloss between scene changes, the brief reflective flashes where the room came back clearer than the program itself. Every time it did, there were more of them. The drowned man stood nearest the archway, suit still clinging to him in dark folds. The maid lingered by the dining room entrance with her blood-stained uniform hanging straight and damp. Beyond them, half visible in the deeper dark of the hall, Daniel could make out others he hadn't met yet or hadn't let himself really see. A man in a hospital gown with one side of his head caved in. A woman in a cocktail dress holding one broken heel in her hand. A child-shaped shadow low by the bookshelf that he refused to look at directly. None of them blinked much. None of them looked surprised to be there. Daniel took another swallow and pointed the bottle at them like it might still count as defiance. "Take a number," he said. "I'm ruining my life in order." The maid's mouth moved first, but the drowned man spoke over her with the same ruined insistence. "Paradise Wash." Daniel laughed and scrubbed a hand over his face. "Yes, thank you, I gathered that from the last 47 repetitions." A new voice came from the armchair across from him, dry as old paper and amused in a way that instantly felt more dangerous than the pleading. "You're not wrong," the voice said. He could stand to vary the pitch a little. Daniel jerked upright hard enough to slosh whiskey over his fingers. A man was sitting in the armchair that had been empty a second ago, boots crossed at the ankle, hat tipped low, narrow face cut by old lines of mischief and damage. He looked like an old photograph that had learned to smirk. Unlike the others, he wasn't staring at Daniel with grief or fury. He was watching him with interest. Daniel's throat tightened. "Who the hell are you?" The man touched 2 fingers to the brim of his hat in something that might once have been manners. "Name's Wade Callahan," he said. "Lucky, if you like your liars colorful." He flicked a glance toward the drowned man and then back. "Your wet friend here wants the wash. Fair enough. But if you want to stop being hauled around town like a confused bloodhound, I can help." Daniel stared at him through the blur of drink and fear. "Help costs what?" Wade's smile sharpened by half a degree. "Now," he said, settling deeper into the chair, "that's finally the right question." 10. The first deal. Daniel stared at the man in the armchair and tried to decide which possibility was worse, that the whiskey had finally crossed some bright painted line in his head, or that the dead had developed salesmanship. The drowned man still stood by the archway repeating his ruined phrase under his breath, and the maid watched from the dining room with the patient misery of someone who had already learned that no one here was coming for her first. Wade Callahan sat among them like he belonged in the room more than the living man on the sofa did. Daniel dragged the back of his hand across his mouth. "Help how?" he asked. "Use small words. I'm falling apart." Wade tipped his head as if that qualified as progress. "There's a card room off Boulder," he said. "Private game. Not legal enough to advertise, not illegal enough to be interesting. You go tomorrow night with $600 and keep your nerve. I tell you when the boys across from you are bluffing, when they're strong, and when they're stupid enough to call anyway." Daniel let out a laugh that came out thinner than he intended. "So your big supernatural breakthrough is cheating at cards." Wade smiled without embarrassment. "Son, you asked what this was worth, not whether it was noble." Daniel looked from Wade to the television screen, where the game show audience clapped for some stranger's appliance package while ghost shapes hovered in the reflection like bad conscience given bones. And in return, Wade leaned forward, elbows on knees, the chair creaking faintly, although Daniel didn't think something dead ought to weigh enough for that. "You drive out to a lot behind an old service yard on Fremont East," he said. "There's a patch of dirt under a busted sodium lamp, 3rd fence post from the alley. You dig there and find what somebody buried with no right to keep. Then you take my bones where they ought to have gone in the first place." Daniel went still despite the drink. "Your bones." Wade's expression didn't change, but something colder entered his eyes. "Most of me," he said. "Enough to count." Daniel swallowed and felt the room shift around that sentence. This was no longer a drunk man arguing with shadows in his living room. This had shape now. Terms. Obligation. He hated that a part of him responded to that with relief. "Why not tell the police where you are?" Wade gave him a look of dry pity. "Because the police don't hear me, and because men who buried me did so very much hoping I'd stay misplaced." He nodded toward the bottle in Daniel's hand. "You can keep drowning yourself, or you can make the night pay rent. Those are the options you've got left." Daniel looked at the whiskey, then at the ghosts waiting in the dark around the television glow, and knew with a sick certainty that Wade was right about at least one thing. The old choices were gone. Whatever came next would be uglier, stranger, and more practical than prayer. He lifted his eyes back to Wade. "Tell me about the game," he said. Wade leaned back in the chair as if they were discussing business over coffee instead of in a ruined living room full of dead strangers. "Small stakes table in a private room behind a place called Rosita's," he said. "Not the restaurant part. The ugly door beside the dumpster. Knock twice, wait, then once more. Tell the man who opens it you're there for Eddie Voss and you've got 600 to lose." He smiled at Daniel's expression. "Don't worry, Eddie always likes fresh meat." Daniel rubbed his eyes hard enough to see sparks. "I don't have $600. Wade flicked 2 fingers toward the kitchen. "Then you'd better go count before you argue. Men like you always have emergency money tucked somewhere stupid. Coffee tin. Tool box. Old jacket pocket. You're not organized enough for a bank envelope." He glanced toward the hallway and lowered his voice by a shade. "Especially not after tonight. You knew you might need to run before the world finished closing." Daniel hated him a little for being right. The bottle had warmed in his hand. So had his face. He thought of the loose cash in the garage drawer under the rusted screwdriver set, money meant for the power bill and whatever came after that, and felt a low, sour twist in his gut. You're telling me to gamble the last real money I've got. I'm telling you to multiply it, Wade said. There's a difference, and one of them sounds much better in the morning. The drowned man muttered from the archway, "Paradise Wash." Daniel turned on him with instant fury. "Will you shut up for 10 seconds? The room went still after he snapped it, not because the ghosts were shocked, but because the sound of his own voice in the house suddenly made him think of Mara upstairs packing Ellie's things. He listened for footsteps and heard none. That silence felt worse than being watched. Wade studied him with less amusement now. "You need money. Not rich man money. Breathing room money. Cab fare. Food. A motel if your lady decides this place isn't yours tonight. A way to stand upright when tomorrow asks what you've got left." He nodded toward the drowned man without looking at him. "And he needs his wash. We all need something. That's what makes a deal respectable." Daniel stared at the television glow, then at the black window beyond it, where the glass held his reflection and the room behind him both at once. He looked like a man already halfway erased. "How do I know you're not lying?" Wade's grin returned, thin and dangerous. "You don't. That's what makes this exciting." He uncrossed his boots and stood, his outline wavering slightly at the edges. "But if I were you, I'd be more afraid of waking up broke, sober, and exactly the same." He tipped his hat toward the kitchen. "Go count your money, Daniel. Let's find out whether desperation has enough cash for a buy-in." Daniel pushed himself off the sofa and went where Wade had pointed, carrying the bottle because setting it down felt too much like admitting he still meant to think clearly. The kitchen light made everything look cheap and overexposed. Beyond it, the garage waited in its familiar chemical dimness of old paint, machine oil, damp cardboard, and the thin metallic smell of tools that hadn't fixed anything important in years. Wade drifted after him without sound, hat low, hands in his coat pockets, as if midnight rummaging was his preferred form of companionship. Daniel crouched at the workbench and yanked open the shallow drawer beneath the rusted screwdriver set. Loose coins rattled. Receipts. A dead pen. Then his fingers found the folded notes under the tray liner, exactly where he'd shoved them months ago after telling Mara he was trying to be more honest about money. He stared at the cash in his hand and felt shame rise before the count even started. "You enjoying this?" he asked without looking up. Wade leaned one shoulder against the freezer. "I'm enjoying being useful," he said. "It's new for me in death and was inconsistent in life." Daniel counted once, then again because the numbers seemed to move under his fingers. 540. His stomach dropped. "That's not enough." Wade nodded toward the shelf above the camping stove. "Check the green tackle box. Back compartment under the sinkers." Daniel froze, then stood and pulled the box down so hard a packet of hooks spilled across the bench. Under the sinkers sat another folded bundle, smaller, older, and so long forgotten he had no memory of hiding it. He counted 60 more and felt something cold move through him that had nothing to do with drink. "How did you know that?" Wade's smile held no warmth. "Because dead men spend a lot of time watching where the living put things they don't want to explain." The inside door opened behind Daniel. Mara stood there with an overnight bag in one hand and Ellie's stuffed rabbit by one ear in the other, as if she'd picked it up by reflex on the way down and only just noticed. Her eyes dropped to the money spread across the bench, then to the bottle, then back to his face. "You're taking the cash," she said, and whatever faint chance had been left in her voice died right there. Daniel straightened too fast. "It's not what it looks like." Mara gave him a look so tired it made the sentence obscene. "You're drunk in the garage counting hidden money after the police brought you home." "Please don't insult me." She set the rabbit in the bag with careful hands. "If that's bill money, and you spend it, don't call me tomorrow asking how this house gets carried." He wanted to tell her he wasn't disappearing, wasn't choosing some filthy little spiral over them, wasn't as lost as this looked. Wade stood silent at the freezer, and the drowned man murmured faintly from somewhere behind the wall like a leak no one could fix. Daniel heard himself fail in real time. "Mara, just give me until morning." She shook her head once. "That's what people say when the night is exactly the problem." Then she stepped back, eyes bright but dry. "Don't come back. Not tonight." The door shut. A minute later he heard the front door, then the car starting, then the slow retreat of tires over the street outside. Daniel stood with the money in his hand until the sound was gone. When he finally looked down, he realized he was holding $600 exactly. Wade tipped his hat and said, "Now you're in business." For a few seconds after Wade spoke, Daniel stayed exactly where he was, one hand on the money, the other hanging useless at his side. The garage seemed too small for all of it. The stink of old oil, the cooling tick from the freezer motor, the ghost by the wall murmuring about Paradise Wash, and the fresh hollow left by the sound of Mara's car pulling away. He had the strange, nauseating sense that something had just closed behind him without making any visible mark. Wade watched him with patient interest. "Well," he asked, "you going to stand there mourning your good decisions, or do we finish the arrangement?" Daniel looked up slowly. "You said a lot behind a service yard," he said. "Fremont East. Third fence post. What exactly am I digging for?" Wade pushed off the freezer and came closer, his outline sharpening as Daniel's attention fixed on him. "A canvas tool bag," he said. "Rotten by now, probably. Bones inside. Ring too, if nobody skimmed it. You take what's left of me out of that dirt and get me into a grave, a furnace, a church box, I don't care. Somewhere that counts as found." He held Daniel's gaze. "In return, you walk into Rosita's tomorrow night with your 600 and walk out heavier." Daniel let out a breath through his nose and rubbed at the ache behind his eyes. "And I'm just supposed to trust that?" Wade's mouth twitched. "No, you're supposed to notice that I already got you $60 richer before we'd even shaken hands." That was true, and Daniel hated truth when it arrived wearing a smirk. He pulled an old receipt pad from the workbench drawer, found a pen that still worked, and flattened the top page with his palm. His handwriting looked rough and uncertain as he wrote down the address, the fence post, the card room, the name Eddie Voss. It felt ridiculous. It felt criminal. It felt, beneath both of those, horribly practical. The drowned man spoke again from the corner. "Paradise Wash." Daniel didn't flinch this time. He finished the note, tore the page free, and folded it into his wallet beside the cash. Then he looked up at the room full of dead eyes and dead patients and felt the shape of the world tilt into something new. They weren't going away. Doctors hadn't fixed it. Booze hadn't drowned it. Mara had taken Ellie and left him standing in a garage with hidden money and a ghost giving him gambling instructions like an unpaid consultant. "All right," he said, and even to himself his voice sounded different, flatter and harder and more awake. He looked at Wade first. "You get your bones if I get my win." Wade smiled and touched 2 fingers to his hat. "Now you're talking." Daniel turned his head toward the archway where the drowned man stood. "And you," he said, "can stop saying, 'Paradise Wash,' like a broken alarm and start telling me what's there." 11. Moved along. Daniel woke on the sofa with his neck bent wrong, one shoe still on, and the taste of stale whiskey sour enough to make him shut his eyes again. Light pushed through the half-closed blinds in thin white bars that cut across the living room, catching the dust on the coffee table and the heap of Ellie's crayons still shoved into the corner basket where nobody had touched them. For one stupid, soft second, he had the old instinct to listen for Mara in the kitchen and Ellie chattering at the television. Then the silence settled properly around him, and he remembered the slammed cupboard doors, Mara's face gone hard with exhaustion, and the awful practical calm with which she had loaded their daughter into the car and left him in the wreck of his own house. He rolled onto his back too fast and regretted it at once. Something crinkled under him. He dragged out the folded bills from his pocket and stared at them through the pulse behind his eyes. The money was real. That was the part he couldn't file anywhere safe. Not the ghost. Not the voice. Not even the deal. It was the money that made the whole thing obscene, because money meant result, and result meant he hadn't hallucinated his way into a lucky coincidence. He had done what a dead man asked, and the world had paid him for it. Wade Callahan sat in the armchair across from him with one ankle on the opposite knee, hat tipped back, looking as if he'd been there all morning enjoying the show. His throat still carried that faint bruised seam Daniel hated looking at, though today the cowboy's grin was lively enough to drag the eye away from it. "You planning to lie there until those notes turn holy in your hand?" Wade said, "or are we admitting you and me have entered into a profitable arrangement?" Daniel scrubbed a hand down his face and pushed himself upright. Don't start talking like we're partners. Wade gave a small shrug. Employees get wages. Partners get options. I'm trying to flatter you. Daniel looked back at the cash, then at the room around it, at the empty doorway to the hall, at the school shoes Mara had forgotten to pack on the first run and never come back for. Shame hit him harder than the hangover because he knew exactly what a sane man would do with this moment. A sane man would call his wife, beg properly, throw the money away, and get himself committed if he had to. Instead he was sitting in yesterday's clothes calculating whether dead men could be relied upon twice. You don't look as pleased as a man ought to after his first win, Wade said. Daniel let out a dry, humorless breath. My wife took my daughter, my job's gone, and I'm taking business advice from a corpse. Forgive me if I don't break into song. Wade's smile thinned, not offended, just observant. Fair enough. But you're awake now, Danny. That's the dangerous part. Daniel lasted less than an hour before he decided Wade could go to hell, profit could wait, and clarity was a curse dressed up as opportunity. He shaved badly, changed his shirt, stood in the kitchen staring at the sink full of plates Mara had not been there to wash, and finally opened the cupboard above the fridge with the guilty, efficient motion of a man pretending he was making a practical decision. The bottle was where he'd left it, a quarter full and warm from the house. He drank straight from the neck before he could think about it properly. Wade watched from the doorway with his hat tipped low, saying nothing until Daniel swallowed again. That's one way to thank me, he said. Daniel wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. You want gratitude, find a church. I want you functional. You want me useful, Daniel said, reaching for his keys. Different religion. He left before the ghost could answer, though Wade came with him anyway because of course he did. The sun outside was too sharp, the kind that flattened the world into glare and made every bad choice feel cheap. Daniel drove without much plan, cutting through side streets and service roads until he wound up near one of the bus stops off Flamingo where tired men stood with paper cups and women smoked like they were paying a debt one drag at a time. He bought coffee from a place with sticky counters, then left it untouched when the smell turned his stomach. By noon he was in a diner booth with a plate of eggs going cold in front of him, staring through the window at a parking lot that shimmered with heat while Wade sat opposite and looked unreasonably patient. You're drifting, Wade said. That's not the same as hiding. Daniel tore a corner off his toast and put it in his mouth because chewing was easier than answering. A dead waitress in a cracked uniform moved past the pie display near the register, carrying nothing, repeating a route she no longer needed. He looked away from her and focused on the salt shaker. I'm thinking. Wade snorted softly. No, Danny, you're marinating. Daniel laughed despite himself, a short ugly sound that drew a glance from the waitress who was still alive. She came over with the coffee pot in hand and looked from his face to the untouched plate. You all right, hun? She asked. Daniel straightened a little too quickly. Fine. Long night. She topped off the coffee he hadn't touched and gave him the kind of look people reserved for drunks who still had enough manners left to be sad about it. Try the toast before it goes like plaster. After she left, Daniel pushed money under the sugar jar, abandoned the food, and spent the rest of the afternoon circling the edges of casinos, bus shelters, and half-empty lots where the city felt between uses. He did not go where Wade wanted. He did not ask what came next. He kept moving because movement felt enough like purpose to fake him through another hour, and because every time he slowed down, the folded bills in his pocket seemed to burn against his leg. By late afternoon the city had gone the color of old brass, all glare fading into a dirtier kind of light, and Daniel found himself back near the service road behind the casino where he used to work. He hadn't meant to come there. His feet had simply carried him from one patch of shade to the next until the familiar back walls rose up in front of him, humming with air units and kitchen exhaust, smelling of bleach, fryer grease, and hot concrete. For a few seconds he stood there staring at the staff entrance as if some part of him still thought he might badge in, nod at the usual faces, and let routine put his bones back in order. A woman in a sequined cocktail dress stood by the dumpsters with half her throat missing. Daniel looked away at once, too fast to pass for normal. The ghost followed his gaze anyway, swaying slightly in heels that made no sound. Her mascara had run in black tracks down her cheeks, though her voice when she spoke was brisk and annoyed. "He said he'd only scare me a little," she said. "Can you tell them I didn't fall?" "Not now," Daniel muttered. Wade, leaning against the wall beside the loading bay like he owned the shadow there, folded his arms. "You keep saying that. One day the dead are going to start taking it personal." I said not now. That was enough to draw attention. The security guard by the rear door, a thick-bodied man Daniel vaguely recognized from weekend crossover shifts, straightened and stared at him for a second too long before keying his radio. Daniel saw the moment the guard made the choice that mattered, the little tightening of the mouth that meant nuisance, not danger, but nuisance all the same. 2 patrol officers rolled up 10 minutes later, not urgent, not alarmed, just tired. The older one got out first and looked Daniel up and down with the resigned irritation of a man finding exactly the kind of problem he'd expected. "Mr. Mercer, you collecting parking lots now, or is this one sentimental?" Daniel pressed his tongue to the roof of his mouth. "I'm just standing here." "Uh-huh." The younger officer glanced toward the staff entrance, then back at Daniel. "Security says you've been arguing with the wall." Daniel almost said there had been a woman. Instead he looked at Wade, then at the bleeding ghost near the dumpsters, and felt the insane uselessness of language settle over him again. "I was talking to myself. I do that." The older officer snorted softly. "That must have been a hell of a conversation." Wade smiled without kindness. "Tell them she didn't fall," he said. Daniel shut his eyes for one beat too long. When he opened them, both officers were watching him more carefully now, not frightened, just measuring how much paperwork he might become. The older one shifted his weight and said, "Here's what's going to happen. You're not going inside, you're not hanging around the employee entrance, and you're not making me explain to casino management why you're back here talking to the air. You understand me?" Daniel nodded because there wasn't anything else to do, and because the worst part was that he understood perfectly. They didn't cuff him. That was somehow worse. The older officer took Daniel's license, ran it from the car, then came back with the same expression a man might wear while returning a library book that had been damaged but not enough to justify a fight. "No warrants," he said, handing it over. "No fresh trouble. Just you again." Daniel slid the license into his wallet without looking at it. "Lucky me." The younger officer leaned against the cruiser door and watched him with open, tired curiosity. "You got somewhere to be tonight, Mr. Mercer." Daniel almost laughed. Home was still technically his address, but the word no longer sat right in his mouth. Work was gone. Family was elsewhere. Even the places he wandered through had begun to look at him like a stain that hadn't set hard enough to require bleach. "Not really," he said. The older officer nodded as if that confirmed something he had already suspected. "Then here's some free guidance. Don't make casino back lots your hobby. Security doesn't like it, and I don't like getting called out because a grown man's having a personal crisis near a loading bay." Wade stood a few feet away with his hands in his pockets, amused in that distant, infuriating way of his. "Tell him you're cultivating a reputation," he said. Daniel ignored him. "I said I was leaving." "Good." The older officer jerked his head toward the boulevard. "Then leave. Walk, drive, drift, pray, I don't care. Just do it somewhere that doesn't end with my radio going off." The woman in the torn sequin dress was gone now. Daniel didn't know when she had vanished. That should have relieved him, but instead it left the lot feeling flatter and meaner, stripped down to the living version of the truth. Nobody here thought he was haunted. Nobody thought he was dangerous enough to save or broken enough to stop. He was just a familiar problem in bad shoes, a man the city had learned to nudge along with the toe of its boot. He started walking because it was easier than standing there while 2 uniforms measured the rate of his decay. Behind him the younger officer said, not unkindly, "Take care of yourself, all right." Daniel kept moving, working on it. Wade fell into step beside him once he reached the corner, hat low against the dying light. Traffic hissed past. Neon started waking up in strips and patches across the distance. The city was changing shifts around him, sliding smoothly from heat into appetite, and Daniel felt with sudden sick clarity how easy it would be to disappear into that motion. Not in one dramatic plunge. In increments. A bus stop here, a diner there, a warning, a shove, a night on a bench, another officer recognizing his face, another day explained away. You see it now, Wade said quietly. Daniel looked straight ahead at the long road and didn't bother denying it. He did see it. Collapse didn't always arrive as instant ruin. Sometimes it came as a slow erosion. Like an unstoppable routine. 12. The other end of the road. Daniel kept walking until the casino light thinned behind him and the city changed character again. The glossy parts never vanished entirely in Las Vegas. They hovered at the edge of everything like a threat or a promise. But the streets he drifted into after midnight had given up pretending. The sidewalks were cracked. Chain-link fences leaned inward around empty lots full of shopping carts and blown plastic. Under an overpass ahead, blue tarp and old blankets had been arranged into the kind of practical geometry people only learned when nowhere belonged to them anymore. He stopped at the mouth of the underpass with his hands in his pockets and looked at it longer than he meant to. A shopping trolley lay on its side near a concrete pillar. Someone had tied a child's pink backpack to the handle with electrical cord. A man in a filthy denim jacket slept sitting upright against the wall, chin sunk to his chest, arms folded like he had decided lying down was optimism he could no longer afford. Two others sat near a dented barbecue tray with no coals in it, sharing a bottle inside a paper bag while traffic muttered overhead. Wade came to a halt beside him and tipped his head toward the camp. There's your future, if you'd like a preview without the commitment. Daniel kept his eyes on the sleeping man. You always this charming when you're recruiting. I'm not recruiting. Wade's voice lost some of its drawling amusement. I'm saving us both time. One of the men by the cold tray noticed Daniel standing there and narrowed his eyes. He was lean in the dangerous, depleted way of someone whose body had been living on argument rather than food. You buying or staring? Because one of those is ruder than the other. Daniel took a step back automatically. Neither. Just passing through. The man laughed once, short and ugly. Nobody passes through here by accident. His companion, an older woman wrapped in two coats despite the heat trapped under the concrete, studied Daniel's face with more intelligence than comfort. He's not here for drink, she said. Look at him. He's deciding if he belongs. That landed harder than Daniel wanted. He almost turned away, but the words held him there. He looked at the tarp shelter, the plastic tubs, the gallon jugs lined up beside the wall, the shoes set neatly under one blanket as if order in small things might hold the rest of life together by force. None of it was dramatic. That was the part that reached him. It was arrangement. Continuation. A version of living reduced to what could be carried, folded, hidden, or defended. Wade watched him in silence for a moment, then said, quieter now, routine, Danny. I told you that's the dangerous part. Daniel swallowed, but his mouth stayed dry. The man by the tray lifted the bagged bottle in mocking salute. Come back in a week. You'll stop looking shocked. Daniel didn't answer. He kept staring because some part of him already knew the man might be right, and that recognition felt colder than fear. The old woman's eyes stayed on him long enough to make leaving feel theatrical, which was somehow worse than being challenged outright. Daniel took 2 steps toward the underpass instead, more from stubbornness than intent, and the man with the bottle gave a snort through his nose as if he had just won a private wager. Up close the camp smelled of dust, old fabric, piss baked into concrete, and the faint metallic tang of floodwater that had dried and come back too many times. Somebody had swept a rectangle clear near one wall. Somebody had stacked canned food in a milk crate. Somebody had even hung a cracked hand mirror from a nail in the concrete, angled just enough to catch the passing glow from the street. Got any cash? The lean man asked. Or are you one of those rich sad cases who comes down here to feel educational? Daniel shook his head. I'm not rich. That wasn't the second option. The older woman clicked her tongue. Leave him be, Darnell. He's got the look. Daniel glanced at her. What look? The one that comes before a man stops phoning people back, she said. Her voice was rough but not unkind. Before the beard gets ahead of him. Before he starts calling it bad luck instead of the shape of his life. Daniel opened his mouth, then shut it again because he had no answer that wouldn't sound like proof. At the far end of the underpass, near a nest of blankets flattened into permanent bedding, a man in a green army coat sat cross-legged with his back against the wall. Daniel hadn't noticed him before. That was strange in itself, because the man was staring directly at him with an intensity that felt almost personal. His beard was yellow-white with grime, and one side of his face looked caved inward, as if bone had broken badly and never been given the courtesy of repair. Then Daniel saw the dark stain spreading across the coat that the others weren't reacting to at all. The man in the coat lifted one hand and crooked two fingers. "You can hear me," he said. His voice was dry as paper dragged over stone. "About time." Daniel went cold from the inside out. "Wade." "I see him," Wade said quietly. The usual mockery had dropped out of his voice. "Don't like the look of him." Darnell frowned at Daniel's face. "What now?" Daniel didn't answer. He was looking at the man in the coat, at the blood that had soaked through wool no living body could still be wearing, at the crushed side of the skull, at the fixed patience in his eyes. The ghost's mouth twitched into something that wanted to be a smile and failed halfway there. "Name's Ellis Boone. Slept here 3 winters. Died 6 feet from where you're standing, and nobody noticed till the smell changed. Tell me that doesn't sound like a useful lesson." The older woman's expression sharpened. "Who are you looking at?" Daniel swallowed. He couldn't stop staring. Under the overpass, with traffic grinding above and human life pared down to tarps, crates, and carried water, a dead man sat where the living had left him and waited like the answer to a question Daniel had been trying not to ask. Daniel should have left then. Any sensible instinct still left in him should have taken that stare from the old woman, that corpse in the army coat, and the shape of his own silence as enough for one night. Instead he stayed where he was, as if moving too quickly might turn the whole thing into theater and let him pretend he had not understood it. Ellis Boone scratched at the dried blood on his coat as if it still itched. "You know what the funny part was? I kept thinking I was only 1 bad month down. Then it was summer again." "Shut up," Daniel said. Darnell's head came up at once. "Didn't ask you another question, friend." Daniel dragged a hand over his mouth. "Wasn't talking to you." That made everything worse. The older woman shifted forward on her crate, elbows on her knees now, studying him with the hard concentration of someone who had seen too many kinds of damage to romanticize any of them. "No," she said quietly. "You usually aren't." Wade stepped nearer, his boots making no sound on the concrete. "Danny, we've made the point. Let's go." But Ellis gave a dry, broken laugh. "No, let him look. Men like him always think there's a floor somewhere. A moment the city says enough, you may stop falling now. There isn't. There's just getting easier to step around." Daniel stared at him because the ghost was filthy and half caved in and dead, and still somehow spoke with the flat authority of a man giving directions to a place Daniel was already headed. "You don't know anything about me." Ellis's good eye held his without mercy. "You lost work first or family?" The question hit so cleanly Daniel felt it in his ribs. He said nothing. Ellis nodded as if silence answered well enough. "That's what I thought. Then the drink starts sounding practical. Then sleeping anywhere with a wall at your back counts as a plan. Then people stop asking if you're all right and start asking if you're staying." The sleeping man against the pillar coughed himself awake and pawed weakly for a bottle of water beside his foot. Nobody rushed to help him. Nobody panicked. Darnell merely glanced over, judged the coughing survivable, and looked away again. That was when it settled into Daniel in its full ugliness. Not spectacle. Not catastrophe. Maintenance. Human life reduced to tolerable failure, managed 1 bottle, 1 blanket, 1 defended patch of concrete at a time. The older woman spoke without taking her eyes off him. "You've still got your shoes," she said. "That means you're earlier than you think." Daniel looked down at them as if she had named evidence in court. They were scuffed, ordinary, ridiculous things to feel grateful for, and yet gratitude rose anyway, hot and ashamed. He saw it then with a clarity that had nothing to do with ghosts. Another week like this. Another warning. Another night walked off instead of lived through. The road did not end in drama. It ended here, under concrete, with strangers measuring whether he was close enough to count. Daniel stepped back so suddenly his heel caught on a crack in the concrete and nearly sent him down. Darnell's mouth twisted in amusement, but the older woman did not laugh. She watched him the way a nurse might watch a man who had finally understood the test results. Under the overpass, the air felt close and used too many times, every breath touched by old smoke, damp fabric, and the sour persistence of bodies with nowhere better to go. Traffic rolled above them in long, indifferent bands, and Daniel had the hideous sense that the entire city was moving on overhead while this little settlement remained pinned beneath it like something trapped under glass. Ellis Boone rose from the wall without effort, though the living blankets and crates around him shifted not at all. Up close the broken side of his face was worse. Daniel could see where the skull had failed, where blood had dried into the beard, where one shoulder seemed permanently lower than the other as if the body had never stopped collapsing. "That look," Ellis said, almost conversationally, "that's the first honest thing I've seen on you." Daniel's throat tightened. "What do you want from me?" Ellis gave a small shrug. "Nothing tonight. Just thought you ought to see where a man lands when he keeps choosing Blur over shame. Shame hurts. Blur feels kind. That's why Blur wins." Wade's expression had gone flat in a way Daniel didn't like. "We're leaving," he said. "Now." The old woman nodded once, not to Wade, but to Daniel. "Listen to the dead one in the hat," she said. "That's not advice I hand out lightly." Daniel looked at her, and something in him gave way at the edges. She was not mocking him. That was somehow the worst part. She had already placed him on the map in her head. Not here yet, close enough to recognize. He reached into his pocket, found a few folded notes, and held them out without thinking. Darnell took them quickly, but the old woman kept her eyes on Daniel's face as if the money were beside the point. "This doesn't buy you distance," she said. "I know," Daniel answered, and he hated that his voice came out honest. He turned and walked out from under the overpass before Ellis could say anything else. The night air beyond it felt no cleaner, just less intimate. Wade kept pace beside him in silence until the camp fell behind and the road opened ahead in cracked pavement and dim service lights. "You understand the difference now?" Daniel nodded once. Fear had been too hot before, too frantic, too full of self-pity. This was colder. This was adult. He knew now that there was a practical bottom to the road he was on, and it was not madness, not drama, not some final explosion of bad luck. It was erosion. It was being reduced by degrees until strangers under an overpass could look at him and see next month. 13. Drying out. Daniel didn't go to a bar. That was the first decision, and it felt less like virtue than panic dressed in better clothes. He stood outside a liquor store on Charleston just after midnight, staring through the smeared glass at the bright rows behind the counter while the clerk inside watched him with the bored caution reserved for men who looked as if they might either buy a bottle or bleed on the floor. His mouth had already started wanting the burn. His hands felt faintly wrong at the joints, as if each finger belonged half a second behind the others. But every time he pictured the first swallow, he saw Ellis Boone's ruined face lifting from the wall and heard the old woman under the overpass saying, "You've still got your shoes." Wade stood beside the newspaper box with his hat low and his expression unreadable. "You could save us both the suspense," he said. "Either go in or don't." Daniel kept his eyes on the bottles. "You saying I should stay dry?" "I'm saying I prefer you vertical and coherent." Wade glanced toward the store window. "The whiskey version of you has poor follow-through." Daniel laughed once without humor. "That your polished sales pitch?" "It's the honest one." He turned away so abruptly the clerk inside flinched, thinking perhaps that motion belonged to the beginning of trouble. Instead Daniel shoved both hands into his pockets and kept walking. He passed 2 all-night places before choosing a third, the kind of diner that sold eggs at any hour and smelled of old coffee, bleach, and fryer oil ground into the tiles by years of shoes. He slid into a booth and ordered water, then added coffee because plain water made him feel accused. The waitress poured it without comment, but she took one look at his face and left the menu anyway, as if men in his condition should not be trusted to know whether they needed feeding. Wade sat opposite him, visible only to Daniel and therefore perfectly free to stare. You're not quitting because you've seen the light, he said. Daniel wrapped both hands around the mug even though the coffee was too hot. No. You're not doing it for your family. The word family landed with a hard, private thud. Daniel looked into the black surface of the coffee and saw his own face wobbling there, older than it had any right to be. No. Wade nodded once. Good. I hate false advertising. Daniel finally looked up. I'm doing it because I saw where this goes. That's close enough to wisdom for tonight. His stomach turned at the smell of bacon from the next booth. Sweat had already started gathering under his shirt despite the air conditioning. Somewhere behind the counter a glass shattered, and the sharp sound went through him like a live wire. He knew enough, even in this fogged, miserable state, to understand the uglier truth beneath the choice. He wasn't drying out to heal. He wasn't climbing toward redemption. He was scared sober by practicality. He did not want to become one more man under concrete, arranged beside a shopping cart and a blanket, while strangers judged whether he was too far gone to bother with. That fear was selfish, thin, and deeply unflattering. It was also real enough to hold. By dawn he hated everyone. The coffee had done nothing useful except keep him awake long enough to feel every inch of his own skin. He got back to the house with his shirt damp between the shoulder blades and a headache that sat high and bright behind his eyes like a blade laid flat across his forehead. Sleep would not come. He tried the sofa first, then the armchair, then the bed in the room Mara had stopped sharing properly weeks ago. Each time he drifted toward the edge of it, his body jerked back with a violent, stupid lurch that left his heart punching at his ribs. By mid-morning his hands had started to shake in earnest. Not a cinematic tremor, an infuriating, practical one. Enough to slop water over the rim of a glass. Enough to make the spoon chatter against the mug when he tried instant coffee and regretted that too. Sweat gathered under his arms and at the base of his neck, then cooled and came back. He snapped the kitchen drawer shut too hard and stood glaring at the cutlery as if it had insulted him personally. Wade leaned in the doorway, calm as a photograph. "You look rough," he said. Daniel gave him a stare sharp enough to be childish. "Do you?" Wade's mouth twitched. "No. That's one of the advantages." Daniel braced both hands on the counter until the wave of nausea passed. "Get out of my sight. You can still see me with your eyes closed." That was true, and it made Daniel angrier than the shaking. The house had begun filling again. Not with crowds, not yet, but with presences that hovered at the edge of rooms once the light shifted wrong. A woman in a supermarket uniform stood near the back door with one side of her apron stiff with dried blood. A boy no older than 10 sat cross-legged by the television cabinet, humming tunelessly to himself while wet footprints darkened the carpet beneath him and faded, then returned. Daniel did not ask either of them what they wanted. He didn't have enough charity for the living at the moment, much less the dead. The boy looked up at him with bland curiosity. "You hear him, don't you?" he asked, nodding toward Wade. Daniel shut his eyes. "Nobody talk." The supermarket woman gave a soft snort. "That won't hold." He swung around so fast the room tilted. "I said shut up." His own voice came back at him from the walls of the empty house, stripped of context and made pathetic by the silence around it. He stood there breathing too hard, staring at the dead as if fury could thin them out. Wade's expression altered a fraction, some private measure adjusting behind the eyes. "This part's ugly," Wade said, and for once there was no amusement in him at all. Daniel laughed once, ragged and mean. "That's encouraging." "No," Wade answered. "That's honest." He spent the rest of the day pacing between rooms he could not settle in, growing fouler by the hour. By evening he understood that sobriety did not arrive like relief. It arrived like being flayed back into contact with himself. The second night without a drink was worse in quieter ways. The shaking had not stopped, but it no longer felt like the headline. Now it was the thinness of everything. His nerves sat too close to the surface. The refrigerator motor kicked on and he flinched. A car door slammed outside and his pulse leapt as if somebody had struck him. Even the house sounded wrong. Pipes ticked in the walls. The air unit hummed, paused, resumed. He could hear the whole place breathing around him, and beneath it all the dead had begun to sort themselves into sharper outlines. At first Daniel thought that part was another cruelty of exhaustion. The boy by the television was no longer just a damped shape with a child's posture. Daniel could see the navy stripe on the school jumper now, the missing button near the collar, the way the wet hair had been combed sideways at some point by someone who had cared whether he looked decent. The woman in the supermarket apron was clearer too. The logo stitched over her breast pocket had letters on it. Not all of them, not at once, but enough to stop feeling generic. Val. Mart. Her name tag hung crooked and half torn away. Wade watched Daniel notice. There it is, he said. Daniel looked from one ghost to the next and hated the little crawl that went through him. What? Clarity. The supermarket woman folded her arms. Took you long enough. Daniel stared at her. Yesterday her voice had felt like static with words hidden inside it. Now every syllable landed cleanly, with a dry irritation that sounded almost living. I could hear you before. No, she said. Before, you heard noise and guessed there was a person in it. That got under his skin because it was true. He had spent days, maybe weeks, buried under impressions, images, and demands so blurred together that he could barely tell whether he was haunted or simply failing. Now the edges were coming in, and with them came detail. Detail meant reality. Reality meant usefulness. The boy lifted his chin toward the back hallway. There's a man in your bathroom, he said. He's been trying to get your attention for hours. Daniel turned so fast the room seemed to smear, then settle. What man? Wade didn't answer at once. His expression had gone intent, the lazy cowboy slouch stripped out of him. Blue work shirt, he said. Left side of the face in bad shape. Been muttering the same thing over and over since sundown. Daniel could hear it now. Not a general murmur. Not the maddening crowd sound he had tried to drown in whiskey. One voice. Male. Hoarse. Repeating with stubborn, purposeful rhythm from the far end of the hall. Toolbox. Toolbox. Red toolbox. Daniel stood very still in the sour light of his own living room and felt something cold and lucid slide into place behind the misery. Sobriety was not making the dead go away. It was making them legible. He followed the voice down the hall with the caution of a man approaching either revelation or another humiliation. The bathroom light was off. Moon-pale spill from the kitchen window reached only as far as the sink, leaving the mirror black and the shower curtain a flat vertical shape in the dark. The ghost stood between the toilet and the tub in a blue work shirt with a stitched name patch Daniel couldn't quite read yet. The left side of his face looked as if it had been struck by machinery and then left to settle badly. One eye sat lower than the other. Blood had dried brown into the collar. Toolbox, the man said again, more clearly now. Red one. Garage. Daniel braced a hand against the doorframe. What toolbox? The ghost's good eye flashed with sudden temper. Mine. Wade came to stand just behind Daniel's shoulder, not crowding him, but near enough to feel like a witness. He's clearer than the others were a day ago, he said. You know he is. Daniel knew it. That was the problem. The voice carried intention now. Not just need. Not just distress. Meaning. He could hear the shape of it, the urgency pinned inside the repetition. He turned and went to the garage because not going would have been worse. The garage smelled of old oil, cardboard, and heat trapped in concrete even at night. Mara had wanted it cleaned for months. Daniel had put it off with the vague confidence of a man who thought time was ordinary and therefore endless. Now he stood under the naked bulbs squinting at shelves, paint tins, broken holiday decorations, a folded stroller they had meant to give away, and at last the red metal toolbox shoved under the workbench behind a stack of cracked tile. There, the ghost said from the doorway. Daniel dragged it out. The clasp stuck. His shaking hands made him swear under his breath, but it opened. Inside, beneath screws, electrical tape, and a rusted set of pliers, sat a sealed envelope wrapped in a plastic grocery bag. He stared at it for a long second before pulling it free. Inside was cash, a pawn ticket, and a driver's license with the ghost's face on it before the damage. Martin Velez. Same nose. Same jaw. Same eyes. Daniel looked up too fast and found Martin watching him with an expression so nakedly relieved it made his stomach turn. Told you, the ghost said. Wade tipped his head toward the license. That's a fact, Danny. Not a feeling. Not a drunken blur. A fact. Daniel leaned back against the bench, the envelope crumpling slightly in his hand. His skin felt wrong, his head hurt, and every joint in his body wanted a drink badly enough to make his teeth ache. But beneath all of that something else had risen, cold and hard and impossible to ignore. Sobriety was not rescue. It was equipment. The dead were not getting kinder. They were getting clearer. Martin glanced at the envelope, then back at Daniel. Now we can talk properly, he said. Daniel looked at the cash, at the license, at the ghost in the doorway, and understood the trade with a clarity that made him feel a little sick. Staying dry would not save him. It would make this worse, and more useful, at the same time. 14. Sobering up. By dawn the house had developed the wrong kind of quiet, the kind that didn't mean peace so much as recent absence. Daniel stood in the kitchen in yesterday's clothes with grit in his eyes, a taste like pennies in his mouth, and the bottle in his hand. The sky beyond the window had gone from black to a thin, exhausted gray that made everything inside look used up. Ellie's cereal bowl was still in the drying rack from yesterday morning. Mara's mug sat by the sink. He looked at both for half a second too long, then turned away before the sight could become thought. The drowned man stood near the back door, dripping onto linoleum that stayed stubbornly dry. In the better morning light Daniel could see more of him now. Mid-30s maybe, office shirt plastered to a narrow frame. One sleeve torn. Skin pale with that swollen river look death gave people when water had done the last handling. His mouth worked as if speech still had to push through mud. Paradise wash, Daniel said. His own voice came out rough and overspent. You've had 8 solid hours to build on that. Impress me. The drowned man blinked slowly. Concrete channel, he said. East side. Storm drain. Girl in the rocks. Daniel went still with the bottle halfway to the counter. What girl? The man swallowed with visible effort. Little one. Pink shoe. Been there too long. Wade, lounging at the table like he paid taxes here, watched Daniel over steepled fingers. You hear him better this morning, don't you? Daniel ignored the question because the answer had already landed. He heard him better. Not perfectly. The dead man's words still dragged and snagged, but they were words now, not just sound and repetition. The whiskey fog had thinned overnight into something uglier and more useful. He looked at the bottle in his hand, then at the drowned man, then at Wade's faintly smug expression. You knew, Daniel said. Wade tipped his chair back a fraction. I suspected. Booze blurs them, sure, but it blurs the profitable parts first. Maybe that helps if all you want is sleep. It doesn't help if you want details. He nodded toward the drowned man. You want names, places, hidden money, who lied, who killed, who buried what where. You need your head clear enough to catch consonants. Daniel stared at the amber left in the bottle. Not much. Enough for the old version of the morning. Enough to make the room soften and the dead turn muffled again. He hated that the decision felt practical instead of brave. Then he unscrewed the cap and poured the rest down the sink. Wade smiled. There he is. Daniel watched the liquor vanish and felt no triumph at all, only irritation, thirst, and the beginnings of a very bad headache. Then he looked back at the drowned man. Start again, he said. Slowly this time. Tell me about the girl in the rocks. The drowned man tried to obey. Daniel could see the effort of it in the way his jaw worked and his cloudy eyes fixed on some point beyond the kitchen wall, as if he had to haul the memory up from underwater before he could speak it. East side, he said again. Concrete channel. Service road. Broken fence. She was already there. Daniel braced one hand on the counter. Who was she? The man's face tightened with something more painful than confusion. Didn't know. Small. Dark hair. Pink shoe. He lifted one trembling hand and pointed vaguely downward, toward the floor, toward the earth, toward some place beyond the house entirely. Caught in rocks after the last hard runoff. Nobody came. The words landed with an ugly, physical weight. Daniel saw it anyway, though the ghost wasn't describing much. A child snagged where floodwater had no use for gentleness. Heat. Concrete. A cheap bright shoe where no child should have been. He shut that image down as fast as it formed, the way men closed a door against smoke while pretending the fire was somewhere else. Wade watched him do it. There, he said quietly. That's the sound a useful morning makes. Daniel shot him a look. A child in a storm drain is your idea of useful. Wade didn't flinch. No, hearing him clearly is useful. Don't confuse the message with the mechanism. The drowned man stared between them with the baffled misery of someone who had expected urgency and found business. Daniel hated that look because it was too close to accusation, and accusation required energy he hadn't earned yet. He rubbed at his face and forced himself back to the practical edge of the thing. When did you see her? Night I died, the man said. Tried to climb down. Slipped. He swallowed. Water took me. Daniel exhaled slowly. And what do you want from me? Her found, are you? The ghost blinked. For the first time since Daniel had seen him, there was something like shame in his expression. Both, he said. Silence held for a moment after that. The sink smelled faintly of spilled whiskey. The morning light had strengthened enough to show every smear on the counter and every unpaid thing in the room. Wade rose from the chair and straightened his cuffs like a man preparing for a meeting. You've got choices now, he said. That's an upgrade from last night. You can go chasing sorrow into a concrete ditch, or you can handle the arrangement already on the table and make sure you're not broke by sunset. Daniel looked at the drowned man, then at Wade, and felt the split open inside him. One path led toward something bleak and unpaid and impossible to unsee. The other led to Rosita's, $600, and proof that this curse could be bent into leverage. He already knew which answer said worse things about him. Tell me your name, he said to the drowned man. The ghost hesitated. Alan, he said. Alan Pierce. Daniel nodded once, not kindly, not cruelly, just as if filing him for later. Then he turned to Wade. Fine, he said. We do your bones first. By late morning Daniel was driving east with the windows cracked and a headache pulsing behind his eyes in slow, vindictive waves. The city looked harsher sober. Sunlight found every stain, every sagging fence, every sun-cooked strip of trash caught against chain link and scrub. Wade rode in the passenger seat like a man enjoying a familiar route, one boot crossed over the other, hat tipped back just enough to study the streets. Alan occupied the back seat in wet silence, which Daniel resented on principle because if ghosts were going to ruin a man's day they ought at least to have the decency to fidget less. You could have told me sooner if your lot was this far out, Daniel said as he turned off Fremont onto a side road lined with collapsing industrial yards and sun-bleached signs advertising services that looked one police inspection from extinction. Wade glanced out the window. Distance improves memory, he said. Besides, I figured you needed the drive to finish being angry. I'm not angry. Wade smiled faintly. Then this is your cheerful face. My condolences to your family. Daniel gripped the wheel harder. The words landed where Wade probably knew they would, and Daniel hated him for the accuracy. He hated him more for the fact that he didn't answer. Alan leaned forward from the back as they passed a sagging service fence with a dead sodium lamp tilted over a weed-choked lot. There, he said, voice thick and urgent. That's the place. Daniel braked too late, reversed in a spray of gravel, and killed the engine. The yard beyond the fence looked abandoned in the bureaucratic rather than romantic way. Rusted containers, broken pallets, sun-peeled concrete barriers, a patch of compacted dirt under the lamp where the ground looked no different from any other bad piece of Nevada. He sat for a moment with both hands still on the wheel. This is insane, he said. Wade opened the passenger door without touching it and stepped out into the glare. Yes, he said, but it can also still be profitable. Don't get distracted by categories. Daniel got out and slammed the car door harder than necessary. Heat rose off the ground in flat waves. Somewhere nearby machinery whined, then stopped. Alan had drifted through the fence already and stood by the third post from the alley, pointing down with both hands as if terrified Daniel might somehow miss the only patch of dirt in Vegas. There, he said again. He put me there. Daniel stopped short. He. Alan's ruined face tightened. Friend, he said he'd help. Wade's expression sharpened with interest. Now that, he said, sounds like the beginning of a story worth hearing. Daniel looked from the dirt to Alan and felt the day tilt again, just slightly, away from scavenging and toward something worse. Then he walked back to the trunk, pulled out the tire iron and the folding shovel he kept for emergencies, and said, "You can both talk while I dig." The first few minutes were all resistance. The top layer of dirt had baked into something closer to brick than soil, and every stab of the folding shovel sent a jolt up Daniel's arms and into the base of his skull. Sweat gathered fast under his shirt. Dust stuck to his forearms. Alan hovered beside the fence post in wet agitation, while Wade stood in the shade of the dead lamp with the composed attention of a man watching somebody else perform labor he had once successfully avoided. Daniel drove the shovel in again and muttered, "If there's nothing down here, I'm going to be extremely offended on spiritual grounds." "There's something," Wade said. "Little deeper." He was nervous. Dug fast, packed it bad. Daniel stopped long enough to wipe his face with the inside of his wrist. "You keep saying, he, like I ought to know him." Wade tilted his head. "You will if Alan ever gets to the point instead of drowning in adjectives." Alan flinched as if that were unfair, which Daniel supposed it was. The dead man stared at the hole with bleak concentration. "Tommy Vega," he said. "Worked freight. Gambled bad. Owed worse. We found money that wasn't ours, and I was stupid enough to think greed made brothers." Daniel planted the shovel and looked up. "You found whose money?" Alan's mouth twitched. "Didn't ask. That was the mistake." Wade gave a low whistle. "Now we're improving." Daniel went back to digging because it was easier than thinking about what kind of man buried with his debts still attached. After another 6 inches the shovel struck something softer than dirt and harder than roots. The sound changed. He froze, then dropped to one knee and scraped with his hands. Canvas emerged in dirty strips, rotted through in places, tied with what had once been cord. A smell rose from the hole, faint but immediate, old rot and minerals and something sour that had waited years for air. "Jesus," Daniel said, leaning back. Wade came closer, suddenly serious enough to lose the smirk. "That'll be me." Daniel swallowed, set the shovel aside, and used the tire iron to pry the rest loose without tearing what remained. The bag came up in pieces. Bone showed through collapsed fabric, pale and ugly in the sunlight. A ring slid free with a clink against the iron, gold dulled green in the grooves. Wade stared at it with an expression Daniel hadn't seen on him before, something smaller than triumph and harder than grief. "That's mine," Wade said quietly. Daniel looked from the bones to the ring to the 2 ghosts standing over the hole, and the whole impossible arrangement settled another inch deeper into reality. He wiped his filthy hands on his jeans and said, "Fine. I did my part. Tonight you do yours." 15. The cowboy at the table. By the time Daniel parked behind Rosita's, the sky had gone black in that Vegas way that never fully erased the city, only traded glare for neon. The restaurant itself was still open, red letters buzzing above a back lot that smelled of fryer grease, old beer, and hot concrete finally giving up the day's heat. Off to one side, just as Wade had promised, sat an ugly metal door beside a dumpster with a dented lid and a patch of stained wall nobody had ever once mistaken for respectable. Daniel killed the engine and sat with both hands on the wheel. The $600 felt too thick in his inside pocket. His headache had shrunk from a hammering certainty to a mean, tight wire behind his eyes, which was somehow worse because it made everything feel sharper. He hadn't had a drink since morning. He could feel that fact in his mouth, in his temper, in the way the world no longer softened at the edges when he wanted it to. Wade sat in the passenger seat like he'd been born there. The ring Daniel had dug out of the dirt rode in Daniel's jacket pocket beneath the cash, wrapped in a clean handkerchief that now felt less like sentiment and more like collateral. "You look sick," Wade said. "I am sick." "No," Wade said, glancing him over with faint approval. "You're sober. Different disease." Alan stood outside the car beyond Daniel's window, pale and damp in the alley light. He looked at the door, then at Daniel, and said, "Paradise Wash isn't going anywhere." Daniel turned to him with instant irritation. "That is not helping." Alan swallowed. "The girl isn't either." For a second that almost stopped him. The alley, the money, the door, the whole filthy little experiment of the night seemed to tilt around that sentence. Then Wade leaned across the seat and said, "If you walk away now, you're still broke tomorrow, still haunted, and still no closer to helping anybody. Win first. Then decide what kind of man you'd like to pretend to be." Daniel laughed once without humor. "That's a hell of a sales pitch." "I was excellent in rooms like this," Wade said. "Trust the professional dead." Daniel got out before he could change his mind. The alley air was thick and used. Alan stayed by the car as if some line he couldn't cross had been drawn in the grease and broken glass. Wade drifted beside Daniel toward the door, hat low, expression sharpening into something alert and avid. "2 knocks," he said. "Wait." Then 1. "And for the love of God, don't try to look clever. Men at private games hate competition before they've taken your money." Daniel knocked twice, waited, then once more. Locks scraped on the other side. As the door opened a crack and one hard eye looked out, Wade smiled beside him and said, "Now the evening begins." The man behind the door looked Daniel over the way. Bouncers, debt collectors, and suspicious cousins all seemed to share the same expression, measuring trouble against profit and deciding whether the ratio offended them. He was thick through the shoulders, shaved head shining under a jaundiced bulb, one hand still hidden behind the door where Daniel assumed a weapon or a phone sat waiting for inconvenience. "You Eddie's what?" he asked. Daniel felt Wade's attention sharpen beside him like a hand at the small of his back. "I'm here for Eddie Voss," he said. "I've got 600 to lose." The man's mouth twitched, not quite a smile. "That's enough to get embarrassed." He opened the door wider and jerked his head inside. "Phone stays in your pocket. Mouth stays useful. If Eddie doesn't like your face, you leave with the same money and fewer teeth." Daniel stepped through into a narrow hall that smelled of bleach failing to defeat cigarettes. The restaurant noise vanished behind the second door, replaced by a softer, denser hum made of chips clicking, low voices, and the particular silence men carried when cash was sitting between them. The room beyond was windowless and too bright over the table, dim everywhere else. 6 players. 2 watchers against the wall. 1 waitress with a tray of drinks and the kind of expression that said she had stopped memorizing names because names implied continuity. At the head of the table sat a man in a cream shirt with his sleeves rolled precisely twice, dark hair slicked back, face handsome in the practiced way that took effort to maintain. He looked up as Daniel entered and didn't bother hiding his disappointment. "That's the new lamb?" he asked. The doorman shrugged. "Says he brought 6. Eddie Voss held Daniel's eyes for a beat too long. "You know, hold 'em." Daniel pulled the folded cash from his inside pocket and set it on the felt. "I know losing money is supposed to look easier than this." A couple of the men laughed. Not kindly, but enough to change the room. Eddie glanced at the cash, then at Daniel again, recalculating. "Seat him," he said. "If he starts telling bad beat stories, kill him outside." Wade moved at once, circling behind the players with the focused delight of a priest entering his own church. "Blue jacket bluffs wide with middle pair," he murmured. "Old man on your left limps with trash and thinks it's camouflage. Eddie's the problem. He hates folding to strangers." Daniel sat, took the stack of chips the waitress pushed toward him, and felt his pulse settle into something colder and more useful than fear. Across the table, Eddie smiled a little and said, "First hand's already live, friend. Try not to donate too quickly." Daniel rested his fingertips on the chips and looked at the cards about to come his way. "I'll do my best," he said, and for the first time since the dead had entered his life, he felt the edges of a room arrange themselves in his favor. The first hand folded around Daniel without asking much of him. 7 and 2 off. He let it go before Wade finished saying, "Trash," and took some private satisfaction in not being the only man at the table capable of identifying obvious suffering. Nobody looked at him twice. Chips clicked. Cards moved. Eddie won a medium pot with the calm boredom of a man collecting rent from people who liked pretending they still had options. The second hand came King Jack suited. Wade stopped behind Daniel's chair and said, "Blue jacket's weak. Old man's got nothing but nostalgia. Eddie has ace rag and hates it." Daniel called, watched the flop come jack high, and felt something inside him go cold and clear. It was not courage. It was not faith. It was the simple, predatory relief of knowing where the floorboards gave way in a dark room. Blue Jacket bet first. The old man called with a sigh that sounded theatrical enough to deserve applause. Eddie drummed his fingers once on the felt, annoyed already, then tossed in chips like he was making an insult rather than a decision. Daniel raised just enough to look irritated instead of confident. Blue Jacket folded instantly. Didn't like that, did he? Eddie said. Daniel shrugged. Maybe he remembered somewhere else to be. The old man squinted at him, then at the board, then back at his own cards as if betrayal might become reversible with concentration. You new in town? No, Daniel said. Just new in rooms like this. That usually ends badly, Eddie said, and called the raise. The turn changed nothing Daniel needed and everything the others feared. Wade leaned down close enough that if he'd still had breath Daniel would have felt it. Old man's chasing a story. Eddie thinks you're tired and stupid. Encourage him. Daniel bet again, a touch heavier this time. The old man groaned and folded face up, revealing nothing he had any right to be sentimental about. Eddie stared at Daniel for 3 long seconds, then smiled the way men smiled before making bad choices with full confidence in their own intelligence. You don't look like a gambler, Eddie said. Daniel glanced at the pile in the middle. You don't look worried. That brought another small laugh from the table, enough to make folding feel like a social cost. Eddie called. The river blanked. Daniel turned over his pair of jacks and watched the first real shift move through the room. Not fear. Not yet. But attention. Eddie's face stayed smooth as he mucked his cards, though something ugly flickered at the edge of his mouth. The waitress pushed the pot toward Daniel. The chips made a sweeter sound than they should have. Wade straightened behind him with naked delight. There, he said softly. Now you know what leverage tastes like. After that first pot, the room stopped treating Daniel like temporary furniture. Nobody said it outright, but the glances changed shape. Blue Jacket stopped looking through him. The old man began studying him with the cranky suspicion reserved for strangers who turned out to have hands. Eddie smiled more, which Wade immediately identified as danger. He's annoyed now, Wade said, drifting behind Eddie's shoulder. Good. Annoyed men pay tuition. Daniel took the next 2 hands carefully, folding one and checking another all the way down when Wade told him the table had gone thin and cautious. He could feel the room tightening around him, every small decision carrying more weight because he no longer looked like easy money. The waitress brought him coffee without being asked. It was burnt enough to strip paint, but he drank it gladly. Sober and alert, he could hear everything now. The scrape of chips, the drag of cards, the hitch in a man's breath before a lie. Then Eddie dealt Daniel pocket queens. Wade's grin sharpened. There we are. Blue Jacket opened with a raise big enough to look authoritative and small enough to invite trouble. The old man folded at once. A thick-necked guy 2 seats down called with reluctant bravado. Eddie glanced at his own cards and smoothed the edge of one chip with his thumb. Let's make this a proper welcome, he said, and re-raised. Daniel looked down at the queens once more, not because he needed to, but because performing uncertainty had suddenly become delicious. He counted out chips with deliberate slowness and called. Blue Jacket came along because pride was now involved, and the thick-necked man followed because pride spreads. The flop came queen, 8-3. For one dangerous second Daniel felt the full force of what he had, and Wade caught it on his face at once. Easy, he murmured. Don't grin like a grave robber. Blue Jacket bet hard. The thick-necked man shoved all in with the kind of violence men used when trying to overpower mathematics. Eddie stared at the board, then at Daniel, and called with smooth contempt. It landed on Daniel all at once that Eddie thought he was bullying a sober amateur who'd gotten lucky once and mistaken it for talent. Daniel pushed his stack forward. Blue Jacket cursed softly and folded. The thick-necked man turned over ace-queen and looked relieved for half a second. Eddie showed pocket 8s and smiled at Daniel as if they shared a private joke. Then Daniel laid down trip queens, and the table went so still it almost became reverence. Nobody spoke while the dealer ran the turn and river. They changed nothing. The pot came across in a heavy, beautiful shove of chips that made Daniel's pulse jump in his throat. Eddie sat back slowly, the smile gone now, and said, interesting. Daniel stacked the winnings with fingers that felt far steadier than they had any right to. He could feel Wade beside him, bright with triumph and appetite. Under the shock, under the fear, under the knowledge that he was cheating with the dead in a locked room behind a restaurant, something else arrived clean and undeniable. He liked this. He liked knowing. He liked the edge of it. He liked watching men misjudge him and pay for the privilege. When he finally looked up, Eddie was still watching him with narrowed eyes. "Another round?" Eddie asked. Daniel glanced at the mountain of chips in front of him, then at Wade's eager face, and smiled before he could stop himself. "Yeah," he said. "I think I'm just getting comfortable." 16. Better uses for the dead. Daniel didn't leave Rosita's until well after midnight with his pulse steadier than it had any right to be and a folded wad of cash in his inside pocket thick enough to feel fictional. The alley behind the restaurant smelled even worse than before, but he barely noticed. Neon leaked over the stained wall in tired red pulses. Somewhere out front a woman laughed too hard at something that wasn't funny. Wade came through the door beside him wearing the pleased, sharpened look of a man who'd just watched a favorite horse prove him right. "Well," Wade said, settling into step as Daniel headed for the car. "You learn quick." Daniel unlocked the driver's door but didn't get in yet. He wanted one extra second of standing there with the night around him and the money still real. "You cheated," he said. Wade tipped his head. So did Eddie. He was just doing it the common way. Daniel laughed under his breath and pulled the cash out long enough to count it again under the alley light. After the buy-in and cash out, after the waitress's dead-eyed indifference and Eddie's increasingly narrowed stare, after all the careful folding and the two brutal hands that had changed the room, he was up more than $3,000. It made his hands feel oddly light. Rent money, grocery money, cab fare, space, time. The first breath he'd taken in days that didn't feel borrowed. Alan stood near the rear bumper, pale and damp, watching the cash with no expression Daniel wanted to interpret. "Paradise Wash," he said. Daniel didn't even look at him. "Not now. Little girl's still there." "I said not now." A new voice cut in from the mouth of the alley, female and dry with amusement. "That's no way to speak to the help, sweetheart, especially when he's dead for free." Daniel turned so fast his shoulder hit the roof of the car. A woman stood where the alley opened onto the back lot, one hip tipped, one hand curled around nothing at all. She wore what had once been a black dress and heels too fine for the grease-streaked ground beneath them. One side of her throat was dark with old bruising. Beside her lingered a broad man in a security jacket with half his head caved in and his expression fixed somewhere between suspicion and exhaustion. Daniel stared. "You've got to be kidding." Wade looked from the newcomers to Daniel and smiled slowly. "No," he said. "This is the part one was hoping for." The woman approached with the calm of someone entering a room she already intended to improve. "Name's Nikki," she said. "Big fellow sulking beside me is Leon. We heard there's a man in Vegas making arrangements with the dead and paying attention when it matters." Leon folded his thick arms. "And we've both got information worth money." Daniel looked at Wade, then at Alan, then back at the two strangers waiting in the alley like bad luck with a business proposal attached. The cash in his hand suddenly felt less like a miracle and more like bait. Wade smiled wider. "Told you," he said. "Useful men attract work." For one long second Daniel seriously considered getting in the car, locking the doors, and pretending the alley had reached maximum ghost capacity for the night. Then Nikki smiled at him with the cool patience of a woman who had watched men try worse evasions with less success, and Leon shifted his weight beside her with the heavy, grounded presence of somebody who had once been very difficult to move when alive. Daniel shoved the cash back into his jacket. "You people line up now?" he asked. "Is there a ticket system? A clipboard? Should I start handing out numbers?" Nikki glanced at Wade. "He's funny when frightened. That helps." "He's funnier when broke," Wade said. Leon looked Daniel up and down, then at the restaurant door behind him. "He did good in there," he said. His voice carried the thick, flat scrape of damage. "Didn't panic. Didn't drink. That's enough to make a rumor." Daniel stared at him. "Rumor to who?" Nikki spread her hands slightly, taking in the alley, the city beyond it, the whole invisible crowd Daniel had only just begun to understand. To the dead, darling. You're not the only one who hears things now. She tipped her head toward Wade. He gets found. He gets dug up. He gets his ring back. You walk out of a locked room with Eddie Voss's money in your pocket and a live pulse instead of a slit throat. You think that doesn't travel? It hit Daniel then, not as mysticism but as logistics. Ghosts watched. Ghosts lingered. Ghosts carried scraps of story from corner to corner while the living slept or lied or counted chips under bad lighting. He felt a small, cold thrill move through him beneath the fatigue. Information spread fast in cities. Apparently death hadn't improved discretion. Alan stood beyond Nikki's shoulder, damp and urgent. Paradise Wash, he said again. Nikki glanced back at him, then returned her gaze to Daniel. That one's not wrong, by the way. He's boring, but he's not wrong. Daniel pinched the bridge of his nose. I'm getting that from all sides. Terrific. He looked at Leon. What exactly are you offering? Leon's ruined face tightened. Storage unit, he said. North side. Manager skims from the dead and the desperate. Keeps cash off books. Jewelry too. Nikki lifted one shoulder. And I can tell you which rooms on this street rent by the hour, which men pay in cash, which wives are being lied to, which husbands are lying badly, and which hotel safes hold things their owners would rather report stolen than explain. There are better uses for the dead than standing in kitchens repeating ourselves. Wade gave Daniel a pleased look, like a talent scout watching the second act assemble itself on schedule. Daniel looked from one ghost to the next and felt the night opening wider under his feet. Alan had grief. Wade had gambling. Now these two had inventory. What do you want in return? He asked. Nikki's smile thinned, elegant and hard. To be heard, she said. And eventually handled properly. Same as the rest of us. But first, sweetheart, let's discuss rates. Daniel actually laughed at that, short and tired and too close to real amusement for comfort. He leaned back against the car door with the cash still warm in his pocket and looked at the four ghosts arranged in the alley as if he'd somehow stumbled into the worst management seminar in Nevada. Rates, he said. You're dead. Nikki's smile didn't move. And you're new. Let's not make either of us say the obvious twice. Wade folded his arms and looked delighted. She's right. Information's only free when it's worthless. Alan stepped forward, water dark and urgent. The girl isn't worthless. Daniel's head turned toward him with a snap of irritation so fast it surprised even him. I didn't say she was. Then he heard his own tone, saw the way Alan recoiled, and hated the flicker of guilt only because it slowed things down. He rubbed at his jaw and forced the moment flat again. I'm saying one thing at a time. Leon shifted his weight, heavy boots silent on the grease-stained ground. Storage units clean money, he said. Not theory. Not maybe. I can walk you to the right row, right door, right lock. His ruined brow tightened. Manager's name is Kurt Blevins. Keeps skim in Unit C-19 because he thinks nobody notices what desperate people lose. Nikki tipped her head. And after that, I can improve your social education. You've been thinking much too small. Men lose fortunes to lust, vanity, secrecy, and panic every night in this city. Wives hire investigators. Husbands hire liars. Hotel staff pretend not to see what everyone sees. There is an entire economy built on people believing their hidden life stays hidden. Wade looked at Daniel as if he'd personally arranged the music. Hear that? You're standing in a gold mine with a hangover. Daniel let that settle for a second. Alan had a dead child in a wash. Leon had a crooked manager with off-book cash. Nikki had hotel rooms, secrets, safes, names. One path led to horror, police, questions, and nothing in his hand by morning. The other paths led to leverage. Actual leverage. He could feel the choice hardening inside him with sickening ease. Fine, he said at last. Here's how this works. He pointed at Wade first. You already got paid, so you advise and shut up when I say shut up. Then at Leon. You take me to C-19 tomorrow. Then at Nikki. You bring me one lead worth cash, not gossip, and I'll listen. Finally he looked at Alan, who watched him with the expression of a man seeing the answer before the question had fully been asked. And you wait. Alan stared. She's still there. Daniel opened the car door. Then she'll still be there tomorrow. The words hit the alley and stayed there. Wade smiled faintly. Nikki studied Daniel with cool approval. Leon gave one slow nod, the kind men gave when a deal had turned ugly but clear. Alan said nothing more. Daniel got into the car, shut the door, and for the first time since the dead had found him, began sorting them not by pain, but by yield. By the time Daniel got home, the eastern edge of the sky had begun to pale again, and the house looked exactly like a place that had been left by people who meant the leaving to stand. The porch light was off. Mara's car was gone. The front room still held the stale smell of yesterday's television heat and the clean laundry detergent that clung to things she had packed around. Daniel stood in the kitchen with the fresh cash spread on the table, and the 4 ghosts arranged around him like a committee nobody living had been foolish enough to elect. He counted once, then again, because numbers had become the only part of the last 24 hours that behaved properly. Wade watched with private satisfaction. Nikki leaned against the counter with her arms folded, posture perfect despite the bruised shadow still banding one side of her throat. Leon stood by the back door like hired security for a meeting that had already gone wrong. Alan remained nearest the sink, damp and silent, his eyes fixed on Daniel with a patience that was beginning to feel less like grief and more like accusation. Daniel finished counting and let out a breath. "Right," he said. "New rule." Wade smiled. "You say that like there was an old rule." "There is now," Daniel said. He pulled a notepad from the junk drawer, tore off the page covered in Ellie's old crayon loops, and found a pen. He wrote at the top in block capitals he immediately hated, then scratched them out and started again properly. "1 ghost talks at a time." Nikki's mouth curved. "Sensible. You looked half a heartbeat from a nervous collapse in that alley." "I was half a heartbeat from running you over," Daniel said. He wrote the first line and added another beneath it. "If I ask a question, I get an answer that contains facts, not drama." Alan flinched. "The girl in the wash is facts." Daniel didn't look up. "It's also not tonight." Leon watched the pen move across the page. "What's the second rule?" Daniel paused, then wrote it before he could think too hard. "Useful first." Silence met that one. Not shocked silence. Worse. Confirmed silence. Wade looked pleased. Nikki looked unsurprised. Leon just nodded once, like a man hearing a door lock exactly where he expected it. Only Alan changed, the water-dark misery in his face tightening into something that almost resembled betrayal. Daniel kept writing because stopping would have meant feeling it. "You bring me something I can verify, something I can use, something that leads somewhere real, and I listen. You waste my time, you wait outside. You start shouting over each other, I leave." Nikki tilted her head. "And what do we get?" Daniel set the pen down and looked at the 4 of them in the weak kitchen light, at the bruises, the damp cloth, the ruined skull, the gambler's hat, the whole impossible workforce gathering itself around his table. He thought of the money in neat stacks beneath his hand. He thought of the empty bedrooms. He thought of the girl Alan kept dragging up from the concrete and rocks. "You get heard," he said. "Eventually." Wade laughed softly. "There," he said. "That's the first honest business plan you've had all night." Daniel folded the page and slid it into his wallet behind the cash. Then he looked at Leon first. "Tell me about Unit C-19, he said. 17. Buried cash. Daniel's rules lasted until mid-morning before one of the dead tried to renegotiate them. He was at the kitchen table with cold coffee, a notepad, and the creeping satisfaction of a man who had mistaken a list for control. The ghosts he'd allowed near the house were meant to wait their turn, speak clearly, and stop crowding him while he shaved, pissed, or tried to eat toast without somebody bleeding in the doorway. Wade had laughed at the notepad. Nikki had read over his shoulder and called Rule 3, ambitious, given the clientele. Alan had stood by the back door in wet silence, looking as if none of this administrative nonsense did much for drowned men or dead children in concrete channels. Leon arrived through the garage wall like a man already offended by the building. He was narrow, dark-haired, and dressed in what had once been decent work clothes before death had pressed dust, blood, and old neglect into them permanently. One side of his jacket hung wrong where the shoulder had been smashed. He took in the table, the coffee, the pad, and Daniel's expression with quick professional contempt. "You hear me," he said. "Good. Then stop wasting time on the sob stories. I can make your day worth getting out of bed for." Daniel looked him over, then glanced at Wade, who had gone still in the chair by the window. Nikki, lounging on the counter in a skirt that had probably cost more alive than Daniel's monthly groceries, smiled without warmth. That line usually means buried cash, jewelry in walls, or a husband with terrible habits, she said. "I'm hoping for cash. It's less embarrassing." Leon ignored her. His eyes stayed on Daniel. "You want proof this isn't a one-night card trick? I've got it. Real money. Not somebody's toolbox emergency fund. Not poker chips turned into rent. Folded, hidden, forgotten cash. Mine." Until breathing men developed opinions. Daniel leaned back in the chair and let the silence stretch just long enough to feel like leverage. That new instinct pleased him more than it should have. "If it was yours, why didn't you collect it?" Leon's mouth twitched once. "Because the second-story window came faster than I expected." He tapped 2 fingers against the flattened side of his jacket. "Also because dying complicates retrieval." Wade let out a dry breath that might have passed for approval. "That at least sounds like a man worth hearing." Alan shifted by the door. "The girl in the wash is still there." Daniel didn't look at him. He kept his eyes on Leon instead, because that was easier, cleaner, and more profitable. "Where is it?" Leon smiled then, small and sharp and entirely free of gratitude. "That," he said, "depends on whether your new rules include fair compensation." Leon's smile stayed in place just long enough to be irritating. Daniel looked at the dead thief across the kitchen table, then at the others, and understood that this was the next version of the same problem. The ghosts were already learning what he had learned. Information had value. Value invited terms. Daniel folded his arms. "Fair compensation," he said. "You're dead. Adjust your expectations." Nikki laughed softly from the counter. "That's charmingly direct, but he does have a point. If you want quality work, Daniel, you can't treat every soul like a panicked interruption." Alan shifted by the back door, wet and drawn and miserable enough to make the room feel colder. "The girl is still there," he said. "Nobody's found her." Daniel ignored him with effort. The effort cost him more than he liked. He looked at Leon instead and said, "What do you want?" Leon's good shoulder lifted in a small shrug. "Recognition that this is business, not charity. You find what I hid. You don't pocket everything and send me to the back of the line while the cowboy grins over cards and the drowned man drips guilt on the floor." He glanced at Wade with quick dislike. "I want priority. I want you to hear me when I speak. And when the time comes, I want you to find out who took the rest." Wade's expression sharpened. "That sounds like revenge trying on bookkeeping." "It sounds like theft," Leon said. "I object on principle." Daniel rubbed at his jaw and felt the stale grit of bad sleep and no peace. He should have said no. He should have told Leon to wait, gone after Alan's channel, done one decent thing before the day bent around money again. Instead he heard himself ask, "How much are we talking?" Leon smiled properly then, a quick flash of satisfaction that made him look more alive than any ghost had a right to. "Enough that you'll stop pretending poker might have been luck." 20 minutes later Daniel was parked behind a shuttered upholstery place off Tropicana, staring at a row of service garages with peeling numbers and rusted roller doors. The morning had gone white and sharp. Heat bounced off the concrete hard enough to make his eyes ache. Leon stood outside Unit 12 with his hands in his pockets, as calm as if he were arriving for work. "Third bay from the end," Leon said. "The owner rented it cash and forgot to ask questions. I used the place to cool things off when they were too hot to move home." Daniel got out and looked at the old brass padlock hanging from the bay door. "You hid money in a storage unit. That's disappointingly ordinary." Leon's mouth twitched. "I wasn't hiding it from the police. I was hiding it from friends." Wade leaned against Daniel's car and tipped his hat back. "That line always ends well." Leon ignored him and pointed toward the side wall inside the narrow service gap between units. "Go around. Loose cinderblock, knee height, painted over twice. Behind it there's a coffee tin. Not romantic, but then neither was falling out a second-story window. Daniel found the block exactly where Leon said it would be. The paint had cracked at one corner in a line too straight to be natural. He crouched, dug his fingers into the edge, and pulled. Dust spilled into his palm. Behind the block sat an old metal tin with a red plastic lid. His pulse kicked hard before he even opened it. Then he lifted the lid and stared at stacks of folded bills bound with rubber bands gone brittle from the heat. For a second Daniel only stared at the money because his body had gone stupid around it. The tin was half full, maybe more. Not poker luck. Not one dead man's special trick at a backroom table. Real cash, folded and hidden and forgotten until a ghost dragged him to the wall that held it. He reached in and touched the top bundle with dirty fingertips, as if contact might prove whether this was another miracle or just a better class of delusion. "It's real," Leon said. He sounded offended by Daniel's hesitation. "Count it later. Move it now." Daniel looked over his shoulder. "You say that like somebody's coming." Leon's expression didn't change. "Because somebody's always coming. That's what storage rows and hidden cash have in common." Wade stepped away from the car and gave the tin a long, appreciative look. "Well," he said, "that's a sight with genuine moral flexibility." Daniel pulled the tin free and felt the weight of it settle into both hands. Too heavy for chance. Too useful for comfort. He stood there in the narrow gap between concrete walls with dust on his palms and money against his chest, and something in his understanding shifted hard enough to hurt. Wade had been one deal. Alan was a drowned man with a child in a channel. Leon had a wall full of cash and a dead grievance. None of them were alike except in the one way that mattered. The city had kept their secrets after it killed them. Now the secrets were talking. Alan's wet voice came from behind him, low and strained. "The girl is still there." Daniel shut the lid and turned. Alan stood at the mouth of the service gap, pale and dripping in the white heat, while Leon hovered beside the wall and Wade watched everything with that half-amused stillness of his. 3 ghosts. 3 demands. 3 different kinds of value pressing on the same afternoon. Daniel felt the shape of it then, not as horror but as structure. Hidden cash. Buried bones. Dead children. Affairs. Lies. Stolen goods. Forgotten safes. Men killed by friends. Women left in rooms. The whole city was layered with the uncollected leverage of the dead. Leon saw the realization land and smiled without pleasure. "There it is," he said. "You thought you had one cowboy and a tragic puddle. What you've got is a market." Wade tipped his hat back. "Ugly word," he said. "Accurate one." Daniel looked down at the tin in his hands and felt greed arrive cleaner than guilt. "Not bigger. Just cleaner. How many more of you are there?" he asked. Leon gave a short laugh. "Enough to keep you busy until the day somebody plants you in a wall yourself." A car turned into the lot at the far end of the row. Daniel snapped the tin against his chest at once. The engine noise rose between the garages, ordinary and immediate, and Wade's expression sharpened. "Move," he said. "You can have your revelation in the car." Daniel moved before the second car had fully turned into the row. He shoved the tin under his arm, jammed the loose cinderblock back into place with his foot, and came out of the service gap trying to look like a man who belonged behind a dead upholstery shop in broad daylight. The effect was spoiled somewhat by the fact that he was sweating through his shirt and clutching a hidden fortune in a coffee tin with a red plastic lid. Wade had already drifted to the passenger side of the car, calm as a man waiting on valet. Leon stayed near the garages, watching the approaching vehicle with the flat patience of someone who had once learned exactly how fast ordinary trouble could become the last trouble. "Don't run," Leon said. "Running makes people remember faces." Daniel got the driver's door open and slid inside. "Useful note," he muttered. "Maybe lead with that next time." The car at the far end of the row slowed near Unit 14. A thick-set man in mirrored sunglasses climbed out with keys in one hand and a cardboard box under the other arm. He glanced Daniel's way, saw one more tired bastard in a sun-struck parking strip, and looked away again. That anonymity landed almost as hard as the money had. Daniel started the engine, backed out with more care than he felt, and drove to the end of the row before his pulse stopped trying to kick through his ribs. Only when he turned onto the main road did he set the tin on the passenger seat. The red lid looked absurdly innocent in the light. Wade tipped his hat back and looked down at it with open approval. "You've got a better eye for employment than I first gave you credit for." Alan appeared in the back seat, wet cuffs dripping onto upholstery that stayed stubbornly dry. "The girl is still there," he said. Daniel kept his eyes on the road. "Yes," he said, "so is the money." That shut nobody up, but it made the hierarchy plain. He pulled into the cracked lot behind an abandoned car wash, killed the engine, and finally counted. $12,400, folded in tired bundles that smelled faintly of metal, dust, and old paper. His hands shook again, but not from withdrawal this time. This was a cleaner tremor. Rent, food, a motel if Mara meant what she'd said. Bills, breathing room, options. Leon leaned into the open window, pleased without ever becoming likable. "Told you it wasn't toolbox money." Daniel looked at the stacks in his lap and felt the last weak version of his conscience try to speak up about police reports, next of kin, rightful ownership, dead thieves not constituting legal transfer. Then he thought of Ellie's shoes by the door, Mara's face when the patrol car stopped outside, and the humiliating arithmetic of being a grown man one bad week from sleeping under concrete. He put the money back in the tin, closed the lid, and slid it onto the floor behind his seat. "No receipts," he said. Wade smiled. "Now you're learning." Daniel started the car again and drove with the tin rattling softly behind him like a new part of his life settling into place. 18. Building the crew. By the time Daniel got home with Leon's coffee tin rattling behind the driver's seat, the house already felt less like a refuge than an address the dead had learned to share. He carried the tin inside under one arm, locked the door out of reflex, and set it on the kitchen table where Mara used to sort school forms and coupons and the little practical debris of a life he had managed to break with boring efficiency. The sight of the money there, real and folded and heavy, gave him a hard, mean pulse of satisfaction before guilt could get purchase. Then he looked up and saw 3 new ghosts in the kitchen doorway, waiting their turn with the bleak patience of customers at a government counter. Wade tipped his hat from the chair by the window as if this were his house now. "Told you," he said. "Nothing draws the dead like proof of service." Leon stood near the sink with both hands in his pockets, expression smug enough to deserve violence. Alan hovered by the back door, wet and strained and looking no less miserable for having been ignored all day. Behind them waited a woman with a split lip and a grocery clerk's apron, and beside her a bald man in a mechanic's shirt holding one crushed hand against his chest as if death had not fully convinced him to unclench. Daniel stared at the line and felt something in him recoil, then reorganize. "No," he said. The mechanic frowned. "No what?" "No all of you at once." Daniel pointed at the table, then at the room beyond it, discovering the shape of the thing as he spoke. "No crowding me in the kitchen. No talking over each other. No bleeding in the doorway like you're auditioning for priority." The woman with the split lip blinked at him. Leon's mouth twitched. Wade smiled slowly, the bastard enjoying himself. Alan took one step forward. "The girl is still there." Daniel rounded on him at once. "Yes, Alan. I heard you the first 20 times. He dragged a hand through his hair and forced himself to look at the others instead of the one ghost who made him feel worst. "Here's how this works. Wade talks because he's useful. Leon talks because he pays. Alan talks when I ask him direct questions and not every 30 seconds in that same voice. The rest of you wait." The mechanic drew himself up. "You don't get to rank us." Daniel flipped the coffee tin lid open just enough for the bundles inside to show, then snapped it shut again. The sound landed in the room like a decision. "Apparently," he said, "I do." Silence followed, thick and immediate. Even Alan stopped. Wade leaned back in his chair with visible approval. Leon looked pleased in the most irritating way possible. The woman in the apron folded her arms and muttered, "Well, that's ugly." Daniel pulled out a kitchen chair and sat with the tin under one hand like a petty king on a collapsing throne. The house was still wrong without Mara and Ellie in it. The hurt of that sat under everything, sour and hot. But over it, cleaner than he liked, came something else. Order. Not moral order. Working order. A new voice drifted from the hall, female, amused, and sharper than the rest. If this is the admissions process, she said, you need better standards. The woman stepped into the kitchen as if the house had once belonged to her and she was mildly disappointed by what the living had done with it since. She was tall, dark-haired, and so sharply put together that death had not managed to make her careless. The dress was black, expensive once, and cut for rooms with better lighting than Daniel's kitchen. One strap hung broken. Bruises darkened one side of her throat, and a narrow line of dried blood had stiffened in her hair near the temple, but none of it took the edge off her. If anything, it made her look more exact. Wade gave a low whistle. Well, there's refinement for you. She ignored him and looked straight at Daniel. Nicolette Durand, she said. Nicky, if you insist on sounding like a man who says, dull, unironically. I worked hotels, private parties, and men with more appetite than conscience. Which means, unlike your current applicants, I might actually be useful indoors. Leon made a small sound of offense. I'm useful indoors. You're useful in walls, Nicky said. Different specialty. The mechanic snorted. Even Alan, wet and miserable by the back door, seemed briefly distracted from the child in the wash. Daniel watched the room shift around the new arrival and understood at once why. Wade brought momentum. Leon brought cash. Nicky brought social gravity. She made the others feel less like a mob and more like caste. Daniel leaned back in his chair and said, what do you want? Nicky's smile was thin and unamused. Direct. Good. I want continued access, first of all. I've spent 3 nights being shouted over by men with burial issues and gambling nostalgia. Second, I want a listening slot before desperation lowers your standards any further. Third, I want you to understand that rich men tell the truth most clearly when they think the woman in the room is part of the furniture. Wade tipped his hat toward her. See, professional. Daniel looked from Wade to Leon to Alan and then back to Nicky. The arrangement was beginning to show itself whether he liked the taste of it or not. Wade read men. Leon found things. Alan carried the uglier truths Daniel kept trying to postpone. And this woman, if she was what she claimed, knew shame in its natural habitat. The mechanic cleared his throat. You're really doing this, then? Daniel glanced at him. Doing what? Building a damned office. The word office caught oddly in the room. Not holy. Not grand. Worse, somehow, plausible. Daniel looked at the coffee tin under his hand, at the waiting dead, at Nicky's assessing eyes, and felt the idea settle with unpleasant ease. Not an office, he said. Nicky raised one eyebrow. Then call it what you like. But if I'm staying, I'm not queuing behind men who only know dirt, cards, and sorrow. Alan spoke at once, raw and immediate. The girl is still there. Nicky turned her head toward him with visible irritation. And that, she said to Daniel, is why you need structure before the house fills up completely. Daniel looked around the kitchen and realized, with a kind of cold disgust, that Nicky was right. The house was becoming a hallway with no doors on it. The dead came in talking, dripping, bleeding, demanding, and repeating themselves until every room felt borrowed. If he was going to keep hearing them, and if they were going to keep proving useful, then this could not go on as a swarm. He stood up from the table. The chair legs scraped the floor hard enough to stop the muttering at once. Fine, he said, we do structure. Wade smiled like a man watching a racehorse realize it enjoyed the gait. Leon folded his arms and looked smug. Nicky only waited, which Daniel found more irritating than either of them. Alan hovered by the back door in silent distress, his wet cuffs hanging straight. Daniel pointed at the living room. Waiting ghosts stay out there unless called. No crowding my bedroom. No appearing in the bathroom unless somebody is actively buried under the house or I'm on fire. No touching things just to prove you can. No shouting over each other. If I'm talking to one of you, the others shut up. The mechanic frowned. And if we don't? Daniel looked at the coffee tin, then back at him. Then I stop listening. Completely. You can scream yourself hoarse in the wallpaper. That's bluff, the mechanic said. No, Nikki said before Daniel could answer. She tilted her head, studying him with professional cool. It isn't. He's selfish enough to mean it. Daniel should have been offended. Instead he found himself nodding. Correct. Next rule. Useful ghosts get priority. Wade reads people. Leon finds money and hidden things. Nikki gets first pass on hotel jobs, party jobs, rich men, blackmail, affairs, lies people tell in expensive rooms. Alan gets questioned when I need facts on the wash and not before. Alan's face tightened. There's a child there. I know, Daniel said, sharper than he meant to. He dragged a hand down his face and forced his voice flatter. And if you want me functional enough to deal with that, you stop tearing at my sleeve every 10 seconds and answer when asked. For a moment Alan looked like he might keep pushing. Then something in Daniel's face must have convinced him otherwise, because he lowered his head and went still. Wade's tone turned almost admiring. Listen to that. You've gone from haunted to managerial in under a week. Daniel ignored him and looked at the others. Last rule. You want my help, you bring specifics. Names. Places. Doors. Cars. Hiding spots. Not feelings. Not fog. Not endless tragic atmosphere. The woman in the apron folded her arms. That's very inhuman. Daniel looked around the kitchen, at the waiting dead, at the money under his hand, at the empty spaces Mara and Ellie had left behind, and felt the ugliness of it settle into something terribly workable. Yes, he said, that's the idea. For a few seconds after Daniel said it, nobody argued. That was the first proof the rules had weight. The kitchen stayed still in a way it hadn't since the dead started treating his life like an unattended lobby. The mechanic looked sullen. The woman in the apron looked insulted. Alan stood by the back door with misery pressed tight under his skin. Wade wore the expression of a man watching Vice discover paperwork. Nikki, annoyingly, looked almost pleased. Then the mechanic ruined it by stepping closer to the table. I've got a lockbox in a crawl space off Harmon, he said. Cash, watches, one gun, no cereal. I tell you where, you get me the ring off my sister before her husband pawns it. Leon gave a short laugh. See, he listened. Daniel held up one hand without looking at the mechanic. Out, he said, pointing at the living room. You wait until I call you back. The mechanic stared, offended into silence. You serious? Yes. Nikki tilted her head toward the doorway. That was not a complicated instruction. The mechanic muttered something Daniel chose not to hear and went. The woman in the apron followed after a last dirty look, which Daniel took as a surprising personal victory. The room changed immediately. Less noise. Fewer demands pressing at once. The air itself seemed easier to sort. Wade let out a soft breath. Well, I'll be damned all over again. It works. Of course it works, Nikki said. Most creatures will accept hierarchy if it's enforced early and without apology. Daniel looked at her. You talking about ghosts or men? Her smile sharpened. Yes. Alan shifted by the door. The child. Daniel rubbed a thumb along the edge of the coffee tin and felt the money inside it like a second pulse. Not comfort. Potential. Wade could make him richer. Leon could make the city open in useful places. Nikki could turn rooms full of secrets into inventory. Alan was still there, still hurting, still dragging that wash behind him like a chain Daniel did not want around his ankle yet. He knew what that said about him. He also knew what rent cost. He looked at Wade first. Poker stays with you. Wade touched 2 fingers to his hat. Naturally. Daniel turned to Leon. Hidden cash, walls, crawl spaces, panic stashes, all of that comes through you. Leon nodded once, satisfied. Then Daniel looked at Nikki. Hotels, parties, rich men, escorts, affairs, all the expensive lies come through you. But if I find out you're burying details for leverage, I drop you. Nikki's eyes brightened with something almost like respect. That's fairer than most arrangements I had alive. Alan took 1/2 step forward. Daniel stopped him with a look. You come last, he said. Not because you matter least. Because you matter in ways that will wreck the whole day if I start there. Alan stared at him, wounded and understanding all at once. That was worse than anger. Daniel felt it land and stepped over it anyway. He closed the coffee tin, slid it toward himself, and looked around the kitchen with a grim, private satisfaction. He did not bother dressing up as anything noble. The dead were no longer a swarm. They were becoming departments. And God help him, that felt better than it should have. 19. Envelopes. The house went quiet in the wrong way after Daniel sent the waiting ghosts out of the kitchen and kept only Wade and Alan near enough to hear if they tried anything clever. He stood for a moment with both hands on the back of a chair, looking at the table where Mara used to sort school letters, pharmacy receipts, and the cheap practical paperwork of a life that had once run in the open. Tonight the surface held cash instead. Poker money, hidden cash money, folded notes in stained bundles and cleaner stacks, all of it smelling faintly of dust, metal, and other people's bad decisions. Ellie's crayons still sat by the television in a plastic cup with one red stub chewed at the end, and Daniel hated the fact that the sight of them made him move faster, as if speed could keep shame from catching him. He went to the junk drawer, found a pack of old white envelopes, and came back with a marker. He stood there for a second with the cap between his teeth, then pulled it off and wrote on the first envelope in hard block letters. Bills. The second got operating. The third got emergency. He stopped before the fourth, staring at the blank paper until Wade shifted in the chair by the window and gave him that dry, patient look that always made murder feel briefly reasonable. "You've got the face of a man inventing religion," Wade said. "Either name the envelope or admit you'd rather drink." Daniel wrote Mara on the front with more pressure than the paper deserved. "You talk too much for someone who doesn't breathe." Wade tipped his hat back and glanced at the next blank. "That one's obvious." Daniel didn't answer him. He picked up another envelope and wrote Ellie more carefully than the others, the letters slower, smaller, almost neat. That one hurt in a way the others hadn't. Mara's name felt like debt. Ellie's felt like witness. He put both aside and reached for the last envelope. For a second he thought about writing sorry on it and hated himself so quickly for the thought that he snorted under his breath. Then he wrote later and dropped the marker on the table. Alan stood near the back door, wet cuffs hanging straight, looking at the envelopes as if Daniel had laid out body tags. "Money won't fix what you broke," he said. Daniel began sorting without looking at him, stacking notes by instinct and dread. "No," he said, "but rent still exists. Groceries still exist. School shoes still exist." Alan's face tightened. "That isn't the same thing." Daniel slid bills into bills, then paused with a thicker stack in his hand before putting it into Mara. "I know it isn't," he said. "That's why there are different envelopes." Wade watched him feed the money into paper mouths one stack at a time. "Ugly system," he said. Daniel looked at Mara, Ellie, and later sitting side by side on the table like a private indictment, then reached for the next bundle anyway. "It's still a system," he said. Daniel kept sorting long after the first sensible division was made, because stopping would have meant looking too closely at what he was doing. Bills took one stack, then another. Operating got enough to keep gas in the car, food in the fridge, and a little room between himself and panic. Emergency sat thinner than he liked, which felt appropriate. Every pile looked meaner once it had a name on it. Loose cash on a table could still pretend to be luck. Cash sealed inside white paper started looking like character. He slid another fold of notes into Mara and felt his hand hesitate before the paper swallowed them. That envelope had weight now. Not enough to count as repair. Not enough even to count as fairness, after months of lying, drinking, and coming home carrying excuses instead of wages. But it was money he could have put anywhere else, and the fact that he noticed that it all made him feel cheaper than the bills themselves. He remembered setting pay down openly on this same table once, back when the worst thing about money had been whether the electric would clear before the weekend. Mara would sit with a pen tucked behind one ear, adding columns in a notebook while Ellie colored beside her and asked whether numbers got bored if adults looked at them too long. Daniel had hated those nights then for how ordinary they felt. Now the memory landed like a punishment. Wade watched him from the window chair with one ankle over his knee. "You're doing the thing again," he said. Daniel kept his eyes on the envelopes. "What thing?" "The part where you mistake arithmetic for atonement." Wade nodded toward Mara and Ellie. "You're not sorting cash. You're trying to build a bridge out of paper." Alan shifted by the back door, water dark and disapproving. He knows that. Does he? Wade asked. He keeps feeding the same illusion. Daniel pushed a smaller bundle into Ellie and flattened the envelope with his palm. I'm not under the impression this buys forgiveness. Wade's expression stayed dry. Good. Because if forgiveness had a market rate, you couldn't afford it yet. That one landed, and Alan, to Daniel's surprise, almost smiled. Daniel looked down at Ellie in his own blocky handwriting and felt something tighten low in his chest. School shoes, a winter coat later on, a birthday he would probably miss if things kept breaking at this speed. He imagined Mara opening the envelope and seeing dirty cash where groceries should have been, seeing effort twisted into insult because she had no way to know which part of it was love and which part was rot. Alan spoke more quietly this time. She won't trust where it came from. Daniel picked up the last loose notes and fed them into later. No, he said, but I trust where it was going if I left it in my pocket, and that's worse. The envelopes sat on the table long after Daniel stopped touching them, and that turned out to be the problem. Bills, operating, emergency, Mara, Ellie, later. Once the money had names, it started accusing him in a language arithmetic couldn't fix. Mara and Ellie looked worst of all. White paper with his own blocky handwriting on the front, as if he could reduce what he had broken to labeled portions and call that effort. He stood over them with his hands on his hips, jaw tight, and understood that paper hidden in a drawer would feel like cowardice by morning. Wade saw it first. Of course he did. He tipped his chair back and studied Daniel with narrow amusement. You've moved past envelopes, he said. Now you want something with ribbons, because shame likes props. Daniel grabbed Mara and Ellie off the table and shoved them into his jacket. I want something they can actually use. Alan's wet gaze lifted from the back door. Money is something they can use. Not like this, Daniel said. He took his keys from the counter and headed for the hall before either of them could say anything more useful than true. This looks hidden. It looks guilty. Wade rose and followed him with the easy pace of a man who had never once had to explain a bad idea to a wife. And a panic-bought present looks noble. Daniel locked the front door behind him and went to the car. It looks like effort. It looks like you're trying to buy a different ending to the same conversation, Alan said, appearing in the back seat before Daniel had even started the engine. Daniel drove anyway. The city came at him in strip malls, pharmacy lights, children's stores, and all the ordinary places a husband ought to have been able to enter without feeling like an intruder in his own species. He pulled into a shopping center and sat for a second under the pink wash of a cosmetics sign while Wade looked out through the windscreen with growing interest. This is getting worse before it gets better, Wade said. It isn't getting better, Daniel muttered, climbing out. Inside the first shop, air conditioning and soft music hit him together. Shelves of candles, bath sets, framed signs, and expensive apology arranged as taste lined the walls. A saleswoman in a fitted black blouse appeared almost immediately, smiling the smile of someone trained to convert guilt into product. Shopping for someone special? She asked. Daniel glanced at the display table nearest him and saw a silver bracelet, 2 perfumes, and a cream scarf folded like a peace offering. Mara would hate half of it and distrust all of it. He knew that instantly and still kept looking. My wife, he said. And my daughter. The woman brightened. That's lovely. We've got beautiful gift bundles if you want something thoughtful. Wade drifted beside a glass shelf and gave Daniel a thin smile. There's your word. Thoughtful. Hear how much easier that sounds than compromised. Daniel picked up the scarf, felt the softness, and pictured Mara opening it with that tired, guarded face she wore now, already suspicious of the money behind the gesture. He set it down again. I need something better than lovely, he said quietly, and the saleswoman's smile faltered just enough to make him realize he wasn't talking to her at all. Daniel left the scarf where it was, muttered something polite enough to the saleswoman, and walked out with nothing except the hardening certainty that adult gifts were traps. Perfume could be wrong. Jewelry could be red as gilt polished to a shine. Candles and bath sets belonged to husbands who had forgotten anniversaries, not men who had frightened their wives into taking their child somewhere safer. By the time he crossed the shopping center toward the children's store at the far end, he was already angrier with himself than when he'd walked in. The toy shop windows were full of plastic brightness and soft animals with oversized eyes. Ellie would have loved half of it. That made the doorway feel worse, not better. Daniel stood there a second too long until Wade, beside the window display of boxed dolls, said, "If you freeze up outside every shop, we'll be here till Christmas." Daniel went in anyway. The store smelled of rubber, paper, and that sweet synthetic scent all children's places seemed to share. Shelves rose in cheerful rows around him, all of it too loud and too hopeful. He found himself reaching almost at random at first. A drawing set because Ellie still pressed too hard with crayons and got angry when they snapped. A plush fox because she'd once dragged Mara across 2 aisles in a supermarket just to show her one printed on a cereal box. Then a cardigan in her size from the small clothing rack at the back, soft blue, practical enough to count as real care. The pile in his arms grew before he could stop it. A young clerk with a silver stud in her nose smiled when she saw the stack. "Birthday?" she asked. Daniel looked down at the fox tucked under the cardigan and realized he didn't know what answer made him sound least pathetic. "Something like that," he said. "She's a lucky kid," the clerk said, scanning the things one by one. "Do you want gift wrap?" Wade, watching from the end of the till, gave Daniel a look full of dry warning. Daniel pictured bright paper, ribbons, a bag set into Mara's hands like evidence that he still thought presentation could do moral work. "No," he said too quickly. Then, softer, "No, just the bag." He added the cardigan at the last second, then doubled back and bought a leather wallet from the pharmacy 2 doors down because Mara's old one had been splitting at the seams for months. It wasn't romantic. That was the point. When he finally got back to the car, the passenger seat held one plain store bag for Ellie, one smaller one for Mara, and the 2 envelopes still tucked inside his jacket. Daniel sat behind the wheel looking at them until the shopping center lights reflected in the windscreen like a row of little accusations. Wade settled into the passenger seat and glanced at the bags. "Ugly habit starting there," he said. Daniel started the engine and kept his eyes ahead. "Yeah," he said. "I know." 20. The Eye in the Glass. Daniel slept badly and woke meaner for it. The house had not quieted so much as obeyed. That was different, and he felt it at once. The dead were still there, but now their presence arranged itself around his rules instead of leaking into every corner at random. Wade occupied the armchair like an entitled uncle. Leon stayed near the kitchen when called and vanished toward the garage when not. Nikki had taken to leaning in reflective surfaces with irritating elegance, as though mirrors owed her courtesy. Alan remained at the edges, waiting in a silence that made Daniel feel accused even when the ghost said nothing at all. He stood at the bathroom sink with cold water on his face and stared at himself in the mirror long enough to resent the man staring back. His beard had gone from rough to neglect. His eyes looked bruised from the inside. Behind him, in the dim hallway beyond the open door, Nikki drifted into view and folded her arms. "You need to do something about the face," she said. "Men with money don't hand over secrets to someone who looks like he sleeps under an overpass." Daniel reached for the razor. "That's comforting. It's accurate." He dragged the blade down one cheek with more care than his mood deserved. The bathroom light buzzed faintly overhead. His own reflection moved as expected, tired and irritable and older than it should have been. Then, for one brief second as he rinsed the razor under the tap, something dark moved beneath the surface of the mirror, not behind him, but in it. The shape was curved, narrow, and wrong, like an eye painted in black ink and seen through water. Daniel froze with the razor in his hand. Nikki straightened at once. "What?" He looked properly. His reflection was still there. The sink. The open door. Nikki in the hall. Nothing else. "Nothing," he said too quickly. That tone usually means something useful just happened. Daniel wiped the blade and lifted his eyes back to the glass. This time the image held steady. He could feel his pulse in his jaw where he had shaved too close. "I thought I saw something." Wade's voice came from the bedroom doorway, dry and amused. "You might want to narrow that category down, seeing as your life is currently 90% something." Daniel turned his head. Wade stood with one shoulder against the frame, hat low, watching him instead of the mirror. In the glass, Daniel said, For a second. That changed the room. Nikki's irritation sharpened into interest. Wade's expression lost its laziness by degrees. Even Alan, silent in the darker stretch of hallway behind them, lifted his head. "What kind of something?" Wade asked. Daniel looked back at the mirror despite himself. The silvered surface showed only his own face again, half-shaved, bad-tempered, and trapped in a bathroom with ghosts. But the memory of what he had seen sat under his ribs with a cold little certainty. "An eye," he said. "Or the shape of one." Nikki stepped closer, gaze fixed on the glass rather than Daniel. "That," she said quietly, "sounds less like haunting and more like office." Daniel kept staring at the mirror until the razor in his hand started to feel ridiculous. Nothing moved now except his own reflection and the thin flicker of the bathroom light over the tap. He rinsed the blade again, slower this time, and said, "Office is not a proper answer." Nikki stayed close to the doorframe, studying the glass with professional suspicion. "It's a better answer than madness, which was your working theory for quite a while." Wade pushed off the bedroom doorway and came nearer, though not too near the mirror itself. "Try it again," he said. "Whatever you did before, do it on purpose." Daniel looked at him. "That's helpful in a way that makes me want to hit you." "It's still helpful." He turned back to the sink and forced himself to think through the last minute instead of just resenting it. He had not merely been looking. He had been shaving, yes, but the shift in the room had come after command. After Nikki spoke. After he answered. After the others sharpened their attention toward him like employees waiting on a manager who did not deserve the title but kept acting as though he had one. Daniel dried the razor on the towel and said, without turning, "All of you out into the living room. Now." The bathroom changed. It was slight, but not slight enough to miss. The air seemed to tighten, not colder, not darker, just more exact. Wade's expression flickered. Nikki went still. Even Alan, waiting in the hallway gloom, obeyed at once. As the last of them cleared the doorway, Daniel looked up into the mirror and saw it again. Not for long. A black, narrow curve beneath the surface of the glass, then a second line crossing it, stylized and wrong and deliberate. Not a random distortion. A sign. He spun around. "You saw that?" Wade paused in the hall. "Saw you go pale." Nikki's gaze sharpened. What exactly changed? Daniel followed them into the living room, pulse picking up hard enough to make his half-shaved jaw sting. The television was off. Morning light pooled in the blank screen. He pointed at the armchair. "Wade, sit." Wade lowered himself into it with exaggerated care. "You're enjoying this more than is healthy." Daniel ignored him and looked at the dark glass of the television. For a breath, nothing. Then he pointed toward the window. "Alan, stay there. Leon, kitchen. Nikki, by the mirror." The room obeyed. Again that quiet tightening. Again the ugly sense of invisible weight settling into place. And there, in the television screen between their reflections, the same black eye-shaped mark flickered and steadied for one beat too long before dissolving back into ordinary glare. Daniel stopped breathing for a second. Nikki saw his face change and said, "It's repeating, isn't it?" He looked from the dead arranged around the room to the dark screen and felt a cold, practical certainty slide into place. "Not all the time," he said. "When I give orders." Nobody spoke for a moment after Daniel said it. That silence felt different from the earlier ones. Not confusion this time. Recognition. The shape in the glass had not come when he was frightened, drunk, or merely looking. It had come when the dead obeyed him. That made the room feel suddenly less haunted and more contractual, which was somehow worse. Wade sat back in the armchair and watched Daniel with a new, narrower interest. "Well," he said, "that's unfortunate." Daniel looked at him. "Unfortunate how?" "Because if the house starts showing symbols every time you give a proper order, then you're not just hearing the dead. You're slotting into something." Nikki, still standing near the hall mirror, folded her arms. He was already doing that. The difference is that now the room is being rude enough to admit it. Leon leaned in from the kitchen doorway. "So what is it? Some brand? Some stamp?" Daniel looked back at the dead television screen. The mark had gone, but he could still see its aftershape in memory. Not decorative. Not random. Deliberate in the way old symbols were deliberate, built to survive being half remembered. I've seen pictures like it, he said slowly. Not exact. Egyptian things. Museum books. Cheap documentaries at 3 in the morning. Wade's mouth twitched. That narrows it down to several thousand years. Alan shifted by the window. The child. Daniel swung toward him with more force than he intended. Not now. Alan went quiet, but the hurt stayed on his face. Daniel felt it and set it aside anyway, because the thing in the glass had changed the scale of the morning. He turned back to Wade and Nikki instead. You two knew enough to react. So react usefully. Nikki tilted her head. I know symbols travel. Rich men hang stolen gods on walls and call it taste. Private collectors buy funeral pieces and pretend history can be owned. I know enough to recognize when a mark is behaving like authority instead of decoration. That's not an answer, Daniel said. It's closer than you had 10 minutes ago. Wade rubbed a thumb along his jaw, studying the room rather than Daniel now, as if checking whether the house itself had started listening. I've heard old talk, he said. Card room talk. Drunk talk. Men say strange things when they're bleeding out or convinced the desert has opinions. There was a story once about people who could hear the dead cleanly, not as curse, but as duty. Priest sort of business. Judgment, passage, all that cheerful rot. Leon gave a short laugh. He does not look priestly. No, Nikki said. That may be the only comforting part. Daniel looked from one of them to the next and felt the pressure shift under his feet. Yesterday this had still been a useful deformity. An affliction with income potential. Today the room itself was starting to suggest office, structure, precedent. The difference mattered, because madness was private. Tradition meant expectation. He walked back toward the bathroom and stared into the mirror again, half his face still shaved, half stubbled, looking like a man interrupted in the middle of becoming something he had not agreed to be. Do it again, he said quietly. Wade frowned. Do what? Daniel kept his eyes on the glass. All of you, move when I tell you. Same as before. He swallowed once, then pointed without turning. Wade, chair. Nikki, doorway. Leon, sink. Alan, hall. The room obeyed with that same tightening exactness, and beneath the bathroom mirror's silvered surface the black eye-shaped mark returned, sharper this time, like ink surfacing through skin. Daniel stared straight at it while his pulse climbed and felt, not wonder, but irritation edged with dread. Nikki saw his expression in the reflection and said, It's getting clearer, isn't it? Daniel did not look away from the glass. Yes, he said, and I think it wants me to notice. Daniel finished shaving because leaving his face half done had started to feel like superstition. Then he took the mirror from the bathroom cabinet, carried it into the kitchen, and propped it against the sugar jar where Mara used to keep the coupons. The dead watched him rearrange the table with the wary attention of workers trying to decide whether the boss had lost his mind in a new direction or useful one. This is elegant, Wade said, leaning in the doorway. Nothing says authority like stolen bathroom hardware. Daniel opened the laptop he had not touched properly since losing the job and waded through its slow, sulking wake-up. You've already established you're not here for style notes. Nikki drifted to his shoulder and looked at the screen. What exactly are we searching? Daniel glanced at the mirror propped beside the keyboard. His reflection looked tired and sharpened at once. Anything with an eye and death near it that isn't a tattoo parlor. That should narrow civilization nicely, Leon muttered from the sink. He started broad and hated the results immediately. Tourist junk. Pyramid nonsense. Websites built by men who wore too many rings and typed like prophets with head injuries. He swore under his breath, refined the terms, added, funerary, then, Egyptian, then, priest, then, judgment, because Wade had said the word and Daniel had not liked how it settled in the room. The search results thinned. Museum images. Academic PDFs. Auction catalogs for objects no one decent should have been selling. He clicked fast, skimmed badly, swore more quietly. Nikki pointed at one grainy catalog page. That shape. There. Daniel leaned closer. It was not exact. The lines were thicker, older looking, painted on a fragment of coffin panel beside jackals and rows of symbols he couldn't read. But the central shape was close enough to make the skin rise on his arms, and I narrowed into something more formal than decoration. Beneath the image, the catalog text mentioned attendance of the dead, ritual passage, and an office associated with judgment. Not gods. Not kings. Functionaries. Wade read over his shoulder and gave a low whistle. There's your cheerful rot. Leon frowned. Office. Daniel kept reading. Another page. Another plate. Another variation of the same shape worked into funerary objects and priestly insignia. Not one clean answer, but enough fragments pointing in the same direction to stop feeling like coincidence. The mirror beside the laptop darkened for 1 second, and the black eye-shaped mark flickered faintly in the glass as if in agreement. Nicky saw his face change. That's it, isn't it? Daniel sat back slowly. The kitchen had gone very quiet again. Even Alan at the back door had stopped pressing forward. Daniel looked from the laptop to the mirror to the dead arranged around his table and felt the morning settle into something colder than fear. It's older than me, he said. Older than this house, older than this city, probably older than every bad decision I've ever made. He closed the laptop halfway and looked at Wade. And I think this isn't just happening to me. I think it belongs to a job. 21. The old line. Daniel kept the laptop open long after the others had gone quiet around the kitchen. The room had settled into a tense working stillness, broken only by the hum of the fridge and the occasional click from the cooling stove. Search results blurred into catalog entries, half-legible museum notes, badly translated snippets, and academic pages written by people who assumed the reader had already spent 10 years in a tomb with a flashlight. Most of it was decorative nonsense once it reached him. Fragments of gods and funeral art and dead kings sold back to the living as prestige. But buried inside the junk were repeated hints that kept snagging on the same ugly idea. Not deity. Not curse. Office. Function. People whose work began where ordinary burial ended. Wade leaned over the back of Daniel's chair and read a paragraph upside down with insulting ease. You get that look when a thing stops being random and starts being expensive. Daniel rubbed at his eyes. I get this look when the internet is useless. Nicky, lounging by the window where her reflection overlapped the glass, said, No, this is your, someone has just ruined my private tragedy by giving it precedent, face. Daniel glanced at her, then back at the screen. One citation led to another, then to a scanned article in a journal that looked old enough to have opinions about typewriter ribbons. The text was dry as dust, but one line made him stop moving entirely. Intermediary handlers of the dead. Ritual specialists distinct from temple priests. Responsible for hearing petitions of the unquiet and preparing souls for judgment under a funerary order tied to the eye. Leon leaned in from the kitchen sink. That one. Daniel read the paragraph again, slower this time. The article referred to grave goods, late funerary inscriptions, and a priestly office not attached to kingship or worship alone, but to administration of the dead. Not prayer. Process. Not miracle. Work. The old disgust rose again because that shape fit too well. Wade let out a low breath. Well, there goes madness as the romantic auction. Daniel scrolled further. There were names now, or pieces of names, titles more than identities. Listeners. Weighers. Attendants of the threshold. He hated all of them on sight. This can't be real, he said, though the argument had grown thin even to him. Nicky folded her arms. You keep saying that about things you are already organizing. Alan spoke from the back door, quiet but clear enough to cut through the rest. Then there were others. Daniel looked up. Alan's ruined face held no triumph, only bleak certainty. That was what made it land. Not just older than him. Not unique to him. A line. A class. A role somebody once expected to exist in the world. He turned back to the article and read the line once more, then once again, until the words stopped looking like scholarship and started feeling personal. Not a curse, he said quietly. A priest class. Wade gave a crooked, humorless smile. Congratulations, he said. You've inherited clerical work from the dead. Daniel should have shut the laptop and walked away from it before the research started breeding implications. Instead he clicked deeper. One journal citation led to a museum note from Berlin, which led to a translated burial inventory, which led to an argument between two dead scholars conducted across 40 years of footnotes and mutual contempt. Most of it was dust in text form. But every so often a line surfaced that made his skin tighten. Not singular bearer. Not rare affliction. A hereditary or appointed office. Fragments of a function preserved after dynastic collapse. Daniel read that one twice, then a third time, and hated the steady little certainty building under his ribs. Wade tipped the laptop screen down a fraction to cut the glare. There's your answer, then. You're not special. You're bureaucratic. Daniel didn't look at him. That is not improving anything. It's improving my mood. Nikki came around the table and planted both hands on the chair back opposite him, reading over his shoulder with open interest now. What does it say exactly? Daniel dragged the cursor back up and read aloud, slower than he wanted to. Evidence suggests continuity of funerary intermediaries beyond formal temple structures, with duties surviving in reduced or private form through family transmission, oath succession, or local adaptation. He stopped and looked at the words as if they might rearrange themselves into something less personal. Family transmission, he said. Oath succession. Local adaptation. That's a very elegant way of saying the job kept finding bodies. Leon frowned from the sink. Bodies as in priests, or bodies as in corpses? Both, apparently. That shut the room for a second. Alan was the one who broke it. Then someone had you before. Daniel turned toward him. Don't say that like it's comforting. Alan's face didn't change. He looked as if comfort had become theoretical to him some time ago. I mean, you aren't the first. That landed harder than the articles had. Not because it was new, but because hearing it from a dead man stripped out the academic padding. Daniel scrolled again. Another source. Another mention of attendants who heard petitions of the unquiet and prepared the dead for weighing. Another suggestion that they were marked, recognized, or set apart by insignia linked to the eye. Nikki read the line with him and said, so the mark in the glass isn't choosing you. It's identifying you. Daniel leaned back slowly, chair creaking under him. That distinction mattered in ways he didn't like. Chosen could be argued with. Identified implied procedure. This whole thing, he said, was easier when it was just an ugly private collapse. Wade smiled without warmth. No, Danny, it was smaller. That's different. Daniel looked around the kitchen at the dead arranged through it, the mirror propped by the sugar jar, the laptop glowing with ancient function written in modern search results, and felt the shape of the morning change again. Not one freak event. Not one broken man. A line. Somebody had done this before him. Which meant somebody, somewhere, might have left instructions. Daniel stared at the laptop until the words started losing shape again. Family transmission. Oath succession. Local adaptation. It sounded absurdly civil for something that had broken his life open and filled his house with the dead. He reached out and shut the screen halfway, more from irritation than decision, and that was when the room changed. Not metaphorically. Not in some vague dramatic sense. It changed. Alan, who had spent most of the morning as a wet ache near the back door, lowered his head at once, not in fear exactly, but in the startled, involuntary way of a man recognizing rank before he has decided whether to resent it. Leon straightened from the sink and went very still, his usual insolence flattening into calculation. Even Wade stopped lounging and looked at Daniel with a hard new attention that had nothing playful in it. Only Nikki held herself as she had, though her eyes sharpened and her voice lost its lazy edge. Well, she said quietly, that's unpleasant. Daniel looked from one ghost to the next. What now? Leon answered first, which in itself felt wrong. You feel different. Daniel gave him a flat stare. That's not a sentence with useful content. It is from my side, Leon said. He took one step away from the sink, then seemed to think better of another. Before, you were a man who could hear. Now you're something closer to, recognized. Wade gave a short, humorless laugh. That's one word for it. Daniel looked at him. You've known this and somehow found a way to be vague about it. Impressive. Wade tipped his head. I knew there were stories. I didn't know whether you were one of them or just unusually unlucky. His gaze flicked toward the half-closed laptop. Now the room seems to have made up its mind. Alan lifted his head at last. His ruined face held the same bleakness as ever, but there was something else in it now. Not comfort. Not hope. Expectation. If you are one, he said, then you can do more than listen. The sentence landed with ugly precision. Daniel felt it hit and immediately wanted it gone. No, he said. We are not leaping from bad research into mystical promotions. Nikki folded her arms. You can call it what you like. It doesn't change the effect. She glanced toward the mirror propped beside the sugar jar. The mark appears when you order us. They wrote down offices like yours centuries ago. And now the dead in your kitchen are reacting as if titles matter. Leon gave a thin shrug. Titles always matter. Daniel pushed back from the table and stood because sitting in the middle of that felt too much like accepting it. So what? I'm management now. Wade's mouth twitched despite the mood. Danny, you were already trying to be management. The trouble is that now it may be official. That made Alan step forward before Daniel could stop him. Then ask, he said, urgency breaking through the new restraint. Ask what you can do. Daniel looked at the faces around him, living habit gone and dead attention sharpened into something ceremonial, and understood with a fresh wave of dislike that the revelation had not only changed how he saw the ghosts. It had changed how the ghosts saw him. Daniel hated that the room looked ceremonial now. It was still his kitchen. The sugar jar still had a chipped lid. Mara's old shopping list still sat under a magnet on the fridge in her neat, compressed handwriting. The laptop still hummed on a table scarred by hot plates and unpaid life. But the dead had gone attentive in a different way, and that changed the air more thoroughly than any candle, chant, or bit of antique nonsense ever could. Alan stood half a step forward from the back door, the wet misery of him sharpened into purpose. Ask, he said again. If you're one of them, ask. Daniel rubbed at the bridge of his nose. I am getting very tired of people using them, like it isn't an empty category. Wade leaned against the counter, but even his slouch had tightened. Then fill it. You want proof this old line means something beyond a symbol in the glass, test the job. Nikki's eyes stayed on Daniel, cool and alert. Carefully. We still have to live in the result. Leon gave a short laugh. He has to live in it. We're already dead. Daniel looked at him. Your comforting manner remains one of your worst features. He turned back to Alan instead, because Alan had been the first interruption, the first persistence, the first ugly obligation he kept trying to postpone. The drowned man met his gaze without flinching now. That, too, was new. Not fear, not exactly. More like the trust of a man already past embarrassment, standing at the counter of the only office left open. What exactly am I asking? Daniel said. Alan swallowed with visible effort. Ask where I am. Not where I died. Where I am. The distinction made Daniel's skin tighten. Wade noticed. That, he said quietly, sounds promising. Daniel looked at the mirror propped beside the sugar jar. His own reflection looked back, drawn and bitter and increasingly trapped in machinery older than his language for it. Then he looked at Alan and said, carefully, Alan Pierce. Tell me where your body is. Nothing happened for 1 second. Then the room pulled tight. The mirror blackened beneath the silver, not fully, but enough to swallow his reflection at the edges. Alan doubled over with a sound like water forced through a blocked drain. Leon stepped back hard from the sink. Nikki went still as cut glass. Wade's face lost every trace of amusement. Alan straightened in jerks. His cloudy eyes had gone wider than Daniel had ever seen them. When he spoke, the words came cleaner than before, stripped of drag and river mud obstruction. East Paradise Wash, he said. North Side Service Road. Broken chain link. Drain culvert marked 18B. 10 feet down under rebar and flood stone. Silence crashed over the kitchen. Daniel stared at him. You've never said it like that before. Alan's expression was almost frightened now. You never asked like that before. Wade let out a slow breath. Well, he said, voice suddenly thin, that answers one question rather decisively. Daniel looked from Alan to the mirror, where the black eye-shaped mark floated faintly beneath the glass like a signature just written. He had wanted precedent. What he had just gotten was worse. He had asked, and something had answered through the dead in a language the room itself seemed built to recognize. Nobody moved for a few seconds after Alan gave the culvert number. The kitchen felt too tight for breathing, as if the air had been pulled through some narrower system and returned with all the softness stripped out of it. Daniel could still see the black eye-shaped mark beneath the mirror's surface, faint now but not gone. It sat there like proof that had not asked whether he wanted it. Alan stayed where he was, shoulders bent, water seeming to drag from him more heavily than before. "I didn't know I knew it like that," he said. "I just did." Wade looked at Daniel instead of Alan. "That's because you didn't pull memory out of him the way a drunk shakes a story loose. You asked with the office." Daniel hated the word instantly. "Stop saying it like we're opening a church." Nikki's voice stayed calm, but her eyes did not. "No one said church. We said office. You keep upgrading the humiliation yourself." Leon, still farther back from the sink than before, folded his arms and watched Daniel with wary respect that irritated him more than mockery would have. "Whatever you call it, that wasn't normal haunting." Daniel looked around the kitchen at all of them and saw the shift plainly now. Not belief exactly. Adjustment. Alan had moved from pleading witness to petitioner. Wade was amused, but underneath it sat calculation of a higher order than before. Nikki had gone alert in the way of a woman noticing the room's real owner arrive late. Even Leon, who respected money more than mystery, was measuring the new leverage. The research had made it old. The question had made it real. He pulled a receipt pad toward himself with a hand that was steadier than he liked and wrote down the location exactly as Alan had said it. East Paradise Wash, North Side Service Road, Broken Chain Link, Drain Culvert 18B, 10 feet down under rebar and flood stone. Seeing it in his own handwriting made it worse, not better. It looked like field notes, not madness. Alan watched him write and said quietly, "You'll go." Daniel tore off the sheet and folded it once. "Probably. That isn't an answer. It's the one you're getting." Wade gave a short laugh. "There's the spirit. Clerical function without bedside manner." Daniel capped the pen and looked up. "Let's get one thing straight before anyone starts handing me duties in a sacred tone. I'm not becoming dignified. I'm not wearing linen. I'm not chanting over anybody. And if this is some ancient priest line, it has made a catastrophic error in personnel." Nikki's mouth twitched. "That," she said, "I believe completely." Daniel folded the note into his wallet and stood. The mirror caught him as he moved, and for 1 second the dark eye beneath the glass seemed to narrow, not with judgment, but with recognition. He hated that most of all. Not because it condemned him. Because it seemed to accept him anyway. "So," Wade said, "what now?" Daniel looked at Alan, then at the note in his wallet, then at the dead gathered through his kitchen-like badly behaved staff under a manager who had just discovered the company was older than civilization. "Now," he said, "I find out what else this damned job can do." 22. What he's supposed to do. Daniel should have left it there. He had a location in his wallet, a mark in the mirror, and more proof than any sane man ought to require before stepping back from the edge. Instead he stood in his kitchen with the receipt pad still under one hand and the dead arranged around him like witnesses to a contract he hadn't meant to sign. The room had not relaxed after Alan's answer. If anything, it had gone stiller, as if all of them were waiting for him to notice the next obvious thing. He looked at Alan first. The drowned man had not moved from the back door. Water still dragged at his clothes in that impossible way, but the desperation in him had changed shape. Before, he had pressed like a siren with one phrase caught in it. Now he looked like a man at a counter, waiting to see whether the clerk knew the form he was supposed to stamp. Daniel hated that comparison the moment it occurred to him. "What," he said, voice rougher than he intended, "am I supposed to do with that?" Alan blinked. "Find me." "That's obvious." Alan's ruined face tightened. "Not just find me." Wade shifted against the counter and said, "There we are." Daniel shot him a look. "You want to be useful, be specific." Wade tipped his head toward Alan. "He is being specific. You're resisting the noun." Nikki stayed near the mirror, watching Alan rather than Daniel now. "Ask him properly," she said. "Not where he is. What he expects from you. Daniel laughed once, tired and mean. This has become a very pushy spiritual consultancy. Leon folded his arms. Yes. Now ask. Daniel looked around the kitchen, at the chipped sugar jar, the dead laptop glow, the note in his wallet, and the mirror still holding that faint after darkness beneath the glass. Then he looked back at Alan and said, more carefully than before, Alan Pierce. What do you want from me? The room pulled tight again. It was not as violent as the question about the body. No blackening rush through the mirror. No doubled over convulsion. But something passed through Alan all the same, a straightening from within, as if a cord had been drawn taut through a soaked, ruined frame. When he spoke, the words came with a clarity that made Daniel's stomach drop. To be taken, Alan said. To be heard. To be weighed. Silence hit the kitchen. Daniel stared at him. Weighed by who? Alan's eyes stayed fixed on Daniel's face with that same awful petitioner's certainty. You start it, he said. You don't finish it. Wade's expression had gone flatter than Daniel liked. Well, he said quietly, that sounds very much like a job description. Daniel looked at the mirror, then back at Alan, and felt the shape of the thing open one notch wider. Hearing the dead was not the purpose. It was the intake. Daniel should have stopped at the phrase and let it remain somebody else's theology. Taken, heard, weighed. It already sounded like too much structure for a life he had been trying to keep gloriously disreputable. Instead he looked at Alan and said, show me what that means. Wade made a small sound of caution. Danny. No. He wants a service. Fine. Demonstrate the mechanism before I agree to become a clerk for the underworld. Alan's gaze did not leave Daniel's face. I don't know how. That's becoming a theme. Nikki stepped closer to the table, eyes on the mirror. He may not need to know. You may. Daniel hated that immediately. You're all talking like I came with instructions. Leon folded his arms. Maybe you did. You just didn't read them until now. Daniel ignored him and pointed toward the mirror propped by the sugar jar. Alan. Stand in front of it. Alan obeyed at once. The room tightened again, that same exacting pull Daniel was beginning to recognize before anything visible changed. Wade pushed off the counter and moved without being told, not closer, but into clearer sight of the glass. Nikki watched with the hard stillness of a woman in an expensive room just before somebody says the sentence that changes the whole evening. Daniel stepped up behind Alan and looked at the drowned man's reflection. It wavered under the silver, wrong from the start, water dark and blurred around the edges. Now what? He said. Alan swallowed. Ask. Daniel almost laughed. Instead he said, very clearly, Alan Pierce. What is supposed to happen when you are weighed? The mirror went black to the edges. Not all at once. Not theatrically. It was worse than that. The silver dimmed as though depth had opened behind it and ordinary reflection had become the thinnest skin over something older. Alan's image steadied in the center. Daniel's own face faded beside it. Then a pressure hit him under the sternum, not pain, not exactly, but the sick internal certainty of something measuring without asking permission. Words came into him without sound. Drowned, drunk, lied to his wife, tried to climb down, saw the child, left her once, went back, slipped, failed. Daniel grabbed the edge of the table hard enough to make the sugar jar jump. Jesus Christ. Alan flinched as if struck. What? Wade's voice had lost all of its humor. What did you get? Daniel stared at the blackened mirror, heart hammering. The pressure was already receding, but the knowledge remained with revolting clarity, not guessed, not inferred, simply present. Truth, he said. Nikki's expression changed by degrees. Not confession. Daniel looked at Alan, at the misery and shame spreading over the drowned man's face. No, he said. Worse. I didn't hear him say it. I just knew. Alan lowered his head. Then it started. That landed colder than the mirror had. Daniel looked back at the glass, now slowly silvering again into an ordinary kitchen reflection, and understood with a fresh wave of dislike that weighing was not a metaphor. It was a process, and he had just touched the first moving part. The kitchen stayed quiet after the mirror cleared, but it was no longer the same quiet. Alan stood with his head lowered, water dragging off him in slow impossible lines, while Wade and Nikki watched Daniel the way people watched a man who had just put his hand into machinery and come back with all his fingers but none of his certainty. Daniel's own pulse was still beating hard enough to make the base of his throat ache. Truth. Not guesses. Not atmosphere. Not dead repetition. Truth handed over whole and ugly. He looked at Alan and then, almost at once, looked away. If he kept his attention there, the weight of what the drowned man wanted might turn the moment sacred, and Daniel had no intention of letting that happen in his kitchen beside a chipped sugar jar. Instead he turned to Leon. The burglar had already gone still in the particular way clever men did when they sensed a system shifting against them. Don't, Leon said. That sharpened Daniel instantly. Interesting opening. Leon's mouth tightened. I gave you the wall. I gave you the cash. And I'm starting to suspect, Daniel said, that you gave me the amount you preferred. Wade let out a low breath that might have been laughter if it hadn't carried so much interest. Nikki's expression changed by a degree. Alan lifted his head. Daniel stepped closer to the mirror and pointed at Leon. Stand there. Leon didn't move. This is not the same as Alan. No, Daniel said. That's why I'm doing it. For a second it looked as though Leon might refuse outright. Then the room tightened in that now familiar way, and something in his face gave. He stepped into place in front of the glass with all the grace of a man walking toward tax law. You're becoming very unpleasant, he muttered. I've had bad influences. Daniel did not smile. He looked at Leon's reflection, then said very clearly, Leon Varga. What are you holding back? The mirror darkened faster this time. Leon's face jerked as if he'd been slapped from the inside. Daniel felt the same sick inward pressure under his sternum, then the knowledge hit cleanly and without mercy. Storage key taped under a motel ice machine. Cash in a false bottom tackle box at a cousin's place in Henderson. Gold chain buried in a coffee can behind a rental with blue trim. 2 lies told already. 3 details withheld. Testing the clerk before trusting the office. Daniel's breath caught. Leon stared at him with naked alarm. You got something. Daniel looked at him and knew he was right because the answer sat in him now with revolting ease, arranged and indexed and ready for use. Not haunting. Not comfort. Inventory. Wade's grin came back first, slow and crooked and entirely without conscience. Well, he said, that's one hell of a business improvement. Daniel turned away from the mirror before the room could mistake his reaction for reverence. His mind was already moving faster than his disgust. Clean truth from the dead meant no more pleading fog, no more half-stories, no more wasted hours sorting grief from lies. It meant leverage, authority, verification. It meant every ghost in the house had just become easier to manage and more valuable to keep. Leon stepped back from the mirror as if distance might put the truth back inside him. No, he said, absolutely not. Wade watched him with open pleasure. That's generally how men react when bookkeeping gets supernatural. Nikki did not smile. She was looking at Daniel instead, and her expression had gone careful in a way that meant she had already seen the turn he was taking. You're doing sums, she said. Daniel looked from Leon's alarm to Alan's exhausted hope and felt the shape of the thing settle with terrible speed. Hearing the dead had been chaos. This was cleaner. This was intake, verification, extraction. Ask the right question, get the truth whole. No pleading, no gaps, no sentimental fog. He hated how quickly his mind started arranging uses for it. Leon saw it happen and said, don't. Daniel gave him a flat look. You've used me twice already and lied both times. I'm having trouble locating my mercy. That is not what this is for, Alan said. The sentence cut through the room hard enough to stop even Wade's grin. Daniel turned toward the drowned man and found Alan watching him with something worse than accusation. Not moral superiority. Need. Then tell me, Daniel said. What is it for? Alan swallowed, his ruined throat working visibly. To hear us true. To find what was hidden. To bring us where we belong. He looked toward the mirror and then back to Daniel. Not to keep us useful. That hit too close to something Daniel had not yet said aloud. He shoved it aside on reflex. Useful is not a sin, he said. Wade lifted one shoulder. Depends who's writing the paperwork. Nikki came away from the window and rested one hip against the table, all elegance and damage and clear-eyed judgment. He's telling you the shape of the office, she said. You're already translating it into leverage. Daniel almost laughed, because there it was in a sentence neat enough to sting. Of course I am. Why would I do anything else? Alan's face tightened. Because we're dead. And I'm not, Daniel said, sharper now. That difference matters more to me than it seems to matter to any of you. The room went quiet again, but now the quiet felt sordid. Alan wanted passage. Leon wanted concealment. Wade wanted opportunity. Nikki wanted access and order. And Daniel, standing in his kitchen with truth still echoing in his bones, understood the office as clearly as he had understood any job he'd ever held. He was supposed to hear the dead cleanly, pull the truth out of them, find what the living had lost or hidden, and begin whatever process carried a soul toward judgment. He was also, and this became obvious almost at once, holding a tool that could strip lies to the frame. Daniel looked at the mirror, at the faint black eye still hovering under the silver like a patient signature, and felt no holiness at all. Only function. Only appetite sharpened by structure. All right, he said quietly. I know what I'm supposed to do. Wade tipped his hat, and Daniel's mouth twitched without warmth. Now I get to decide what else it's good for. 23. The call. The kitchen stayed wrong after the mirror cleared. Not dramatic. Just altered in the practical way a room changed after somebody important said the sentence that could not be unsaid. Leon had backed off to the wall. Alan stood dripping by the door with that exhausted hope still hanging on him, and Wade watched Daniel the way men watched a new blade being tested for balance. Daniel wanted to stay in that moment a little longer, because function was easier than consequence. Then he looked past the table and saw Ellie's purple cup of crayons by the sofa, one yellow stub lying on its side where nobody had bothered to put it back, and the whole hard, bright machinery in his head slipped one tooth out of place. He left the kitchen without announcing it and went into the living room with his phone already in his hand. The house was too quiet for the hour. No cartoons. No bathwater running. No Mara moving from room to room with that clipped efficiency she got when she was tired but still holding everything together out of spite. Just the refrigerator hum from the other room and the low tick of the wall clock that had started to sound accusatory since she took Ellie away. Daniel sat on the edge of the sofa, looked at the contact list, and found Mara before he could pretend he hadn't meant to. Wade followed him as far as the archway and leaned there with his arms folded. That's either courage or self-harm, he said. I'll admit I'm curious which. Daniel kept looking at the screen. You don't have to be in every room. I absolutely do, Wade said. It's one of my best qualities. Daniel hit call before he could think better of it. The first ring landed low in his chest. The second made him look toward the front door as if she might somehow appear there instead of on the line. By the third, his mouth had gone dry. He was suddenly and humiliatingly aware that he had no opening prepared. No good tone. No version of himself fit to be heard at the other end. Then voicemail picked up. Mara's recorded voice came through thin and ordinary and so familiar it hurt. You've reached Mara. Leave a message. Daniel shut his eyes. For a second he could hear, behind the recording, a faint rustle and then Ellie laughing somewhere farther off, probably captured by accident when Mara had set the greeting months ago. It was a stupid domestic scrap of sound. It hit him harder than the mirror had. Wade's voice softened by a degree. Well. Daniel opened his mouth and found nothing in it except the truth, and the truth would sound like this. I'm hearing the dead more clearly now. I know what I'm supposed to be. I made money off it. I might be getting worse in a more organized direction. He could not put that into Mara's ear and call it contact. He breathed once, twice, then ended the call without leaving a word. Wade watched him from the archway. That bad? Daniel looked at the dead screen in his hand and felt the house closing back around him. No, he said. Worse. She answered with a life I'm not in. Daniel stayed on the sofa for another minute after the call died, phone still warm in his hand, as if the screen might light again out of pity and offer him a better version of himself to send back through the line. It didn't. The house just went on being itself without Mara and Ellie in it, and that turned out to be worse than silence. Silence could still pretend to be restful. This had shape. The wrong quiet in the hallway. The wrong stillness in the kitchen. The way nobody had moved the little purple shoes tucked under the radiator by the front door because nobody small had needed them in days. He got up too fast and walked the rooms as if motion could blur the edges. In the kitchen, Ellie's cereal bowl from that morning still sat turned upside down on the drying rack, a chipped cartoon rabbit smiling up from the plate beside it. Daniel stared at it for a second, then reached for the cupboard automatically. "We're out of the good ones," he said, already halfway into the sentence he would have thrown toward Mara over his shoulder on any other night. His hand stopped on the cupboard door. Wade, still at the archway, heard the dead end of the habit and said nothing at first. That somehow made it land harder. Daniel shut the cupboard more gently than it deserved. "Don't." "I didn't say anything," Wade said. "You were about to." Wade leaned one shoulder against the frame and watched him with less mockery than usual. "No, I was deciding whether cruelty would help. It won't." That should have been a mercy. Daniel hated it on contact. He crossed into the hallway and paused outside Ellie's room before pushing the door open. The air inside still held the faint powdery smell of children's shampoo and washed blankets. Her stuffed fox sat on the bed with one ear bent over, and a picture she had drawn for him last week was still stuck to the wardrobe with a purple magnet, 3 stick figures holding hands under a yellow sun that looked more like a threat than a comfort tonight. From behind him, Nikki's voice came soft and dry. "This is the part men like you always underestimate." Daniel didn't turn. "Which part?" "The ordinary one," she said from the hall. "The little absences. You expect the break to live in shouting, doors, police lights, all that lovely theater. Then it moves into objects and routines and makes a home there." Daniel sat on the edge of Ellie's bed and picked up the bent ear fox without meaning to. The fabric was warm only from the room. He stared at it and felt a stupid, sharp pressure build behind his eyes. "I nearly told her about cereal," he said. Nikki stepped into the doorway, elegant as ever, even dead. "No," she said. "You nearly told yourself she was still there to hear it." Daniel kept the fox in his hands longer than he meant to, thumb working once over the worn seam under its arm where Ellie had dragged it everywhere for a month and then abruptly declared it too babyish to need, except at night, except when she was ill, except when the world went wrong in smaller ways than adults noticed. He set it back on the bed with more care than he'd used on most of his own life lately and stood up before the room could close over him completely. Nikki stayed in the doorway, one shoulder against the frame, watching him with that cool exactness she reserved for moments when pity would only make a man meaner. Wade drifted down the hall behind her with his hands in his pockets and his hat low. Neither of them said anything until Daniel stepped past them into the corridor and pulled Ellie's door half shut without latching it. Wade broke first. "You know," he said, "there are easier ways to punish yourself than walking house to house inside your own head." Daniel kept moving toward the living room. "I'll keep that in mind." "No, you won't," Wade said. "That's the issue." Nikki's voice came softer and sharper at once. "He's not punishing himself," she said. "He's auditing damage." Daniel stopped near the sofa and looked at them both. "Do the dead ever get tired of sounding pleased with themselves?" Wade gave a small shrug. "Only when the living stop proving us right." That landed harder than it should have because it wasn't really mockery. It was recognition, and Daniel hated recognition when it came from things that couldn't possibly understand the weight of a quiet house at night. He picked his phone up off the arm of the sofa, turned it over in his hand, and set it back down again. Wade watched the movement immediately. "There's your answer," Wade said. "Call again or don't. But this halfway twitching is pathetic." Daniel's head came up. "You think I don't know that? I think you know it so well you're making a hobby of it." Nikki cut in before Daniel could answer that badly. "What exactly do you think happens if Mara picks up?" she asked. "You think she hears your voice and forgets police cars, drink, lies, and a child moved out for safety? Or do you think she hears all of that first and your voice second?" Daniel stared at her and felt the ugly precision of it find the gap in his temper. "You're very helpful tonight." "No, Nikki said. Helpful would be letting you keep the fantasy that effort and contact are the same thing. Wade tipped his head toward the phone. That's the trouble with family. They're not like us. They remember chronology. Daniel looked at the dead arranged in his living room and felt a fresh wave of disgust, because Wade was joking, Nikki was judging, and both of them were closer to honest than he wanted anybody to be. He sat down hard on the sofa, phone beside him, and scrubbed a hand over his face. I hate that you're in this room for this. Nikki's expression didn't change. Then stop bringing the dead into your life before you repair the living parts of it. Daniel sat with his hand over his mouth for a long moment after Nikki finished, as if he could hold the next bad choice in by force if he pressed hard enough. The phone lay beside him on the sofa cushion, screen dark now, harmless looking in the way small objects often were just before they did permanent work. He could call again. He could leave a message. He could say something plain and useless like I'm sorry or tell Ellie I love her or I'm trying, though even in his own head the last one sounded too much like a man congratulating himself for not drowning in public. Alan moved first. The drowned man had stayed near the edge of the room up to now, as if family grief belonged to a category he had no right to interrupt. But need was still need. He stepped forward with water dragging at his clothes in slow, impossible lines and said, "The wash won't keep her forever." Daniel looked up sharply. "Don't." Alan's ruined face tightened. "You asked what I wanted. I know what you want." "No," Alan said, and this time the word came out clean enough to hurt. "You know what I need. That's different." Wade pushed off the wall and came a little farther into the room, his tone dry again because dryness was how he handled anything that might otherwise become decent. "And now the evening offers you two lovely choices. Husband badly on probation, or clerk to the dead. You do have a type for impossible employment." Daniel let out a low breath and leaned back into the sofa, staring up at the ceiling where the light had started to yellow with age. Nikki stayed where she was, watching him without rescue in her face. That, more than Wade's jokes or Alan's pressure, made the room honest. Nobody here was going to lie to him and pretend the two parts of his life still fit together cleanly. He picked up the phone again, thumb hovering over Mara's name, and knew with a sudden, exhausted certainty that another call tonight would not be brave. It would be selfish. He did not want to hear her caution sharpen. He did not want Ellie half waking in the background and asking if that was Daddy. He did not want to turn their life into one more room where the dead stood listening while he failed. Alan spoke quietly. She was small. That did it. Daniel put the phone face down on the cushion, rose, and went for his keys. The motion felt ugly from the first step, not because it was wrong in the simple way, but because it was easier. Mara required explanation. Alan required usefulness. One of those had a clear next action. Wade watched him with that familiar, crooked interest. "There he is," he said. "Back to function." Daniel took his jacket off the chair and shrugged into it without looking at any of them. "Don't make it sound noble." Nikki's expression did not soften. "It isn't," she said. "That's why it will hurt later." Daniel paused at the door with his hand on the lock, phone still left behind on the sofa like something accusing and alive. Then he opened the door and said to Alan, "Show me where the wash starts." 24. First judgment refused. Daniel slept badly and woke angry at the house for still being his. Morning light had pushed through the blinds in pale bars across the living room, showing every abandoned ordinary thing with mean clarity. Ellie's crayons were still in the basket by the television. Mara's mug still sat in the dish rack with the handle turned outward the way she always left it. He stood in the kitchen with coffee gone bitter in his hand and looked at the mirror by the sugar jar without wanting to admit he was doing it. In daylight it had returned to its cheap, harmless face. Silver backing, faint corner speckling, nothing in it but his own tired reflection and the kitchen behind him. That should have helped. It didn't. Wade sat at the table with his hat tipped back and watched Daniel over folded arms. "You've been glaring at that thing for 10 minutes, he said. "Either ask it to dance or move on." Daniel took a swallow of coffee and grimaced. "I'm thinking." "No," Wade said, with lazy certainty. "You're circling." Alan stood near the back door in his wet clothes, quieter now than he had been the night before, which Daniel mistrusted on principle. Leon had kept his distance since the mirror had stripped him clean, hovering near the hull as if the extra few feet might somehow restore professional boundaries. Nikki, as usual, had chosen the strongest patch of the room and made it look like hers. She leaned against the counter with her arms folded and watched Daniel the way a woman watched a man who had discovered leverage and immediately started misusing his face around it. "You heard the shape of it," she said. "Now comes the part where you decide whether you're a clerk or a thief." Daniel let out a dry breath through his nose. "That's a lovely binary." "It's the one in front of you," Alan said. His voice still carried water in it, but the words were clean now, which made them harder to ignore. "You start the weighing. You hear what's true. Then you take us where we belong." Daniel turned toward him and leaned one hip against the sink. "And what if I don't?" Alan's ruined face tightened. "Then we stay." Wade gave a faint shrug. "From my side of the table, that isn't the worst outcome." Alan looked at him with naked disgust. "That's because you like being useful." Wade's mouth curved without warmth. "And you don't." The room tightened at once. Daniel felt it before anyone moved, the pressure shifting away from theory and into something uglier. Alan stepped closer to the table, water dragging off him in impossible lines. "I don't want to be useful," he said. "I want to be finished." Leon let out a short, humorless laugh from the hall. "Well, there's your first volunteer." Daniel looked from Alan's exhausted certainty to Wade's amused caution and felt the whole problem settle into a shape he could no longer pretend not to understand. Last night he had learned what the office could do. This morning the dead had come to collect on what that meant. He set the coffee down by the sink and said, with more irritation than mercy, "Fine. Then start talking me through what happens when I refuse." Nobody answered him straight away. The kitchen held the silence for a beat too long, and Daniel felt the answer before he heard it. Alan's face had gone tight with a kind of miserable patience, the look of a man who had already asked this question of the world too many times and had no appetite left for one more clerk pretending procedure was optional. Wade looked interested. Leon looked ready to leave if the room gave him the slightest excuse. Nikki watched Daniel with the cool, exacting focus of a woman who had already guessed which part of the truth he was going to hate most. Alan spoke first. "Refusing doesn't stop it," he said. "It stops us." Daniel folded his arms. "That sounds poetic. Try again in language meant for adults." Alan flinched, but he didn't step back. "You hear us. You pull the truth forward. If you stop there, we stay caught." He swallowed, the ruined movement in his throat still wrong enough to catch Daniel's eye every time. "Not free. Not gone. Not settled." Wade tipped his chair back slightly and said, "He means you've found the intake valve and are pretending the rest of the machine is somebody else's department." Daniel looked at him. "And you know this how?" Wade's smile came back in a thin, crooked line. "Because I've spent enough years dead to recognize a bottleneck when I see one." Leon pushed off the wall at last and came a little farther into the kitchen, though not close enough to feel cooperative. "There's also the practical version," he said. "If you can strip the truth out of us and then keep us here anyway, that makes you less a priest and more a jailer with better information." Daniel gave him a flat stare. "Interesting that you found your conscience exactly when the inventory got searchable." Leon's mouth tightened. "I found self-preservation. Don't romanticize it." Nikki uncrossed her arms and stepped closer to the table. "He's not wrong," she said. "You asked what happens if you refuse. Here's one answer. The dead learn very quickly whether they're being heard for passage or harvested for use." Her gaze stayed fixed on Daniel's face. "Which reputation do you think scales better?" That landed where it was meant to. Daniel hated that. His first instinct had been appetite, not holiness. He could admit that much to himself, if not to the room. Truth cleanly extracted from the dead changed everything. No more half-lies. No more manipulative fog. No more wasted hours guessing which ghost was frightened, which was stupid, and which was holding back cash in a coffee tin. It made every one of them more manageable, and the fact that Alan was standing there asking for release did not erase the mathematics. Alan saw the turn in him and said, with sudden sharpness, "Don't do sums on me." Daniel looked back at him. That's a very confident tone from a man asking a favor. It isn't a favor. Alan stepped closer, and the kitchen seemed to tighten around the motion. It's the job. Wade's eyes flicked toward Daniel with open interest. There it is. Daniel let out a slow breath and looked at the mirror by the sugar jar. In daylight it still looked cheap. Harmless. Just kitchen glass with a bad backing and too much significance layered over it. But he could still feel last night's pressure under his sternum, that sick certainty of measurement without appeal. He understood now, with growing dislike, that refusal would not preserve his life from structure. It would only make the structure uglier. He turned back to Alan and said, "Then show me the next step." Alan didn't answer at once. He looked at the mirror, then at Daniel, and for the first time since the weighing started to make sense, he looked frightened in a way that had nothing to do with drowning. Daniel understood that expression too well. It was the face of someone who had wanted a process right up until the moment it became specific. "I don't know the whole of it," Alan said. "Only the shape. You hear us true. You call what matters forward. Then you open the way to weighing." Daniel's patience thinned immediately. "You keep saying, weighing, like there's a scale hidden under the cutlery." Nikki moved to the table and laid 2 fingers against the back of a chair, not touching the mirror, not quite. "Maybe not under the cutlery," she said. "But I don't think the image is the thing. I think the question is." Wade gave her a sidelong look. "That's annoyingly elegant. It usually is when I'm right." Leon stayed near the hall, but his attention had gone sharp now, stripped of earlier reluctance. "Try it again," he said. "Not the truth pull. The purpose. Ask what takes him from here to there." Daniel looked at him. "You sound invested for a man who wanted none of this 10 minutes ago." Leon's mouth tightened. "I'm invested in understanding the mechanism before it starts understanding me." That was fair enough to be irritating. Daniel turned back to Alan and stepped closer to the mirror by the sugar jar. The kitchen light caught the cheap silver backing and gave him back his own tired face, the mug by the sink, Wade at the table, Nikki poised like trouble in a black dress, Leon half withdrawn into the hall. Ordinary kitchen. Wrong occupants. He could feel the room waiting on his phrasing now, the way a lock seemed to wait once a man had finally found the correct key ring. He fixed his eyes on Alan's wavering reflection and said, very clearly, "Alan Pierce. What begins the weighing?" The mirror dimmed again, not as hard as the first time, but faster than before. Daniel felt the pressure under his sternum at once, that inward tightening, that measured drag as though some older part of the world had leaned in to listen. Alan's reflection steadied in the center. For 1/6 Daniel thought he saw something behind it, not shape exactly, but depth, a farther dark waiting with intolerable patience. Then the answer came. Name spoken true. Truth heard clean. Passage asked for. Refusal possible. Consent matters. Office opens the road. Judgment does not belong to the clerk. Daniel sucked in a breath and grabbed the edge of the table hard enough to rock it. The sugar jar clicked against the wood. Nikki straightened at once. Wade's chair legs hit the floor. "What did you get?" Wade asked. There was no humor left in him now. Daniel kept staring at the mirror as it slowly silvered back into the room. "I'm not the one doing the judgment," he said. His voice sounded thinner than he wanted. "I start it. I open it. But the weighing belongs to something else." Alan lowered his head with a kind of exhausted relief. "Yes." Daniel looked at him sharply. "And refusal matters." Alan met his eyes. "It has to." Leon swore under his breath. "That's worse." Daniel turned toward him. "Why?" Leon gave a short, joyless laugh. "Because now it has rules, Daniel. Rules mean consequences." Wade looked at the mirror, then back at Daniel, and the old crooked appetite came back into his face by degrees. "Rules," he said softly, "also mean a system." Nikki's gaze snapped to Daniel's before Wade had even finished. She saw the turn before he did, or maybe exactly when he did. That was her talent. Daniel was still unsettled by the pressure, still disgusted by the calm certainty of the thing moving through him, but underneath both reactions his mind had already started reorganizing. If consent mattered, if passage had to be asked, if he was not judge but gatekeeper, then the office had seams. Procedure. Delay. Leverage. Alan saw the thought land and said, with sudden force, don't. Daniel looked back at the mirror and felt the shape of the next decision waiting inside the glass like a quiet threat. That, he said, almost to himself, depends what refusal costs me. Alan's face changed first. Not anger. Something flatter and more hopeless than that, as if he had finally seen the exact shelf Daniel meant to put him on. The kitchen held that recognition for half a beat, and Daniel hated it because it made the thing personal when he would have preferred to keep it procedural. He was already unsettled enough by the office having rules. He didn't need the dead-looking wounded when he started calculating around them. You heard me, Alan said. His voice had gone quiet now, which somehow carried more force than when he pressed. This isn't about your cost. Daniel folded his arms and leaned one shoulder against the cupboard by the sink. Everything is about my cost. I'm the one still breathing. Nikki's mouth tightened. That's not the defense you think it is. Wade, irritatingly, didn't interrupt. He only watched Daniel with that old gambler's interest, as if the next hand mattered more once the cards turned ugly. Leon stayed near the hall, very still now, because he had the sense to know when a room stopped being theoretical. Alan stepped toward the table again. Water dragged off him in those impossible lines and vanished before it touched the floor. You ask for truth, he said. You hear what was hidden. You open the road. That's where you're meant to stop putting your hands on it. Daniel looked at the mirror, then back at Alan. Meant by who? The answer came from the glass before Alan could give it. Not words. Not that time. Just a low darkening under the silver, a pressure gathering behind the surface like depth leaning close. Daniel felt it under his sternum again, that internal tightening, that measured attention that seemed older than any room built to hold it. For 1 second he had the revolting certainty that something had heard the question and found it trivial. Wade rose slowly from the chair. Danny, he said, and the caution in his voice was new enough to matter, I'd stop poking that tone if I were you. Daniel didn't move. He could still feel the black eye under the silver, waiting. Not threatening exactly. Worse. Patient. Jurisdiction, he thought suddenly, and disliked the word on contact. Alan had asked. Daniel had heard. The road could be opened. Judgment belonged elsewhere. Refusal was possible, which meant the office did not require virtue. It required a choice. That settled it. He looked at Alan with cold practicality and said, then here's the truth you're not going to like. I'm not sending my first useful ghost anywhere until I understand what I lose by doing it. Alan stared at him as if the sentence had landed physically. Useful. Yes, Daniel said. You've got a body, a child in the wash, a sequence of events, and a better reason than most for me to keep you close a little longer. He saw Nikki recoil from the phrasing and didn't care enough to soften it. I just found the scales. I'm not dropping evidence into them because you'd prefer spiritual tidiness. Alan's face hollowed in a new way, all exhausted hope stripped out and replaced by disbelief. You know what the right thing is now. Daniel gave a short, humorless breath. That's the problem. Leon muttered, almost admiring despite himself, there it is. Nikki turned on Daniel at once. Don't admire him, she said. He's choosing rot with full information. Wade's gaze never left Daniel's face. He's choosing business, he said quietly. Those aren't always different. The mirror slowly silvered back to ordinary glass, but the room didn't recover with it. Alan stood by the table looking less like a petitioner now and more like a man who had discovered the clerk was crooked before the stamp came down. Daniel felt the shape of the office settle around him with ugly clarity. He knew what he was supposed to do. He had heard it cleanly. He was also, and now this was no longer accidental, choosing not to do it. He picked up his cold coffee, took a swallow that tasted like punishment, and said, we'll revisit your passage when I've finished asking questions. 25. Business Model. Daniel spent the rest of the morning turning refusal into method. The kitchen still smelled faintly of bitter coffee and cold toast, but the room had changed under the weight of what he had chosen. Alan stayed near the table with the fixed, stunned look of a man who had watched the clerk read the law and then decide theft was more efficient. Wade had gone quiet in that interested way of his, which Daniel disliked more than open approval. Nikki leaned against the counter with her arms folded, all sharp patience and visible contempt. Leon remained near the hall, close enough to hear everything and far enough to deny enthusiasm if the room turned ugly. Daniel pulled a notepad from the drawer by the fridge and flattened it on the table. "Right," he said, not looking at Alan yet. "If I'm keeping you, then I need categories." Nikki stared at him. "Categories? Are you serious?" "Yes." Daniel clicked a pen open and wrote nothing for a moment, because the word looked better on paper than the thing itself felt in his chest. Body locations. Hidden money. Unfinished business that pays. Information on living criminals. Leverage. Things that waste my time. Alan's face tightened. "You're making an inventory." Daniel finally looked at him. "I'm making a system. You're the one who wanted rules." "That isn't what I meant." Wade tipped his chair back and watched Daniel over the edge of his hat. "No," he said, with dry approval, but it is what he heard. Leon let out a short breath through his nose. "You may as well write access next to the useful ones. If word spreads, they'll want to know who gets heard first." Daniel's pen paused. That was good. Irritatingly good. He added another line. "Priority order," he said. Nikki pushed off the counter at once. "Listen to yourself," she said. "You've gone from hearing the dead to managing intake before lunch." Daniel wrote her name down too, just to see how it felt. "And yet you're still here." She stopped short. The pressure in the room shifted fast, not because the line was clever, but because it was true enough to wound. Nikki's mouth hardened. "Don't mistake proximity for consent. Don't mistake outrage for departure," Daniel said. He looked at the page again and felt the shape of it settling into something workable. Ugly, yes, also workable. "If I'm doing this, I'm not drowning in noise anymore. I need jobs, functions, order." Alan stared at him with hollow disbelief. "We're souls." Daniel wrote functions across the top of the page and underlined it once. "Today, your staff." Daniel spent the afternoon proving to himself that ugliness scaled better once it had a ledger. The notepad stayed open on the kitchen table while the house filled and thinned around it in uneven waves of dead attention. Some ghosts hovered at the edge of rooms without speaking, testing whether the new arrangement was real. Others pushed closer the moment they understood there was now a surface to knock on. Daniel kept his pen moving because motion made the whole thing feel less like blasphemy and more like administration. By the time the light had shifted from white to the flatter gold of late day, he had 3 rough columns, 2 names circled for immediate use, and a growing conviction that noise became manageable the moment it was sorted by yield. Nikki watched him from the counter with visible disgust. "You look happier than you should." Daniel didn't lift his head. "I look less buried. There's a difference." "That isn't the defense you think it is." "It isn't a defense." He wrote hotel routines under her name, then added shame and habits because both were truer than charm. "It's a staffing decision." Wade gave a faint laugh from the table. "Careful, if you make it sound too tidy, she'll gut you on principle." Nikki's gaze shifted to Wade. "He'd deserve it on principle." Then she looked back at Daniel and straightened slightly. "Say I play along. Say I tell you which men lie best to their wives, which escorts keep duplicate keys, which hosts skim, which drunk executives cry before they call the girl back. What exactly am I being paid in?" Daniel finally looked up. That was the first honest question anyone had asked him since he'd put functions across the page, and he respected it more than Alan's moral stare. "Access," he said. "Priority hearing. Faster handling if it turns into something that can actually be handled." Nikki's mouth hardened. "That isn't payment. That's cue placement." "It's what I got." Leon stepped farther into the kitchen, drawn in despite himself. "Not all of what you've got," he said. "You've got movement now. Wait. Reach." He nodded toward the mirror by the sugar jar. "And they'll know that soon enough." Daniel's pen paused. He hadn't written the ugliest line yet because writing it made it look official. Then he added another heading beneath the columns. Compensation. The word sat there with a chill that had nothing to do with the dead. Alan, who had kept his distance since being recategorized as staff, stared at the page like a man watching his own coffin get itemized. You're really doing this, Alan said. Daniel met his eyes without warmth. I'm already doing it. This is just the version where it stops pretending to be accidental. He tapped the page once. Wade gets gambling. Leon gets caches and layouts. Nikki gets people and secrets. You get bodies, timelines, and the wash. Alan's ruined face tightened. I get dead children. The room went still at that. Daniel felt the sentence land in him, then slide into the ledger anyway because recoil was expensive and he had already spent enough on conscience this week. You get the case that matters most, he said, and hated how quickly it came out sounding like management instead of shame. Nikki stared at him with open disbelief. God, you're fast. Wade didn't smile. No, he's found the shape of it. The first money came in before Daniel had finished pretending he was still only drafting theory. Late afternoon had gone copper at the edges, the kitchen light not yet on, the notepad still open under his hand with functions and compensation staring back at him like paperwork from a bad god. Alan had withdrawn toward the back door in wounded silence, which should have improved the room and didn't. Nikki had gone still in that dangerous way of hers, no longer arguing because she had shifted to evaluation. Wade looked almost comfortable. Leon looked like a man regretting that curiosity had kept him in the house long enough to become infrastructure. Then the ghost in the torn supermarket apron stepped in from the hall. Daniel recognized her from 2 days ago, back when the house had still been crowded with half-heard misery and he'd barely managed not to shout at it. Now she was sharper. Mid-40s. Hair pinned badly at the back of her head. Apron stiff with old blood over one hip. Name tag hanging by one clip. Marta, it read. She stopped just inside the kitchen and looked not at the room, but at the notepad on the table. So it's true, she said. You've started assigning. Daniel sat back in his chair and studied her. Depends what you've got. Nikki made a soft, disgusted sound. That answer arrived too fast. Marta ignored her. My manager kept cash in a false base under the cigarette stock. He skimmed lottery payouts for 3 years and called me stupid when I noticed the numbers were wrong. Her mouth tightened. Then he stabbed me in the stock room because I threatened to tell his wife. Daniel's pen moved before his conscience could fully object. Cigarette stock. False base. Lottery skim. Wife. The words lined themselves up with sick efficiency on the page. Store name. Value Market on Trop and Pecos, Marta said. Night drop safe in the back office. He still works there. Still skims. Still tells people I ran off with a customer. Leon let out a short breath through his nose. Useful. Alan's face turned sharply toward Daniel. Don't. Daniel looked at him, then back at Marta. What do you want in return? Marta blinked at that, and for the first time since entering the room she looked uncertain. I want the lie broken. I want his wife to know what kind of man cried at my funeral. She swallowed. And if there's more than that now, if you really can move things, then I want hearing. Not later. Not when the queue clears. Soon. Daniel glanced at the page, then wrote priority if verified. That small motion changed the air in the kitchen more than a raised voice would have. Marta saw it. Nikki saw it. Alan made a quiet, hopeless sound, as if each new line on the paper nailed something shut. Wade watched Daniel with open approval now. There it is, he said. First contract under the new structure. It isn't a contract, Alan said. Daniel didn't look up. No, he said, writing Marta's name into the margin beside Nikki and Leon. It's intake. By full dark the kitchen had stopped feeling like a room and started feeling like an office Daniel happened to own by accident. The overhead light buzzed faintly above the table. The notepad lay open in front of him with names, functions, leverage lines, and half-legible arrows linking one ugly possibility to another. Marta had retreated to the doorway after giving him everything she had, lingering now with the wary stillness of a client who had learned too late that the clerk was crooked but might still be efficient. Nikki had gone back to the counter and folded herself into disdain. Leon stayed near the hall, no longer pretending he wasn't listening for how this ended. Alan remained by the back door in wet silence, looking less like part of the crew than a man trapped in the waiting room of his own betrayal. Wade sat across from Daniel with his hat tipped back and the pleased, dangerous calm of somebody watching a system become profitable. Daniel counted the money on the table twice before putting it back in the envelope. Wade's last poker guidance still sat warm in his memory, and Marta's lead had the feel of another easy turn if he wanted it. False base under cigarette stock. Manager skimming payouts. Wife to break the lie cleanly against. It all fit too neatly. He hated neatness when it arrived wearing blood. Nikki watched him slide the envelope shut. "There's the pulse," she said. "I was wondering when it would show on your face." Daniel looked up. "What pulse?" "The one that beats when this starts paying." He almost denied it, then didn't bother. The shame of that should have slowed him down. Instead it only made him more exact. "Paying matters," he said. "I was broke 3 weeks ago. I'm still 1 bad week from sleeping in my car. Morality doesn't cover rent." Alan turned his head sharply. "And what does it cover?" Daniel's mouth tightened. The house answered for him in the wrong quiet, the kind that kept proving Mara and Ellie were still gone. Ellie's crayons sat untouched by the television. Mara's mug still waited in the dish rack with the handle turned outward like she might come back annoyed at the mess. He felt that absence with full, sober precision and hated the dead a little more for making money appear in the same room where he had lost everything that had once made money ordinary. "It covers nothing useful tonight," he said. Alan stared at him with flat grief. "That's your answer. It's the honest one." Wade leaned forward and rested his forearms on the table. "Then say the rest of it," he said. "Don't dress it up." Daniel looked at the page, at functions, compensation, priority if verified, and then at the envelope under his hand. He knew what he was supposed to do. He also knew what worked. The distinction had stopped being abstract sometime around sunset. "Fine, I know what the office is for. I'm building something else with it anyway." He folded the envelope once and tucked it into his jacket pocket. "Tomorrow, I verify Marta, then I take Wade's room. After that, we see what scales." Nikki's expression hardened in disgust. Leon's mouth tightened in wary recognition. Alan shut his eyes briefly, as if hearing the choice spoken aloud made it final in a way the ledger hadn't. Wade only smiled. Daniel stood, took the notepad with him, and switched off the kitchen light. In the dark reflection of the window, the dead gathered behind him like staff awaiting assignments. He saw them there and didn't tell them to leave. 26. Bank numbers. The next morning Daniel stood in line at a branch bank under soft corporate lighting with an envelope full of cash in his inside pocket and the unpleasant awareness that he now looked exactly like the kind of man tellers learned to notice for all the wrong reasons. The place smelled of printer toner, carpet shampoo, and stale air conditioning. A television mounted in the corner murmured market updates no one cared about. 2 retirees argued quietly over a deposit slip at the writing counter. A young mother bounced a crying toddler on her hip near the ATM. Daniel kept his face arranged into the tired neutrality of a man doing something boring and legitimate, which would have worked better if Wade had not been leaning against the brochure stand grinning like a priest at a confession booth. "You've got your guilty face on," Wade said. "The one that says either tax trouble or mistress." Daniel kept his eyes on the counter screens. "Helpful?" "No," Wade said. "Accurate." Nikki stood a few feet away beside the mortgage leaflets, elegant even in death, watching him with the cool skepticism she reserved for choices that pretended to be practical while bleeding from somewhere obvious. "You could still turn around," she said. "That would at least be honest." Daniel shifted in line and kept one hand lightly over the inside of his jacket. The envelope sat there with all the wrong weight. Too thick to feel clean. Too necessary to leave in the kitchen drawer with the rest of his ugly little system. "I'm not laundering money," he muttered. Wade's smile sharpened. "That is a wonderful sentence to say in a bank." An older teller with silver glasses waved him forward. "I can help the next customer." Daniel stepped up to the counter and slid the envelope out without looking at Wade or Nikki again. The teller offered the patient, blankly pleasant smile of a woman who had spent years watching men try to seem more ordinary than they were. "What can we do for you today?" Daniel put the envelope down and heard how careful his own voice had become. "I need to make a deposit." "Into checking or savings?" That should have been simple. Instead it caught for a beat, because the answer had acquired too many possible meanings over the past month. His checking account was a ruin held together by timing and denial. Savings was where men put money for a future they still expected to share with somebody. He reached for his wallet and pulled out the account slip he had folded there last night, the one with numbers copied down so many years ago he still knew them by pattern. He laid it on the counter between them. "This one," he said. The teller glanced down, typed, and then looked back up with a small professional pause. "You're making a deposit into a youth education account." Daniel's fingers went still on the counter. Behind him, Wade stopped smiling. Nikki's expression changed first, not softer, but sharper, as if the room had just admitted a different kind of truth. Daniel looked at the account slip, then at the teller, and said, "Yes. That one." The teller waited with the kind of neutral patience that made Daniel feel more suspicious, not less. Her fingers rested lightly beside the keyboard. The envelope sat between them with its ugly weight intact, and for 1 weak second, he considered taking it back, walking out, and doing something louder with it. Flowers. A proper coat for Ellie. A ridiculous apology gift left on Mara's sister's porch with a note that tried too hard. Something visible. Something that looked like effort instead of guilt routed quietly through account numbers. "How much would you like to deposit?" the teller asked. Daniel looked down at the envelope and didn't answer at once. Behind him, Wade had recovered enough to sound amused again. The heroic pause before a bad financial decision. Nikki's voice came from farther back, dry and exact. "He's picturing gifts again." The teller's polite smile held. "Sir." Daniel pulled the cash free under the counter lip so the room wouldn't get a full view of it. It was too much money to feel harmless and too mixed in origin to feel clean. Ghost money. Poker money. Blackmail-adjacent money, if he was being honest, and he hated honesty in banks almost as much as he hated it in mirrors. He thought of Mara opening a bag with something expensive in it and seeing the wrong shape beneath the gesture at once. He thought of Ellie taking a toy with open delight and Mara asking, later and quietly, where the money had come from. Visible apology would only force the source into the room faster. He separated a smaller portion and slid the rest back into the envelope. "This much," he said, naming the amount. The teller counted it with quick, practiced fingers. "All right. We can deposit that today. Did you want to make this a one-time cash deposit, or would you like information on setting up recurring contributions?" That hit him in a place he hadn't armored. Recurring. As if there were a version of him who still belonged to forms and schedules, to monthly decisions made in daylight and not hidden under his jacket after nights spent bargaining with the dead. Wade, for once, said nothing. Nikki watched from the brochure wall with a look too sharp to be pity. Daniel cleared his throat. "One time. For now." "For now," the teller repeated, typing. "Would you like a receipt?" He almost said no. No paper. No proof. No trail to find in a pocket later and mistake for virtue. But that felt cowardly even here. "Yes please," he said. When she handed it across, he took it carefully and folded it once before putting it in his wallet behind the copied account numbers. The motion felt smaller than he wanted and cleaner than he deserved. It wasn't forgiveness. It wasn't contact. It wasn't even repair. It was money moved somewhere his own appetite couldn't reach as easily. Nikki spoke up just before he stepped away from the counter. "Now it's real enough to repeat." Daniel left the counter with the receipt folded twice in his wallet and the remaining cash still warm inside his jacket, then crossed the bank lobby with the careful, over-controlled pace of a man trying not to look as if he had just done something private in public. The television in the corner kept murmuring about indexes and quarterly optimism. The toddler by the ATM had stopped crying and moved on to demanding crackers. Nothing in the room had changed. That was the strange part. He had put money somewhere it could outlast him a little more cleanly, and the world had refused to notice. Wade fell into step beside him as they reached the glass doors. "You know what this is going to become," he said. "One careful little deposit, then another, until you're the sort of man who keeps bank slips hidden like love letters." Daniel pushed through the door into the white noon glare. "That's a disgusting sentence." "It's also true." Nikki came through a second later, expression unreadable behind her usual elegance. "No," she said. "What's disgusting is that he's relieved." Daniel stopped on the pavement outside the bank and looked at her. "Of course I'm relieved." "Why?" she asked. "Because you did something decent, or because you found a way to do it without having to stand in front of Mara and explain the source?" That one found the gap cleanly. Daniel glanced toward the parking lot, where his car sat baking in the sun between a delivery van and a silver hatchback with a child seat in the back. He could still take the rest of the envelope and buy something visible. A bag, a coat, toys. One of those grand stupid gestures men made when they wanted credit for feeling bad. Instead he kept his hand over the inside of his jacket, guarding what was left. "I'm not giving her this money in cash," he said. "Not yet." Wade's mouth twitched. "Because she'd ask where it came from." "Yes." Nikki folded her arms. "And because if she rejected it to your face, you'd have to feel that in real time." Daniel looked at her and didn't answer, which was answer enough. The bank receipt in his wallet felt absurdly loud, like paper ought to rustle just from being thought about. He could already see the shape of the habit forming, neat and shameful and more honest than flowers. Quiet deposits. No speech. No performance. No chance for Mara to hand the money back and make him explain how dead girls in washes and gamblers in locked rooms had started funding their daughter's future. Wade watched the thought settle and gave a low, satisfied hum. "There it is," he said. "Not apology. Pattern." Daniel started walking toward the car. "Keep talking like that and I'll start making withdrawals just to spite you." Wade smiled. "No, you won't." That was the worst part. Daniel knew he was right. He unlocked the car, slid into the driver's seat, and kept one hand on the wheel while the other checked his wallet again, not for the money, but for the folded receipt hidden behind the copied account numbers. Then he shut the wallet and tucked it out of sight. "No one says a word to Mara about this," he said. Nikki met his eyes through the windscreen reflection. "That," she said, "is what makes it both loving and crooked." Daniel drove home with the receipt tucked behind the copied account numbers and the rest of the envelope sealed under his thigh at red lights, as if traffic itself might try to take it from him and force him back into visible mistakes. The afternoon had gone flat and hot. Strip mall glass flashed at him in hard white sheets. By the time he let himself back into the house, the kitchen had the same stale stillness it always seemed to recover when he'd been out using the dead for practical purposes. The notepad from yesterday still sat on the table with functions and compensation written across the top in his own hand like evidence from a trial no one had bothered to schedule. Wade came in behind him and glanced at the envelope. "So what now?" he asked. "You frame the receipt. Light a candle for responsible fatherhood." Daniel pulled the envelope open, counted the remaining cash once, and divided it without answering. Some went back into the drawer under the cutlery where he'd started keeping operating money. Some stayed in the envelope. He took a pen, turned over a supermarket flyer, and wrote the date, the amount deposited, and the account's last 4 digits in small, cramped numbers that looked more furtive than careful. Then he folded that slip around the receipt and slid both into an old utility bill envelope at the back of the drawer. Nikki watched from the counter with open disapproval. "There," she said. "Now it's domestic." Daniel shut the drawer. "Now it's trackable." "That isn't better." "It is if I do it again." The room shifted slightly on that. Wade's expression sharpened with interest. Nikki's disgust deepened into something closer to recognition. Daniel stood with one hand still on the drawer handle and realized he had already said the truest part aloud. Again. Not a gesture, then. Not a single guilty morning dressed up as conscience. A method. Quiet cash in. Record it. Say nothing. Repeat until the account meant something large enough to outlast whatever had become of him in the meantime. Wade tilted his head. "You're building another ledger." Daniel looked at the notepad on the table, then at the closed drawer, and hated how natural the answer felt. "Yes," he said. Nikki's eyes narrowed. "And when Mara notices?" He slid the chair back from the table and sat down, the whole house too quiet around him to let him pretend the question belonged to some distant future. Mara was practical. Mara noticed numbers. She would see it eventually, not the first deposit maybe, but the pattern when it became one. He pictured her reading a statement in silence, finding Ellie's account changed by amounts Daniel could not explain cleanly, and felt the next argument already waiting somewhere down the road with its coat on. When she notices, he said, that becomes a different problem. Nikki didn't blink. No, she said, it becomes the same problem with paperwork. Daniel looked at the drawer again, then at the receipt hidden envelope now living among unpaid utilities and takeout menus, and understood that she was right. He had not solved anything. He had only given his guilt a route number, a schedule, and a place to land next time. 27. Voices he doesn't want. The next morning began like a business day and went wrong before Daniel had finished his first coffee. He sat at the kitchen table with the notepad open where he'd left it, the headings from last night still staring up at him in his own hand with the dead clarity of decisions made too late to walk back. Functions. Compensation. Priority if verified. The house held that sober emptiness he was beginning to understand as a second form of punishment. Mara's mug was still in the rack. Ellie's crayons were still by the television. He looked at neither, for long. Looking too long turned absence into thought, and thought made the room harder to use. Wade leaned back in the chair opposite him, hat tipped low, watching Daniel count through Marta's details for the third time. "You're circling it," he said. "Either the supermarket man pays out or he doesn't. You can't glare the truth into changing shape." Daniel took a swallow of bitter coffee and kept his eyes on the page. Verification first, then leverage, then payout. That's called not being stupid. Nikki stood by the counter with her arms folded, visible contempt settled into the line of her mouth. "No," she said, "it's called enjoying yourself while pretending this is still accounting." Daniel ignored her because he was almost at the useful part. Marta had given him the store, the false base, the manager's habit, the wife, the funeral lie. It all fit. Too neatly, maybe, but neatness was often what truth looked like once stripped of sympathy. He reached for the pen. Something cold brushed past his elbow. He turned, annoyed before he was alarmed, and saw a little girl standing beside the table. She couldn't have been more than 8. Dark hair matted into strings. One side of her pink t-shirt gone brown with old water stains and dirt. One shoe on, one gone. Daniel's stomach tightened at once because he knew that shoe before his mind caught up. Pink shoe. Alan's storm-drained girl. Only now she wasn't caught in rocks at the edge of imagination. She was here, in his kitchen, looking at the notepad with grave, unreadable patience. Wade's chair hit the floor as he dropped the lazy slouch and sat upright. "Well," he said quietly, "that's new." Daniel set the pen down very carefully. "Alan," he said without looking away from the girl, "you want to explain why your wash just walked into my house." Alan appeared at the back door a second later, already wet, already strained, his ruined face tightening when he saw her. "I didn't bring her," he said. "She follows the place now." The little girl looked at Daniel, then at the page, then back at him. When she spoke, her voice was soft enough that he had to lean slightly to catch it. "You write down the useful ones," she said. "Do you write down the others too?" The kitchen went still. Nikki pushed off the counter at once, disgust gone from her face now, replaced by something narrower and far less comfortable. Leon stepped in from the hall and stopped dead when he saw the child. Daniel felt the whole room shift under that one question, as if the neat machinery he'd built last night had suddenly been forced to take a child-sized shape it could not bear without showing its teeth. Daniel looked at her one moment too long. "Who are you?" he asked. She held his gaze without blinking. "Ruby," she said, "and there are more." Daniel didn't answer Ruby straight away because the room had already started rearranging itself around her. The kitchen still held the same table, the same open notepad, the same cold coffee smell and dull morning light, but none of it felt fit for what had just stepped into it. Ruby stood beside the ledger as if she belonged less to the house than to the accusation it had become. One shoe, pink shirt, dark hair clumped from old water and grit. Too small. That was the part Daniel's mind kept circling against his will. Too small for the room. Too small for the wash. Too small to be standing beside his business model asking whether the others got written down too. Nikki spoke first, and even she sounded wrong. "What do you mean?" There are more. Ruby turned her head toward her with the mild patience of a child being asked something obvious. Where I was, she said. In the dark places. In the concrete. In the dirt after. She looked back at Daniel. They don't know where to stand yet. Alan made a low, broken sound at the back door. I told you there was a girl. Daniel kept his eyes on Ruby. You told me there was one body in the wash. Ruby's expression didn't change. I said there were more. That was true enough to sting. He hated children for that sometimes, even living ones. The brutal little habit of saying the exact thing as if failure to understand it belonged entirely to the adult. Wade had gone very still across the table, all of his earlier humor stripped clean out of him. Leon looked as if he wanted to retreat back into the hall and preserve the fiction that this was still only ugly in profitable ways. Daniel dragged the notepad a few inches farther from Ruby without quite meaning to. How many? Ruby looked past him, not up, not down, just somewhere beyond the kitchen wall as if counting from memory required stepping sideways out of the room. I don't know all the names, she said. Some of them don't either. Some are too mixed up. Her gaze returned to him with steady, impossible seriousness. But I know one place. Then another after that. Nikki stared at Daniel. Don't you dare reach for the pen. His hand stopped halfway there. He hadn't realized he'd moved. Shame hit quick and hot, not because she was wrong, but because she was exactly right. A place. Then another after that. The words had already begun lining up in his head as leads, routes, recoveries, pressure points. He saw that happen inside himself and hated it in the same instant. I wasn't, he said. Wade gave him a flat look. That lie used to land better. Ruby watched all of them with that same grave stillness. You can write them if you want, she said. It won't make them less dead. The kitchen tightened around that sentence. Daniel felt it in his throat before he felt it anywhere else. He looked at the page with functions still underlined at the top, then at the child standing beside it, and for the first time since he'd started building order out of the dead, the paper looked cheap. Not evil, not dramatic, just small. Office store logic under a child's ruined shirt. Leon cleared his throat from the hall. If she's telling the truth, this isn't a side cue anymore. Ruby turned toward him. I am telling the truth. Daniel believed her. That was the worst part. Not because she looked innocent. She didn't. She looked soaked, tired, and too used to being looked past. He believed her because every ghost in the room had already shifted around her, not like staff around a new arrival, but like grown things making space for the worst fact in the house. He looked at Ruby and heard himself ask the question before he had decided to. Show me the first place. Daniel regretted the words as soon as they left his mouth because asking Ruby to show him the first place made the room answer in ways he already understood too well. Alan straightened at the back door with wet, immediate hope that looked almost painful. Nikki's face hardened into disbelief so sharp it bordered on anger. Wade didn't smile, which was how Daniel knew the choice mattered. Leon stayed in the hall with his shoulders set wrong, like a man who had wandered into a conversation that might indict him by proximity. Ruby looked at Daniel for a long second, not grateful, not relieved, just measuring whether he meant it. Now, she asked. He almost said no. He almost said later, tomorrow, after Marta, after the supermarket, after the paying work already lined up on the page. The excuses came fast and clean and practical. Verify first. Use daylight. Bring gloves. Don't go chasing dead children on an empty stomach. He heard every one of them in his own head and hated how competent they sounded. Nikki heard them too, or something close enough. There it is, she said. He's already building delays. Daniel looked at her sharply. I haven't said anything. You don't need to. Your face has become very managerial. Wade folded his hands on the table and watched Daniel with that dry, steady patience that somehow made things worse. She's not wrong, he said. You've got that look again. The one where conscience becomes scheduling. Ruby didn't move. If you're going to say later, she said, say it properly. That landed low and mean because of how calm she made it sound. Daniel stared at her pink shirt, the one shoe, the dirt dried into the hem, and felt the ledger in his head try to keep functioning anyway. If he went now, Marta waited. Money waited. The room Wade had promised still waited. Everything he had built in the last 24 hours depended on not letting the unbearable parts drive the vehicle. Alan stepped forward with sudden strain in his voice. "Don't do that to her." Daniel snapped before he meant to. "I'm not doing anything to her. I'm trying to think." Alan's ruined face tightened. That's what men say right before they leave children where they are. The kitchen went silent after that. Daniel felt the sentence hit him and stay there. Nikki looked away first, not out of mercy, but because she no longer needed to watch the damaged land. Leon shifted in the hall and said, quieter than usual, "He can't carry both tracks at once. That's the truth of it." Ruby turned toward Leon. "I didn't ask him to carry all of us. Just me first." Daniel looked at the notepad on the table. Marta's lead sat there in his own handwriting, neat and immediate and monetizable. Beside it, the page still held functions underlined once, as if order were something a man could impose without the room eventually answering back. He thought of the supermarket manager, the false base, the payout. Then he thought of a concrete channel, runoff stink, rocks, insects, and a child standing beside his kitchen table asking to be found before she got turned into a task. Wade rose from the chair at last. "If you want the filthy truth," he said, "this is the first time the work has actually looked at you." Daniel let out a breath that did nothing to steady him. "You say that like it's noble." "No," Wade said. "I say it like it's expensive." Ruby took one small step toward the door. "I can show you," she said. "But if we wait too long, the others come closer." Daniel's head came up. "What others?" Her eyes stayed on his. "The ones who want you to keep doing business instead." Daniel stood there a second too long after Ruby said it, with the kitchen holding its breath around him and the notepad still open on the table like an insult he had written to himself. The ones who want you to keep doing business instead. He didn't need her to explain what that meant. He could already feel the shape of it. Easier ghosts. Paying ghosts. Ghosts who rewarded appetite instead of ruining it. The room he had built in his head over the last week had doors, and Prophet had been standing in all of them with a smile. Nikki saw him understand. "That's the point," she said quietly. "Not all of them want you dragged into something worse. Some just want what you promised. Access. Priority. Results." Alan turned sharply toward her. "Children in concrete channels are not something worse, like this is a scheduling conflict." Nikki's expression hardened. "No, they're exactly worse. That's why men like him try to root around them." Daniel looked at her with tired hostility. "You're enjoying this too much." She gave a short, humorless laugh. "No, I'm recognizing the moment your clever little office meets the work that doesn't flatter it." Wade stepped around the table and came to stand beside the notepad, looking down at the headings Daniel had written with the same cold interest he might have given a gun laid on velvet. "You can still choose the ledger," he said. "That's the honest part. Marta pays. The poker room pays. Leon pays. None of us are pretending otherwise." He looked up at Daniel. "But if you do, don't tell yourself this was an interruption. It's a refusal." Ruby waited by the door with one hand hanging at her side and her one shoe darkened by old dirt. She didn't plead. That made it worse. Daniel would have found begging easier to resist. Instead she only watched him like she already knew what adults did when the ugly truth arrived at the wrong hour. "I can go without you," she said. "But I can't show the police." That landed with brutal precision. Daniel looked at the notepad, then at the envelope in his jacket, then at the child by the door. Behind him the house answered in the wrong quiet again. Mara's mug. Ellie's crayons. The old ordinary life still sitting where he had left it while he built a new one out of transactions and dead leverage. For 1/6 he understood the shape of the choice too clearly. One road kept him fed. The other road led into stink, concrete, and things no man got paid enough to carry home. Leon broke the silence from the hall. "If he goes with her," he said, "this won't stay one body." Daniel looked at him. "You know that." Leon held his gaze. "I know cities. One hidden child is luck for monsters. More than one is method." The word settled over the kitchen and changed it. Method. Not tragedy. Not accident. Design. Daniel felt something inside him recoil and lean in at the same time. He hated both reactions. Then he reached over, took the notepad, and tore the Marta page free. He folded it once, then twice, and shoved it into his pocket without looking at it again. Nikki watched him carefully. That isn't noble either. No, Daniel said. He grabbed his keys off the counter and looked at Ruby. It's just first. Alan let out a breath that sounded almost like pain. Wade said nothing, which was rare enough to matter. Ruby turned toward the door at once, and Daniel followed her out before the room. The ledger, or the paying ghosts could make a better argument. 28. Ruby. By the time Daniel got back from the wash, he felt scraped hollow. Dust had dried pale around the seams of his shoes, and his shirt still carried a faint trace of runoff stink under the sweat. The drive home had gone by in the wrong kind of silence, not empty, just overfull with everything he had seen and everything he had very carefully not let himself think about yet. When he let himself into the house, he did it with the heavy automatic movements of a man returning from bad work to the only room left that still half pretended to be his. The kitchen light came on with a tired buzz. Daniel went straight to the fridge, pulled out a beer, looked at it for a second, then shoved it back and took a cold soda instead. That felt less like virtue than self-preservation. He found a half-stale bag of crisps in the cupboard, tore it open, and carried both into the living room without bothering to switch on the lamp. The television threw a low blue wash across the sofa and carpet while he dropped into his corner, kicked one foot out, and reached for the remote. News first, by habit. Then some late daytime panel show full of bright teeth and louder people than he could stand. He took a long swallow, opened the crisps onto his knee, and tried for 30 whole seconds to be nothing but a tired man in front of a screen. Then something moved at the edge of it. Daniel's head turned just enough, not a flinch, not quite, and found Ruby sitting cross-legged at the far end of the sofa. She had one shoe on, one foot tucked under the hem of her dirty pink shirt, and she was making a face at the television with the grave concentration of a child personally offended by adult programming. When she noticed him looking, she widened the face deliberately, tongue out a fraction, eyebrows drawn down in theatrical disgust. Daniel stared at her for a second. That bad? Ruby shrugged without shame. They keep shouting. He looked back at the screen, where two overdressed strangers were indeed shouting about something no one in the room cared about, then down at the remote in his hand. The movement was small enough to barely count. One click, then another. The panel vanished. Bright music came in. Animated animals began racing across a painted forest. Daniel set the remote down on the arm of the sofa, took another drink, and reached for the crisps again as if nothing of consequence had happened. Ruby watched the cartoons for a moment, then looked sideways at him. You changed it. Daniel kept his eyes on the screen. I changed it because the other thing was unbearable. Ruby's mouth twitched in what might have become a smile if death had left children more room for them. From the doorway, Wade took in the room and gave Daniel a look too sharp to be innocent. That's a lovely piece of self-deception, he said. Daniel crunched a crisp and leaned back into the cushion. Watch your own television, he muttered, while Ruby settled deeper into the sofa and the cartoon light flickered softly across the room as if she had been sitting there all along. The cartoon ran on in bright, frantic colors while Daniel drank his soda and tried very hard to treat the room like a room instead of a new kind of problem. Ruby didn't fidget the way living children did. That was what made her harder to ignore. She sat still through the chase scene, one knee drawn up, hands folded around her ankle, watching with the grave attention of someone relearning an ordinary pleasure from memory instead of instinct. Every so often her face changed a fraction at something on the screen, not quite delight, not quite grief, but something close enough to both that Daniel found himself looking away before it could settle properly in him. Wade stayed in the doorway with his shoulder against the frame, doing that infuriating thing where he made silence feel like commentary. Daniel kept his eyes on the television until he couldn't stand the pressure of it any longer. If you've got a point, he said, try making it somewhere else. Wade glanced from him to Ruby and back again. I already made it, he said. You just changed the channel. Ruby tilted her head toward Wade with mild disapproval. You talk too much. Wade put a hand to his chest. Child, that is no way to address a senior member of the household. Daniel snorted before he could stop himself, then hated that Wade looked pleased to have pulled the sound out of him. He reached for another crisp, found only crumbs, and folded the empty bag down on his knee. Ruby's gaze flicked to the sound, then back to the screen. He noticed the movement anyway. You don't eat, do you? He asked. Ruby shrugged. Not really. Helpful. She gave him a sideways look that was much older than her face had any right to manage. You asked. The cartoon shifted into a louder segment with a brass band burst and a chorus of animated voices. Ruby's shoulders tightened almost invisibly. Daniel caught it in the edge of his vision, reached for the remote, and turned the volume down 3 notches without comment. She noticed that too. Of course she did. The room went quieter around the bright colors. After a moment Ruby pointed at the far cushion, the one still slightly flattened from habit more than weight. She sat there, she said. Daniel kept his gaze on the television. Yeah. She liked this one. He swallowed once before answering. She liked anything with animals talking like people. Ruby nodded as if filing that carefully. Then she settled deeper into the sofa corner and watched the screen with solemn concentration, while Daniel sat beside a dead child in cartoon light and understood with growing unease that this was how haunting changed shape. Not just in washes, mirrors, and bad rooms, but here, in the small domestic space where a person stopped being a clue and started becoming part of the furniture of his evening. When the episode ended, Daniel reached for the remote on instinct, ready to switch back to something louder, more adult, more suited to the kind of evening he had been trying to have before a dead child settled into his sofa and rearranged it. Ruby looked at the screen, then at him, and made no face this time. She only waited. That turned out to be worse. Daniel stared at the remote for a second, then clicked to the next cartoon instead and muttered, "This is temporary." Wade gave a low hum from the doorway. Of course it is. Daniel ignored him and got to his feet because sitting there any longer risked letting the scene become normal. His stomach had started complaining in earnest, all soda and crisps and no actual meal. "I'm making food," he said, mostly to the room. Ruby slid off the sofa and followed him into the kitchen with the quiet, unhurried obedience of a child who had already decided she belonged within range of the light. Daniel opened the fridge, stared into it, and pulled out sliced ham, half a block of cheese, and a jar of mustard. He set them on the counter, reached automatically for 2 plates, stopped, and put one back with more force than he intended. Ruby watched that without comment. Then she climbed onto one of the kitchen chairs and tucked her one-shoed foot under her as if this were a thing they had done before. The overhead light flattened her shirt into dull pink and picked out the dirt in the hem. Daniel focused on the bread instead. Bread was manageable. Bread did not ask moral questions. "You don't have to stare at the sandwich like it insulted you," Ruby said. Daniel spread mustard with more attention than the task required. "I'm not staring. I'm assembling. You're sulking at lunch meat." He glanced at her despite himself. "It's dinner." Ruby tilted her head. "Late enough, I suppose." That almost got him. Not a smile, exactly, but the near ache of one. He hated that too, because it made the room softer than it had a right to be. He laid the ham down, added cheese, cut the sandwich in half, and carried the plate to the table. Ruby looked at it with mild interest but no hunger. Of course not. Daniel sat down across from her and took a bite. The house answered with its old wrong quiet, the one that had started meaning absence more than peace. Ruby looked past him toward the lounge, where the cartoon music still drifted thinly through the doorway. "She used to eat in there sometimes," she said. Daniel chewed, swallowed, and reached for his drink. "Yeah." With the plate on her knees, Ruby went on. "And you said not to drip on the sofa." He went still. "How do you know that?" Ruby met his eyes with calm, impossible patience. "Because I'm here," she said, and Daniel sat in his kitchen with a sandwich going cold in his hand and understood that interruption was becoming residency. Daniel didn't move for a moment after Ruby said it. The sandwich sat in his hand, cooling by degrees, while the kitchen light flattened everything into ordinary shapes that no longer meant what they used to. "Because I'm here." She had said it with the calm certainty of a child explaining that rain was wet, and the worst part was that the answer fit. Of course she knew where Ellie liked to sit. Of course she knew what television went on, what cupboard held the good cereal, what sort of warnings belonged to sofas and plates. She had been in the house long enough to learn its habits while Daniel was still pretending hauntings only counted when they arrived with bodies and demands. Wade leaned in the doorway between kitchen and lounge and watched Daniel absorb it. "That one's going to age badly in your head," he said. Daniel put the sandwich down on the plate with more care than appetite deserved. "You say that like it narrows anything." "It narrows denial." Ruby slid down from the chair before either of them could make the sentence uglier. She moved back toward the living room with that same quiet certainty, one shoe making no sound on the floorboards. Daniel stayed where he was long enough to finish half the sandwich out of stubbornness rather than hunger, then took his plate and drink through after her because leaving a ghost child alone in the room where Ellie used to sit every evening somehow felt worse than witnessing it. The cartoon was still running. Ruby had curled into the corner of the sofa now, not quite where Ellie sat, but close enough for the room to notice. Daniel set the plate on the coffee table and sank into his usual place with a heaviness that had nothing to do with food. For a while nobody spoke. Animated animals ran in frantic loops across the screen. Wade lingered in the hallway, then lost interest and drifted off toward the kitchen, perhaps in search of better ways to be insufferable. Ruby watched the screen, then glanced at Daniel without turning her head. "Are you going to make me leave?" He looked at her properly then. Dirt in the hem. One bare foot tucked under her. Shirt gone dull with old watermarks. A child who should have been nowhere near a sofa, a cartoon, or his life. "No," he said. She waited, as if there might be more. Daniel glanced toward the linen cupboard in the hall, then away again. 5 seconds later he got up anyway, muttering something that might have passed for annoyance if the room were stupid, and came back with the faded throw Ellie used during winter mornings. He draped it over the far end of the sofa without looking at Ruby while she pulled it around herself in one small, careful movement. From the kitchen, Nikki's voice came cool and exact. "That's how it starts." Daniel sat back down, picked up the remote, and turned the volume lower by one more notch. "No," he said, eyes on the screen. "That's how tonight works." 29. Not my problem. Daniel got 3 turns into the drive before he started trying to turn the choice into something smaller than it was. Ruby sat in the back seat because he couldn't stand the idea of her in the passenger seat like a child being taken to school, and Wade rode up front with one elbow on the window frame, watching the city thin into service roads, drainage easements, and fenced-off lots where nothing decent ever happened by accident. The morning light was too clear for comfort. Every concrete wall looked sun-bleached and permanent. Every stretch of runoff channel looked built for things to vanish in. "I'm looking," Daniel said, keeping his eyes on the road. "That's all this is. I look, I verify, then I decide what happens next." Ruby leaned forward slightly from the back. "You already decided what happens next," she said. "You came." Daniel tightened his grip on the wheel. "That's not the same thing." Wade glanced at him without much pity. "It usually is." Daniel could smell hot dust even through the cracked windows. The road Ruby had led him onto ran beside a concrete flood channel lined with weeds, broken fencing, and trash caught high in the wire from old runoff. It looked exactly like the kind of place the city had built to move water and accidentally taught monsters to use for storage. He hated that thought the moment it arrived and hated more that it sounded competent. "I'm not the police," he said. "I'm not a social worker. I'm not some saint they forgot to ordain. A city this size has enough horror to keep 100 men busy, and I'm not responsible for all of it because one dead child found my kitchen." Ruby's voice stayed quiet. "Not all of it. Just me first." That landed harder than pleading would have. Daniel pulled over by a broken section of fence and killed the engine. Below them the channel dropped in long gray planes toward a culvert mouth dark enough to look deliberate. A shopping cart lay on its side halfway down the bank. One pink plastic sandal had snagged in the weeds near the edge, sun faded to something almost white. Alan appeared outside the car at once, wet and strained. "She told you where," he said. "Don't start lying now." Daniel got out and shut the door harder than he meant to. "I'm not lying. I'm setting limits." Wade came around the hood and looked down into the channel with narrowed eyes. "Men say that right before they leave something awful exactly where they found it." Daniel stared at the culvert, at the snagged sandal, at the dirt and wrappers and sun-struck concrete, and felt the first real resistance rise in him. This was not a paying room. There was no leverage here. No mark, no angle, no hidden cache. Just stink, heat, and the growing certainty that whatever waited below would follow him home in a way Marta never could. He looked at Ruby and heard the refusal already forming because it was practical, because it was cowardly, and because it sounded enough like survival to tempt him. "I found the place," he said. "That doesn't make the rest of it my problem." Ruby didn't answer his refusal with outrage. That made it worse. She only looked at him for a second, then turned toward the broken fence and started picking her way down the bank as if the matter had already been settled somewhere outside him. Daniel swore under his breath and went after her before he could decide not to, boots slipping on loose grit and sun-baked dust. Wade followed at an easier pace, hands in his pockets, while Alan came down the slope in wet silence, his eyes fixed on the culvert mouth with the strained concentration of a man approaching his own failure. Daniel caught up halfway down. "I said stop," he snapped. Ruby kept moving. "You said it wasn't your problem." "It isn't." She glanced back at him over one thin shoulder. "Then you can say it closer." That hit with such infuriating precision that Daniel nearly turned around on the spot. Instead he kept descending, because anger had more forward motion in it than decency and he needed something to carry him the last few yards. The concrete underfoot was stained with old runoff lines and scattered with wrappers, beer cans, and drifted clumps of dead reeds. A smell rose as they neared the culvert, not full rot, not yet, but stagnant water baked into stone and old filth trapped where the sun couldn't quite burn it out. Wade stopped a few feet from the shadow line and looked into the dark. "Well," he said quietly, "this is the sort of place nobody ends up by accident." Daniel stared at the mouth of the drain. The opening was tall enough for a man to crouch through if he hated himself enough. Trash had gathered along the edges in damp heaps. The air felt cooler there, but not cleaner. He could already feel resistance building in his chest, practical and ugly. If he looked too closely, this would become real in a way the kitchen hadn't allowed. Real meant responsibility. Real meant police, statements, attention, maybe Ruiz, maybe more. Real meant this crossing over from dead leverage into something that could stain the rest of his life. Alan pointed with one shaking hand. "Left side, in the rocks." Daniel followed the gesture and saw it then. Not a body. Not enough for that from this angle. Just a scrap of pink cloth wedged between broken concrete and a cluster of washed-down branches near the culvert lip. Small. Dirty. Wrong in a way his mind recognized before it fully accepted it. Ruby stopped beside him. "That's mine," she said. Daniel's throat tightened. He forced the wails back. He made himself stay cold. "Fine. Now I've seen enough to make a call." Ruby looked up at him. "A call to who?" Daniel kept his eyes on the culvert. "The police." She held his gaze without blinking. "And when they ask how you knew where to look?" Daniel didn't answer straight away because that was the question under all the others, waiting like a blade under cloth. Wade watched him from the edge of the shadow with no smile in him now. Alan's ruined face had gone tight again with hope and dread. Ruby turned back toward the culvert. "That's what I thought," she said. "So come closer." Daniel hated her for being right, which was easier than admitting she had trapped him cleanly. He stepped past Ruby and moved toward the culvert mouth with careful footing, the concrete slicker there where old moisture never quite surrendered to the sun. The stink strengthened at once. Not the blunt shock of fresh rot, but runoff, mud, old garbage, and something sweet gone wrong underneath it. He stopped one pace inside the shadow and felt the heat drop off his skin as if the channel itself had swallowed him. Wade stayed just behind him. "If you're going to be sick," he said, "try not to do it on the evidence." Daniel gave him a flat look. That was almost helpful. "It's the best you're getting." Ruby pointed toward the left wall where the culvert narrowed against a heap of storm-carried branches, plastic, and reeds packed hard into the bend. There, she said. Behind that. Daniel crouched without wanting to and used a broken length of stick to shift the outer layer of trash. The branches moved with a wet, resistant drag. A bottle rolled loose. A mat of dead reeds peeled back. Then the pink cloth showed again, more of it now, tangled around something pale and small enough that his mind tried one last time to make it debris. It failed. He froze with the stick still in his hand. The thing in the branches was a child's arm. Mud-streaked, water-marked, small enough that the sight of it made his own body feel suddenly clumsy and monstrous. For a second the whole culvert seemed to narrow around the fact of it. He heard water dripping somewhere deeper in the channel. He heard his own breathing go rough. Alan made a broken sound behind him. I told you. Daniel stood up too quickly and hit the back of his shoulder against the concrete. Pain flashed down his arm, but it barely registered. Jesus Christ, he said, and this time he didn't mean it as punctuation. Ruby looked at him with that same grave patience. That's why I came. He turned on her because she was the only thing in reach that wasn't the body. You think this helps? You think showing up in my kitchen and dragging me here solves anything? Ruby didn't blink. No, finding me solves one thing. The answer landed so plainly that he had nothing immediate to throw back at it. Wade stepped closer, his face stripped of all humor now. She's right, he said. The rest is what you do after. Daniel looked back at the branch tangle and saw, just beyond the first small shape, another scrap caught deeper in the reeds. Blue this time. Fabric, a ribbon, or a shirt. He couldn't tell. He didn't want to tell. Leon's word returned to him with cold precision. Method. Ruby followed his gaze. That's not mine, she said quietly. Daniel felt the resistance inside him change shape. This was no longer about whether he wanted the problem. The problem had already started multiplying in front of him. He looked at Wade, then at Alan, then at Ruby, and heard himself ask the question he had been trying not to know. How many bodies are in this channel? Ruby didn't answer him at first. She looked past the first small arm, past the pink cloth trapped in the branches, farther into the culvert where the light failed and the runoff trash thickened into darker knots. When she finally spoke, her voice stayed soft enough to make the words worse. I don't know all of them, she said. Some came after me, some were there before, some only cry. Daniel felt his stomach turn hard enough to hurt. He looked at the deeper scrap of blue and then away from it at once, because looking twice would turn suspicion into counting, and counting would become ownership before he had agreed to carry any of it. Alan stepped closer, wet and strained and miserable. You can't leave this now, he said. Not after you've seen her. Daniel rounded on him with more force than he intended because anger still felt cleaner than nausea. Watch me. Wade's expression stayed flat. That's a bad line to deliver beside a dead child. Daniel wiped one filthy hand across his mouth and tasted stale coffee, sweat, and the sour edge of panic. I'm not hauling apart a storm drain with my bare hands because the dead have started cueing children in my kitchen. He pointed toward the pink cloth without looking directly at it. One body is enough for police. They can find the rest. They have gloves, floodlights, paperwork, all the things this sort of nightmare apparently comes with. Ruby looked at him the way children looked at adults when the adult had just admitted something disappointing but not surprising. So you'll leave the others where they are. Daniel swallowed and kept his voice flat. I'll report what I saw. That isn't the same thing. No, Daniel said, hearing the strain in his own voice now. It isn't. The culvert held still around him after that. Water dripped deeper inside. Somewhere above, a car rolled over the service road and was gone. Daniel could feel the refusal taking shape in him, not as relief, not as instinct, but as work. He had to build it deliberately, brick by brick, against the sight of that small arm and the blue scrap farther in. Wade watched him with a kind of exhausted understanding. If you're walking, he said, walk now. Don't stand here pretending you're still choosing. Daniel swallowed, nodded once, and stepped backward out of the shadow. Each pace felt wrong. Ruby didn't follow. Alan made a broken sound that might have been protest or grief. Daniel climbed the bank with his jaw locked and his heartbeat pounding behind his eyes, reached the car, and pulled his phone from his pocket with shaking fingers. When the operator answered, he stared out at the flood channel and kept his voice flat. "There's a child's body in the east wash off the service road by the broken fence," he said. "Send somebody." He ended the call before they could ask who he was, then stood there with the phone in his hand, breathing too hard and knowing with sick certainty that leaving hadn't made it less his problem. It had only turned refusal into something conscious. 30. The bag. Daniel lasted less than an hour after the anonymous call before he started trying to turn action into absolution. The police had taken the location, asked the right clipped questions, and gotten nothing useful out of him except a flat voice and a dead child in a wash. Then he had driven home with his hands too tight on the wheel and the whole city looking built to hide things in plain sight. By the time he let himself back into the house, the kitchen had gone stale with old coffee and the wrong quiet again. Ellie's crayons still waited by the television. Mara's mug still sat in the dish rack with the handle turned toward the room as if it expected to be picked up by the right hand. Daniel looked at both and felt the wash open under his feet all over again. He went to the drawer where he kept the operating cash and stood over it for a long moment with one hand on the handle. The folded notes inside felt warmer than they should have, as if money held body heat longer when it came from bad rooms and uglier bargains. He took out a stack, counted it twice, then took more. The movement was quick, irritated, and far too practiced for a man pretending this was spontaneous remorse. Wade watched from the kitchen doorway with no smile in him. "That's not going to do what you want," he said. Daniel shoved the money into his inside pocket. "I didn't ask what you thought." "No," Wade said. "You just started reaching for the oldest con in the world. Buy a gesture. Hope it speaks a cleaner language than you do." Daniel grabbed his keys off the counter. "It's not a con if I mean it." From the living room, Ruby's small voice came without urgency. "Lots of people mean things." That stopped him harder than Wade had. Ruby sat on the sofa under Ellie's faded throw, one bare foot tucked under her, cartoon light moving across her ruined pink shirt. She looked not accusing, not sad, just awake enough to hear the sentence land where it belonged. Daniel hated that she was in the room for this too. He looked away first. "I'm going out." Ruby tilted her head. "For them?" "Yes." Wade folded his arms. "And this is for Mara and Ellie, not for you feeling less filthy about the wash." Daniel's mouth tightened. "Those can coexist." Nikki appeared at the archway with her usual cool precision already sharpened into judgment. "That," she said, "is a very elegant way of admitting the ratio is bad." Daniel left before they could keep pulling at it. The afternoon outside had gone flat and hot, the kind of light that made every shopfront look thin and every parking lot feel accusatory. He drove toward the retail strip with dirty money against his ribs and a plan taking shape because plans were easier than grief. He would buy Ellie something soft, something bright, something so obviously chosen for her that Mara couldn't mistake it for thoughtless panic. He would buy Mara something useful, not romantic, not manipulative, something practical enough to look like care instead of theater. He told himself that all the way to the shops, and by the time he parked, the lie had become organized enough to feel almost respectable. The first shop he went into was for children, because that part felt easier to counterfeit. Ellie still liked soft things, bright things, practical things that turned into beloved things by accident. Daniel moved through the aisles with a basket over one arm and the wrong kind of focus in his chest, lifting items and discarding them as if there might be a combination of fabric, color, and price that could cross the distance he had made with police cars, drinking, and all the smaller failures that had come before. He picked a fox plush almost on reflex, then swapped it for a rabbit in a blue coat, then stood there too long holding both before putting the fox back because the rabbit looked more like something Ellie would have dragged around by one ear until Mara told her not to chew the hem. Wade lingered at the end of the aisle beside a rack of school stationery, hat low, an expression sharpened by amusement he was trying not to show too openly. "You're shopping like a man trying to bribe a jury," he said. Daniel held the rabbit by its tag and reached for a watercolor set with his free hand. "I'm shopping like I know my daughter." No, Wade said. You're shopping like you want the bag to do the speaking. That landed because it was true enough to irritate. Daniel added the paints anyway, then a thick sketch pad, then a cardigan he found in the clothing section because the weather would turn before long and Mara always bought a size too large so Ellie could grow into things. He stood with the cardigan half folded over his arm, staring at the tiny buttons and the soft blue knit, and for a second could see Mara at the kitchen table cutting tags off while Ellie wriggled impatiently and asked whether wearing it immediately counted as helping. He swallowed once and dropped it into the basket. At the till, the young cashier smiled at the pile. Birthday? She asked. Daniel looked down at the rabbit, the paints, the cardigan, the hair clips he had added at the last second because Ellie always lost one side first. Something like that, he said. She's lucky, the cashier said, scanning the rabbit first. Daniel almost laughed at that and didn't because the sound would have come out wrong. He paid in cash, took the bag, and stood outside the shop for a second in the mall corridor while people drifted around him carrying coffees, branded bags, and intact ordinary lives. Then he turned toward the leather goods shop 2 units down, because Mara had needed a new wallet for months and that at least let him pretend usefulness was not just another costume for guilt. Nikki appeared beside the glass display. There's the problem. You can buy for Ellie. With Mara you're shopping for judgment. Daniel tightened his grip on the children's bag and kept walking anyway. Then I'll buy something too practical to argue with. The wallet took him longer than it should have. Daniel stood in the leather shop with the children's bag hanging from one hand and 3 women's wallets laid out on the glass counter in front of him while the sales assistant waited with the professional patience of somebody used to indecisive husbands, guilty sons, and men buying practicality because romance had already failed elsewhere. Mara's old one had been splitting at the fold for months. She kept saying she'd replace it when the month was kinder, and the month never was. Daniel picked up a dark brown one, put it down, then chose a plain black wallet with too many card slots and a zipped coin pocket because it looked like something she would actually use instead of resent on sight. The assistant smiled as she boxed it. Good choice, she said. It's sensible. Nikki, leaning against the display mirror with all the elegance of an expensive mistake, gave Daniel a look that carried no mercy at all. That's the most damning endorsement you could have hoped for. Daniel ignored her, paid in cash, and took the small paper bag with the boxed wallet inside. By the time he got back to the car, the passenger seat held Ellie's bright store bag and Mara's smaller, severe one-like exhibits arranged for a trial. He sat down behind the wheel, shut the door, and did not start the engine right away. The air inside the car held trapped heat and the faint synthetic smell of new fabric and paper handles. Wade appeared in the passenger seat and looked at the bags. That's a nice little fiction, he said. Very tidy. One bag says father. The other says husband. Both say please revise your opinion of me. Daniel started the engine anyway. I'm not asking for revision. No, Wade said. You're hoping for softening. Different vice. He drove to Mara's sister's street because there was nowhere else the bags could honestly be going. The houses there all had clipped hedges, short drives, and the smug neatness of people who believed ordinary life stayed ordinary if you kept the bins in line. Daniel pulled up half a block down, killed the engine, and looked at the front door he had not yet approached. The children's bag sat upright on the passenger seat. Mara's leaned against it like an afterthought pretending not to be one. He could already hear the speech he'd been building all through the drive. For Ellie. Just things she needs. For Mara. The wallet because hers was falling apart. No pressure. No argument. No explanation unless she asked. That last part was the crack in it. Everything broke there. A small voice came from the back seat. If she asks where the money came from, what do you say? Daniel closed his eyes once. Ruby sat behind him with her hands folded around one knee, watching the bags with grave interest. The sight of her there, small and watermarked and calm, turned the whole arrangement mean in an instant. He kept looking at the house. I say I've been working. Ruby tilted her head. That's not the same as answering. No, Daniel said, with his hand still on the keys and the bags still untouched. It isn't. Daniel stayed parked with the engine idling low under him and the bags sitting in the passenger seat like witnesses that refused to go first. Mara's sister's front garden held itself in the late light with the offended neatness of people who believed life could be kept in order if bins, hedges, and school shoes all stayed where they belonged. A child's scooter lay on its side near the path. The front curtain shifted once. That was enough to make his pulse change. He looked at the bright handles of Ellie's bag, then at the smaller one with Mara's wallet boxed inside it, and tried to imagine the walk from curb to door as if it were still available to him in some clean form. Knock. Mara opens. He says he brought a few things. He doesn't push. He doesn't explain unless she asks. He leaves before the conversation turns ugly. The problem with the fantasy was that it required Mara to receive him as if he were only inconvenient and not also unstable, evasive, drinking, and now carrying gifts bought with money that had no daylight version fit to survive questions. Wade watched the house through the windscreen with his usual dry attention. "You've been parked long enough to look guilty," he said. "Either go knock or accept that you came here for theater." Daniel kept both hands on the wheel. "I came here to bring things they need." Ruby looked at the bags from the back seat. "Then why are they still with you?" That one landed where Wade's cynicism couldn't. Daniel stared at the front door and pictured Ellie taking the rabbit with instant delight, then Mara seeing the same rabbit and asking, quietly and with that terrible practical calm of hers, where the money had come from. Not the first question, maybe not even the third. But it would come. It always would. And once it came, the bag would stop being a gesture and become evidence. Nikki appeared by the passenger door, one hand resting lightly against the window glass. "You wanted the bag to speak for you," she said. "That was always the plan. Not because you're cruel. Because it's easier than your mouth." Daniel let out a breath through his nose. "You're all very committed to making this unbearable." "No," Nikki said. "This was unbearable before we got here." The curtain shifted again. Daniel saw, just for a second, a small shape pass behind it, too quick to be sure whether it was Ellie or some other child belonging to some other ordinary life. He reached for the passenger seat at last. Wade straightened. Ruby went very still. Daniel grabbed both bags, held them for 1 second too long, then shoved them down into the footwell behind the passenger seat where they vanished into shadow. Ruby watched him in the rearview mirror. "So we're leaving." Daniel put the car into gear and pulled away from the curb without looking back at the house. "Yeah," he said. "We're leaving." 31. The pattern. Daniel made it 3 blocks before the first siren went past him toward the wash, lights off but speed wrong for anything ordinary. He kept driving anyway. The phone sat face down on the passenger seat like something contaminated, and every time he looked at it he saw again the small mud-streaked arm in the branches and the scrap of blue deeper in the reeds that Ruby had said wasn't hers. He had told himself the anonymous call was enough. It was the practical move. It put the dead child into hands with floodlights, gloves, evidence bags, jurisdiction, all the machinery decent people were supposed to use when horror turned physical. But the longer he drove, the less that argument felt like relief and the more it sounded like a man trying to negotiate with his own conscience by invoice. Wade sat beside him with his hat tipped low and his expression unreadable. "You left fast," he said. "That usually means a man is either escaping danger or outrunning himself. I'm curious which one you think this is." Daniel kept his eyes on the road and his hands fixed at 10 and 2 because anything looser might have turned into shaking. "I called it in," he said. "That's more than most people would have managed." Wade glanced out the window at the strip malls and service roads sliding by in sun-struck ugliness. "True," he said. "Most people don't have a dead child standing beside them spelling it out." That landed hard enough to make Daniel's jaw tighten. "I am not doing this with you," he said. "Not today. I found 1 body. Maybe 2. The police can find the rest. That is literally their job." Alan appeared in the back seat without sound, wet clothes clinging to him, ruined face strained with the same helpless urgency that had followed Daniel all morning. "You saw the second one," he said. "You know it wasn't just her." Daniel looked in the rearview mirror, saw Alan there, and hated the instant spike of guilt that came with it. Knowing something's wrong isn't the same as being responsible for fixing all of it. Alan leaned forward a fraction. "That's not what Ruby asked." Daniel nearly laughed at that, but there was nothing funny in him. He took the next turn too sharply and corrected with a hiss of tires. The city around him had gone back to looking normal, which felt obscene. Cars at lights. A woman walking out of a pharmacy with a paper bag. A man hosing down a delivery van. Meanwhile, a storm drain held children like lost property, and Daniel was still trying to decide how much of that could be called not his problem before the lie stopped sounding professional and started sounding small. Wade watched him for another beat, then said quietly, "You hear it now, don't you?" Daniel frowned. "Hear what?" Wade's gaze shifted past the windshield, toward nothing visible, and when he spoke again the amusement had gone out of him entirely. "The pattern," he said. "Now drive." Daniel drove because Wade had told him to, and because not driving would have meant admitting he already knew where this was going. He took the next light too late, cut across a service lane, and only realized where he was headed when the hospital district signs gave way to low municipal buildings, chain link, and the squat concrete box of the county coroner's intake annex. He pulled into a visitor space hard enough to jolt the suspension and sat there with both hands locked on the wheel while his pulse climbed for reasons that had nothing to do with the road. Wade looked through the windshield at the back entrance where white vans came and went. There. That's the pattern. Not the wash. The destination. Daniel frowned at the building and felt something cold move through him. "You think they all came through here?" "I think enough of them did that someone inside stops being shocked," Wade said. "That's different, and worse." Alan stood in the back seat, rain pale and strained. "If she wasn't the first, somebody knows. They might not know what they know, but they know." Daniel got out before either of them could say more. The annex air smelled of hot asphalt, stale coffee drifting from an open window somewhere, and disinfectant leaking from inside the building. Nothing about it looked monstrous. That was the part he hated. Beige walls. A side entrance. A bench under a dying shrub. The machinery of death reduced to municipal boredom. He stood staring at it and thought, with sudden vicious force, of Ellie's pink trainers kicked under the sofa, of the one time she'd wandered too far in a supermarket and the hollow panic that had opened in him before he found her by the cereal display. His stomach tightened so hard it hurt. Wade saw it happen. "There she is," he said quietly. "Your real objection." Daniel rounded on him at once. "Don't." Wade didn't move. "Why not?" "Because now it has a face you love." He tipped his head toward the building. "You could leave children in a drain when they were tragedy. You won't manage it as easily when your mind keeps trying Ellie's name in the empty spaces." Alan came closer, his ruined expression tightening with miserable urgency. "That's why you have to find them," he said. "Before some other father does." Daniel looked at Alan, then at the annex door and then away again because the thought had already lodged where it would do the most damage. What if one of them had been Ellie? What if one day some man who drank too much and saw too much was the only thing standing between her and a concrete channel full of weeds? The question was grotesque. It was also effective. He hated that most of all. A woman in county scrubs came out the side door carrying a clipboard and a paper cup. She glanced at Daniel, then at the municipal building behind him, and slowed just enough to mark him as trouble if he gave her a reason. "Can I help you?" she asked. Daniel turned toward her before he had fully decided to speak. "Maybe," he said. "How many children come through here from the East Washes?" The woman in county scrubs stopped 3 paces away and let the clipboard settle against her hip. Up close she looked to be in her 40s, tired around the eyes in the efficient way of people who had long ago learned that exhaustion could be made presentable if pressed flat enough. Her gaze moved over Daniel's face, his clothes, the parking lot behind him, and came back sharper. "That's not a normal question," she said. Daniel heard how bad he must sound and kept his hands visible because somehow that seemed like it might help. "No," he said. "I know. I'm trying not to ask it badly." Wade stood just off her shoulder, invisible to her and entirely too interested. "Strong opening," he murmured. "Real confidence inspiring." Daniel ignored him. The woman took a sip from her paper cup without looking away. "Who are you?" He hesitated a fraction too long. That was enough. Her expression changed from wary courtesy to procedural caution. "If you're family, you go through front administration," she said. "If you're press, you definitely go through front administration. If you're neither, You tell me why you're standing by intake asking me about dead children. Alan moved closer, wet and strained, his ruined face tight with desperate concentration. Tell her the wash, he said. Tell her East Side. She'll know. Daniel looked at the woman and chose the narrowest version of truth that still had teeth. I found one in the East Wash this morning, he said. Anonymous call, broken fence off the service road. But I don't think she was the first, and I need to know if that sounds crazy before I do something even worse. That got her attention properly. She lowered the cup. You found a child and didn't stay on scene. It wasn't a question, and Daniel hated the answer before he gave it. I called it in. The woman stared at him for a second with open disbelief, then let out a breath through her nose that held no patience at all. That was a bad choice. I'm getting that impression. She studied him again, this time not as a random problem in a parking lot, but as a problem connected to something she'd already heard about. That was worse. Daniel could almost see the internal filing happen, the moment this morning's call slid into place behind his face. You should be talking to Metro, she said. Not me. Wade's tone turned quieter. She didn't say no. Daniel caught that too. Maybe, he said, keeping his eyes on the woman. But I asked you, not Metro. Have there been others? The woman didn't answer immediately. Behind her, the annex door opened and a man in gloves stepped out with a sealed box and crossed toward a white van without looking at any of them. The smell of disinfectant shifted in the warm air. The woman waited until the van doors shut again before speaking. Children come through here from all sorts of places, she said carefully. Wash channels, lots, motels, apartment dumpsters. That's what a city this size does when it fails people. She held his gaze. But East Side runoff with storm debris attached, small frame, prolonged exposure, no quick claim. Yes, that is a category I've seen before. Daniel felt the world narrow around the sentence. Alan closed his eyes as if hearing it hurt. Wade went still beside him. The woman's expression hardened another degree when she saw whatever crossed Daniel's face. How many? He asked. Her mouth tightened. Enough that you asking the question in a parking lot gives me a very bad feeling. The woman in county scrubs held his gaze for another second, then shifted the clipboard under her arm as if she had decided something about him and didn't like any of the options. You need to leave, she said. Either go talk to Metro properly or get out of my lot before I decide you're one more problem I'm required to report. Daniel heard the threat in that and also the warning beneath it. She was giving him a chance to move before the building behind her absorbed him into procedure. What's your name? He asked. She almost smiled, though there was no warmth in it. Not your business, she said. And if you're smart, that'll stay true for both of us. Wade watched her with open approval. Now that, he said softly, as a woman with survival instincts. Daniel ignored him because the pressure in his chest had changed shape again. It was no longer just Ruby in the drain or the intake pattern at the annex. It was time. The woman had confirmed enough. There had been others. Enough others to become a category. Enough others that a county worker could hear his question and recognize the contour of it before he finished asking. Daniel looked at the annex door, the white vans, the beige walls made respectable by paperwork, and felt something final settle into place. Alan stepped closer, rain pale and strained. You have to go back, he said. You heard her. Daniel looked at him with flat exhaustion. Yes, he said. That's the part one was trying to avoid. The woman's eyes sharpened. Avoid what? He realized too late he had said that aloud. Wade's mouth twitched. Daniel rubbed one hand across his face and tried for harmless, but the day had already moved too far for harmless to fit him cleanly. Nothing you want attached to your building, he said. That's the truest thing you've said yet. She turned as if to go inside, then stopped with her hand on the door bar. Listen carefully, she said without looking back. If this morning's wash child is what I think it is, Metro will start pulling call records, scene timing, and anyone who got curious too fast. If you made the anonymous call from your own phone, you're not anonymous. You're just late. That hit harder than it should have because it was so obvious, and because he had not let himself think it all the way through until she said it out loud. Daniel felt the memory return with sudden, nauseating clarity. The operator picking up. His own voice flattened and clipped. The instinctive stab of relief after hanging up, as if ending the call had ended the thread. He had not made himself invisible. He had simply run. Wade saw it land. There it is, he said quietly. The amateur hour portion of the evening. Daniel looked back toward the car, toward the road out, toward the east washes he had already tried to hand off to strangers with gloves and forms and official language. Then he looked at Alan, at the wet ruin of him, and heard Ruby's voice in memory saying some only cry. His stomach turned. The woman opened the door. Whatever you're deciding, she said, decide it somewhere else. Daniel nodded once, not because he agreed, but because movement had finally become simpler than refusal. He turned toward the car and pulled out his phone as he walked, already knowing who he had to call next and already hating what that would make him look like when she answered. 32. First warning to the living. Daniel got into the car, shut the door, and sat with the phone in his hand while the annex lot shimmered in the heat beyond the windshield. His call log still held the anonymous report from that morning, stripped now of whatever comfort anonymity had briefly pretended to offer. The county woman had been right. He hadn't vanished into procedure. He had simply left a trail and then driven away from it. Alan stood just outside the passenger door, pale and wet and miserable in the reflected sunlight, while Wade leaned against the hood with his hat tipped low, watching Daniel with the kind of patience that felt like mockery even when it wasn't. Well, Wade said, glancing toward the phone, you can keep sitting there trying to think of a version that flatters you, or you can make the next bad decision cleanly. Daniel looked up at him with flat exhaustion. You make everything sound like a vice. Wade shrugged. Only the interesting parts. Alan pressed closer to the glass, his ruined face tight with urgency. Call them, he said. Call the police. Tell them about the wash. Tell them about the others. Daniel rubbed a hand over his mouth and stared at the phone again. He already knew who he had to call. Not dispatch. Not another anonymous line. A person. Someone who would remember his voice and attach it to this morning, to the wash, to the questions at the annex, to whatever came next. That was the price now. He scrolled once, found the number he'd saved after too many ugly little intersections with Metro, and hit call before he could let himself start bargaining again. She answered on the fourth ring. Ruiz. Daniel shut his eyes briefly at the sound of her voice. Detective Elena Ruiz always sounded as if she'd been interrupted in the middle of something more useful, which in his experience was usually true. It's Daniel Mercer. Silence held for half a beat. Then Ruiz said, that is not the name I wanted to hear today. He almost laughed, but there was nothing in him. Yeah, I'm getting that a lot. Her tone hardened at once. If this is about the wash child, save yourself some trouble and start with why you knew where to look. Daniel looked through the windshield at the annex door, then at Alan's pale reflection in the glass. Because I found her, he said. And because I think she wasn't the first. Ruiz went very quiet. When she spoke again, the irritation was still there, but something sharper had moved in behind it. Mercer, she said, tell me exactly where you are. Daniel looked at the annex door, the beige walls, the white van idling 2 spaces over, and understood that lying now would only waste both their time. County Coroner Intake Annex, he said. Back lot, east side visitor spaces. Ruiz didn't answer straight away. He could hear traffic behind her, a car door shutting, the clipped movement of someone already changing direction because a nuisance had turned interesting. Stay there, she said. Do not leave, do not wander, and do not decide to get clever before I arrive. Wade smiled faintly through the windshield. She likes you. Daniel ignored him. I'm not trying to get clever. That would make today a first. Ruiz's voice stayed dry, but the irritation no longer sat alone in it. Suspicion had joined it, and behind that something worse. Attention. You called in the wash child this morning, anonymously and badly. You disappeared before units got there. Now you're in a county lot asking pattern questions. So here's where we are, Mercer. You either explain why, or I start with the version where you know too much for innocent reasons. Daniel shut his eyes for a second and felt the old instinct to hedge rise and fail almost immediately. Alan stood just beyond the glass, rain-pale and miserable, while Wade leaned on the hood like a man enjoying theater. The dead had no trouble with pressure. Only the living did. I went back because I thought there might be another one, Daniel said. Then I went looking for whether this had happened before. Ruiz let that sit for a beat. You thought there might be another one based on what? Daniel stared through the windshield at nothing useful. He could not tell her Ruby had stood in a drain and pointed. He could not tell her dead children had begun forming a category inside his life before the city admitted they had formed one inside its files. Based on what I saw at the scene. Debris pattern. Positioning. It didn't feel isolated. Wade gave a low whistle. Now that is a lovely almost lie. Ruiz heard the hesitation anyway. Mercer, she said, and his name came out flatter this time, stripped of annoyance and sharpened into warning. Do not waste my time with instincts and feelings. I deal in specifics. Daniel's grip tightened on the phone. Specific enough for you. There was one caught shallow and another deeper in the reeds. Small frame. Blue fabric. I didn't stay long enough to confirm because I made a bad choice and ran away. Silence filled the line. It lasted just long enough to make his pulse climb. Then Ruiz said, Did you touch anything? No. Did anyone see you there? Not that I know of. That is not comforting. He heard a car engine start on her end, then the scrape of a seat belt. Listen carefully. You are now a witness at best and a problem at worst. Sit tight and keep your phone on. If you vanish again, I will spend the rest of the day assuming the ugliest possible reason. Ruiz hung up without wasting a goodbye, and Daniel sat in the parked car with the phone still in his hand while the annex lot shimmered outside in the late heat. He had expected relief once the decision was made. Instead he felt thinner, more exposed, as if calling her had not handed the problem off so much as attached his name to it in permanent ink. Alan stood beyond the passenger door with rain-dark clothes clinging to him, and Wade remained against the hood with his hat tipped low, both of them watching Daniel with different species of expectation. Well, Wade said through the windshield, now you've done it properly. No more anonymous conscience with a blocked number. You've introduced yourself. Daniel looked at him without warmth. You sound pleased. I'm interested, Wade said. There's a difference. Interested means we're still moving. Alan leaned closer to the glass, his ruined face tight with urgency. She's coming. That's good. Daniel let out a tired breath and dropped the phone onto the passenger seat. It's only good if she listens before deciding I belong in cuffs. Wade's mouth twitched. You say that like the two outcomes are mutually exclusive. Before Daniel could answer, the side door of the annex opened again. The county woman stepped out with the same clipboard under her arm and stopped when she saw he was still there. Her face did not alter much, but the small stillness that went through her was enough to tell him she had hoped he would take the warning and remove himself from her afternoon. I thought I told you to make your decision elsewhere, she said as she crossed the lot. Daniel got out of the car because staying seated made him feel cornered. I did, he said. I called Metro. That changed something. Not enough to soften her, but enough to sharpen her attention into a different shape. Did you? She said. And which part of Metro drew the short straw? Ruiz. The woman stopped a few feet away and gave him a long, assessing look. Then you've either made the smartest choice available to you, she said, or the stupidest one with the longest paperwork trail. Wade smiled faintly. I like her more every minute. Daniel ignored him. You recognize the pattern, he said. That means someone else has too. The county woman shifted the paper cup from one hand to the other. Recognizing a pattern and proving one are not the same thing, she said. Cities produce repetition. That's one of the filthier parts of their design. She looked toward the annex door, then back at him. But yes, enough East Side runoff cases with similar recovery conditions, similar age ranges, similar nobody comes quickly endings, and even tired people start hearing the same note. Alan's expression twisted as if each word hurt him personally. Daniel felt it too, not as grief exactly, but as pressure finding structure. Did anyone ever push it higher? He asked. Say this is wrong in a way that belongs to one set of hands. Her eyes narrowed. You're asking homicide questions in a county parking lot, she said. That's bold for a man who already sounds like trouble. A dark sedan turned into the lot before he could answer. It took the corner too cleanly and came straight toward them with the kind of purposeful speed that made conversation rearrange itself around arrival. The county woman saw it first and stepped back at once. Daniel followed her gaze and felt his stomach tighten when he recognized Ruiz behind the wheel. There, Wade said softly. Now the room gets smaller. Ruiz got out before the engine had fully settled, one hand already on the door frame, the other holding her phone like she might still be deciding whether Daniel belonged in a conversation or a report. She was in shirt sleeves, badge clipped at her belt, dark hair pulled back in a way that made her look less polished and more dangerous. Her eyes went first to Daniel, then to the county woman, then to the annex building behind them, taking the whole arrangement in fast enough to feel like accusation. Mercer, she said as she crossed the lot. You look exactly like a man who makes simple things expensive. Daniel felt Wade smile somewhere off to his right. You came fast, he said, and hated immediately how guilty that made him sound. Ruiz stopped 2 paces from him. You mentioned a second child and a county pattern. That moves a call up the list. She flicked a glance toward the woman with the clipboard. You coroner intake. The woman nodded once. County recovery liaison. I didn't invite him, if that helps. It helps a little. Ruiz looked back at Daniel. Now you. Start at the wash and this time don't skip the parts that make you look bad. I'm already assuming those. Daniel rubbed a hand across his face and felt the whole day gathered there. Heat, grit, guilt, the stale edge of fear that had stopped pretending to be useful hours ago. Alan stood off Ruiz's shoulder, rain pale and miserable, while Wade leaned against the sedan with his hat tipped low, watching like a man at a good table. I found the girl this morning, Daniel said. Broken fence off the East Service Road. Storm debris. Pink shoe. I called it an anonymous because I didn't want to be there when uniforms arrived. Ruiz's expression didn't change, but something in her posture sharpened. Because I knew how it would look. She gave a short, humorless breath. Nice to know your instincts work selectively. Her gaze held his. And the second child. Daniel swallowed. Blue fabric deeper in the reeds. Smaller frame. I didn't confirm because I left. The county woman shifted the clipboard against her hip. He asked me whether East Side wash recoveries had a pattern. I told him enough to make him more dangerous, apparently. Ruiz turned to her at once. Do they? The woman held her eyes for a beat, then answered carefully. Enough repeat conditions to make experienced staff uneasy. Not enough proof for me to use homicide language in my own parking lot. That's still more than nothing. Ruiz looked back at Daniel, and now the pressure in her face had changed from disbelief to calculation. So here's what happens next. You take me to the fence, you show me exactly where you stood, and you do not improvise, embellish, or suddenly remember spiritual instincts you forgot to mention 10 minutes ago. Wade gave a soft approving murmur. There's the invitation. Daniel looked at Ruiz and knew he should stop here. He should take the warning, become a witness, let Metro and County and Forms and Floodlights do what they were built to do. Instead he heard Ruby's small voice again in memory, some only cry, and saw Ellie's trainers under the sofa at home. There's more, he said. Ruiz went still. That had better be a useful sentence. Daniel met her eyes and stepped fully over the line he'd been trying to straddle all day. I think whoever puts them in the wash isn't dumping at random, he said. I think they know runoff, timing, and recovery windows. I think somebody built a method around children disappearing into city filth. For one beat nobody spoke. Then Ruiz's face closed into something flat and intent. Get in the car, she said. You've just made yourself my problem properly. 33. Rope, not trust. Daniel got into Ruiz's sedan with the same bad feeling he used to get in surveillance when a camera angle shifted just enough to tell him the easy version of the story was over. The car smelled faintly of stale coffee, paperwork, and the sharp citrus of whatever she used instead of an air freshener. Ruiz pulled out of the county lot without another word, one hand steady on the wheel, the other resting near the phone in the center console as if she expected him to try something stupid before they reached the street. Wade appeared in the back seat behind Daniel with his hat tipped low and an expression of pure interest. Alan stayed outside the glass in the side mirror for 3 turns too many, pale and wet and receding only once the city folded him out of sight. Ruiz didn't head straight for the wash. She took 2 side roads, turned off by a half-dead commercial strip, and parked behind a shuttered tire place where chain link, cracked asphalt, and a sun-faded vending machine made privacy look municipal instead of deliberate. Then she killed the engine and sat for 1 second with both hands on the wheel before turning toward him fully. "Here are the terms," she said. "You are not my consultant, not my partner, and not some gifted civilian I'm going to start indulging because you found one body and grew a theory." Daniel leaned back into the seat and looked at her profile, hard in the shade and sharper now that the motion had stopped. "You have a lovely way of making a man feel wanted." Ruiz didn't blink. "Wanted is exactly the word that should worry you." She took her phone, switched it to silent, and set it face down between them. "I don't trust you. I don't believe in coincidences at the level you're currently performing, and I don't care whether your story turns out to be crooked, unstable, or just unlucky. You know too much in the wrong shape, at the wrong time, with the wrong history attached." Daniel let that sit because most of it was fair in ways he could not defend without sounding insane. "Then why am I in the car?" "Because useful and trustworthy are different categories," Ruiz said. "And right now you're sitting in the first one under heavy protest." She studied his face for a beat, measuring whether pressure improved or damaged him. "You gave me a second child before County had confirmed one. That buys you rope, Mercer. Not trust. Rope." Wade gave a quiet approving hum from the back. Daniel ignored him and kept his eyes on Ruiz. "And if I hang myself with it?" Ruiz's mouth tightened by half a degree. "Then I document the drop." She leaned back slightly, but the pressure in the car didn't ease. "You will answer what I ask, when I ask it. You will not freelance evidence recovery, ghost hunt, contaminate scenes, or decide that because I used the word useful you now get to orbit the case like a licensed parasite. If I use you, it's because you produce something I contest. The minute you stop producing, or the minute I think you're steering me, I cut you loose and come at you from the problem end instead." Daniel looked out through the windscreen at the cracked lot and the chain link beyond it. Rope, not trust. The phrase fit too well to be accidental. When he looked back at her, Ruiz had not softened by an inch. "So," she said, "now that the fantasy version is dead, tell me what you think you actually are to this case." Daniel looked at Ruiz for a second too long after she asked it, because the true answer and the usable answer had very little overlap and he was getting tired of living in the space between them. The car held its stale coffee smell and its trapped heat while traffic moved somewhere beyond the cracked lot in thin, indifferent bursts. Wade sat behind him with the pleased silence of a man who enjoyed negotiations more when the stakes had stopped pretending to be low. Ruiz didn't let the pause soften. That wasn't rhetorical. Daniel rubbed a hand over his mouth and leaned back against the seat. "I think I'm the man who notices the thing other people step over." Ruiz's eyes narrowed at once. "That's not an answer. That's a line. It's the cleanest version you're getting." "No," Ruiz said. "The cleanest version would involve facts, not self-mythology." She kept one hand on the wheel, though the car was off, as if even parked she preferred control to comfort. "You want my rope? Then start with where this pattern began for you. Not philosophically, not poetically, practically." Daniel looked through the windscreen at the faded vending machine and tried to assemble something that wouldn't immediately collapse under scrutiny. "Alan Pierce," he said at last. "The drowned man from the wash. First he was one body. Then one body became one place. Then one place started looking less isolated than it should have." Ruiz held his eyes. "How did a drowned man communicate that to you, Mercer?" There it was. Daniel felt the question land and sit between them like a loaded object neither of them wanted to name properly. Wade leaned forward slightly in the back seat, interested again. Daniel chose his words with more care than he liked. "The dead leave impressions," he said. "Not voices, not exactly. More like residue, pattern, places that feel wrong in the same way." Ruiz stared at him without blinking. That is the sort of sentence unstable people use when they want to sound empirical. Daniel almost smiled and didn't. And yet you're still here. Yes, Ruiz said, because unstable people usually don't give me a second child in the reeds before county confirms one. She tapped 2 fingers once against the steering wheel. So either you're very sick and very lucky, or you have a method you don't want to say out loud. Daniel let out a slow breath. What if I don't care which version you prefer as long as you listen to the result? Ruiz's mouth tightened. Then you're already misunderstanding the deal. I don't need to prefer a version. I need to know how much of you is evidence and how much is hazard. From the back seat, Wade gave a quiet laugh. That, he said, is almost affectionate. Ruiz didn't turn around. If your imaginary friend speaks again, I'm adding another category. Daniel shut his eyes briefly, then opened them. Fine, he said. You want practical. I'm not police. I'm not trained. I don't build cases. I see connections early, badly, and in ways that make me look guilty. That's what I am to this case. An ugly early warning. Ruiz studied him for a beat, then nodded once. Better, she said. Now we can start from something useful. Ruiz let the silence sit just long enough to make it clear she was doing him a favor by not calling the bluff harder. Then she turned in the driver's seat, one elbow resting against the door, and said, Here's what useful buys you today. You tell me where your instincts point next, I test them, and if they hold, I decide whether you stay inside the rope or outside it. You do not get credit, access, or some special little civilian badge for feeling patterns in your bones. Daniel gave a short, tired laugh. You really do make every offer sound like probation. That's because this is probation. Ruiz's eyes stayed on him, dark and unsoftened. You think I don't see what you're doing. You want to be close enough to the case to matter and far enough from it to deny ownership when it turns ugly. That arrangement is over. That landed because it was too close to true. Daniel looked away first, toward the dead vending machine and the cracked lot beyond it, and felt the familiar resistance rise in him. It wasn't fear exactly. Fear had cleaner edges. This was the old animal refusal to be owned by anybody, especially not a detective with sharp instincts and a badge clipped at her hip. I didn't ask to get pulled into this, he said. Ruiz's mouth hardened. Neither did the children. The words hit low and mean, and she knew it. Wade gave a quiet, interested sound from the back seat, but Daniel ignored him because if he looked at Wade right now he might start answering the wrong voice on purpose. He rubbed a hand over his mouth and stared at Ruiz with flat hostility. You don't get to turn me into your leash just because I found something ugly first. No, Ruiz said. I get to turn you into a controlled variable because you inserted yourself into an active child death pattern and then proved you know enough to be dangerous. She reached for her phone, not picking it up yet, just putting her fingertips on it. And since we're being plain, let me save you some imagination. If I decide you're contaminating this, hiding things, or using the investigation to run your own side business, I can make your life smaller by sunset. Daniel went still. You threatening me? I'm educating you. Ruiz held his gaze without blinking. You've got a house, a car, a very soft public record for a man who keeps ending up adjacent to bad things, and whatever half-legal hustle is currently keeping you upright. I can squeeze every one of those until you start answering honestly out of self-defense instead of pride. Wade gave a soft whistle. There's the rope. Daniel looked at Ruiz and felt the trap close another notch, not because she was wrong, but because Alan's pressure, Ruby's face, the wash, the second child in the reeds, all of it had already made turning away impossible. Ruiz had just stripped the illusion that he could do this on his own terms. He let out a slow breath. Fine, he said. You want next. I've got next. Ruiz didn't nod when Daniel said he had next. She only sat there with one hand still resting on her phone, waiting to see whether he would produce something usable or reach for another pretty sentence and call it instinct. The stillness in the car had changed shape now. Not deadlocked. Measured. Daniel could feel it in his teeth. All right, Ruiz said. Talk. He looked through the windscreen for a second, because saying it out loud would make it sound thinner than it had inside his own head. The wash isn't random, he said. Not just the dump points. The timing too. Runoff, debris, recovery lag, places where city filth does half the hiding for you. Whoever's doing it knows how long a body can stay in the wrong place before the wrong person becomes responsible for finding it. Ruiz watched him without interruption. Daniel kept going because stopping now would only make her press harder. That means habit, practice. Maybe not city worker, maybe not anyone official, but someone who studies infrastructure the way other men study exits. He glanced at her then. And if that's true, the wash isn't the whole map. It's the disposal logic. Wade gave a quiet sound from the back seat. There he is. Ruiz ignored him, which Daniel envied. Better, she said. Now strip the sermon out of it. Where do I point people? Daniel rubbed his thumb once against the seam of the passenger seat. East side runoff corridors first. Service roads. Broken fencing. Places close enough to traffic not to look special and isolated enough that no one decent lingers. He swallowed. And missing children who drop off the grid near those corridors need to be stacked before they're sorted by district or paperwork category. Ruiz's expression tightened, not with emotion, but with recognition. She was already checking his logic for structural weakness, seeing where it bent and where it might hold. That, she said, is the first useful thing you've said that sounds like it belongs in a briefing instead of a confession booth. Daniel let out a humorless breath. I live to please. No, Ruiz said. You live to keep options. Let's stay accurate. She picked up her phone, unlocked it, and typed something one-handed with fast, economical movements. Then she looked back at him. Here's where we land. You are not inside the case. You are not outside it either. You are a pressure source I am choosing not to crush yet because the pressure might point somewhere real. She held his gaze until he stopped even trying to look amused. You don't call that trust. You call it temporary tolerance under supervision. Daniel looked at her, then at the cracked asphalt beyond the windscreen, and understood that this was the real shape of it. She would use him, test him, threaten him, watch him, and if he survived that, it would still not become faith. So I'm on a rope, he said. Ruiz put the phone down and reached for the ignition. Exactly, she said, and if you pull me somewhere real, Mercer, I'll keep handing you slack. If you pull me anywhere stupid, I tighten it. 34. The detective's look. Daniel got into the passenger seat of Ruiz's sedan with the feeling of a man stepping into a smaller version of the same trap. The car smelled faintly of old coffee, paper, and the kind of clean that came from wipes used between long shifts rather than actual rest. Ruiz slid behind the wheel and shut the door with firm, economical force, then sat for a second without starting the engine. Through the windshield, the county annex shimmered in the heat while the woman with the clipboard stood near the curb watching them with the measured detachment of someone who already regretted knowing both their names. Wade leaned against the hood just beyond the glass with his hat tipped low, looking entertained. Alan stood farther back near the passenger side, pale and wet in intent, his ruined face turned toward Daniel as if he were afraid being inside a police car might somehow make the living forget the dead again. Ruiz set her phone in the center console and looked at Daniel with flat concentration. We're going to do this once, and only once. You're going to tell me what you saw, what you touched, where you stood, and how you knew enough to make that anonymous call this morning. If I catch you trimming the truth to make yourself look less dirty, I stop assuming witness and start working from suspect. Daniel looked down at his hands. Heat, dust, and old guilt seemed to have worked themselves into the lines of his skin. I didn't touch the child. I stayed at the edge of the channel. Broken fence off the East Service Road. Storm debris piled up in the bend. I saw a pink shoe first, then the rest of her when I got closer. Ruiz didn't look away. And the second one. His throat tightened before the answer came. Deeper in the reeds. Blue fabric. Smaller frame. I saw enough to know it wasn't trash, and then I made the coward's choice and left. Ruiz started the engine, but kept the car in park. You're right about that. It was the coward's choice. She glanced at him, sharp and unreadable. So why come back? Men who run from dead children usually stay run. Daniel almost said Ruby. He almost said the dead had stopped letting him look away. Instead he heard Wade's low approving silence outside the glass and felt Alan's miserable urgency like cold breath at his shoulder. Because it didn't sit right. One child in runoff is horror. More than one starts sounding like method. Ruiz's hands tightened once on the steering wheel. That's a homicide sentence. Those cost more than instincts. Daniel looked at her profile, hard in the late light, and understood that she was still waiting for the part of this story that would let her place him cleanly. Then take me to the fence. I'll show you exactly where the cost started. Ruiz shifted the car into drive and pulled out of the annex lot without another word, but the silence had changed shape. It was no longer dismissal. It was attention, and Daniel knew that could be worse. Ruiz drove with the same economy she seemed to apply to everything else, one hand steady on the wheel, the other resting near the console as if she distrusted any ride that did not permit fast corrections. Daniel sat angled toward the passenger window, watching the city flatten and harden as they moved east. Strip brightness gave way to service roads, dead lots, sun-burned fences, and drainage infrastructure nobody noticed until it was forced to matter. Alan rode in the back seat with rain-dark clothes clinging to him and his ruined face fixed on the road ahead. Wade appeared now and then in the side mirror, on the rear bench, or leaning somehow against the median barriers as they passed, impossible and relaxed in ways Daniel had stopped finding surprising and had not yet learned to accept. Ruiz broke the silence first. You said, method, like you've been thinking about this longer than one ugly morning. That usually means one of two things. Either you know more than you should, or you've built yourself a theory because theories feel cleaner than panic. Which is it? Daniel kept his gaze on the chain link. You say that like those are the only bad options. They're the ones in my car. Ruiz took the next turn without slowing much. Answer the question. He rubbed a thumb against the seam of his jeans and felt grit still caught there from the annex lot. I went back because one child in runoff already felt wrong, he said. Then County reacted like the wrongness had a history. That makes a man start counting. Ruiz gave a short breath through her nose. County reacts to patterns because patterns keep them employed. That doesn't make every repetition a killer with a calendar. She glanced at him, quick and sharp. So don't try to impress me by jumping straight to design unless you've got something stronger than dread. Daniel almost said Alan. He almost said Ruby. Instead he looked at the pale concrete channels cutting through the edge of the city and heard the old cowardice grinding against the newer, colder thing rising in its place. What if dread got there first for a reason? He asked. Ruiz's mouth flattened. Then you explain the reason in words admissible in daylight. That landed hard because it named the exact problem. Daniel had reasons. They just belonged to dead witnesses, drowned children, and the slow collapse of every sane category he used to live inside. Alan leaned forward from the back seat, water dark and urgent. Fence. Next right. Broken panel. Daniel looked up at once. There, he said, pointing through the windshield. Service road. Next right. Ruiz turned immediately, but her eyes cut to him with fresh attention. You saw that from here. Daniel felt the trap close another notch. I remember the turn. Ruiz didn't call him a liar. That would have been easier. Instead she watched him for one long beat, then guided the sedan onto the cracked service road and said, Good. Then let's find out whether your memory is dirty or useful. The sedan rolled to a stop beside the broken fence, and for a second neither of them moved. Up close, the place looked worse than Daniel remembered, not because anything had changed, but because daylight had stripped away the distance he'd used this morning to lie to himself. The chain link sagged inward where somebody had cut and bent it back. Beyond it, the concrete channel ran pale and hard through the waste ground, storm debris still snagged in the bend where the runoff had slowed just enough to keep what it caught. Heat sat on the place like a hand. Alan stood beyond the fence already, rain pale and miserable, looking down into the channel with the fixed urgency of someone afraid the living would once again stop half a step short of truth. Wade leaned against the fence post with his hat tipped low, watching Ruiz instead of Daniel now, as if she had become the more interesting danger. Ruiz cut the engine and finally turned to face him fully. Before we get out, you tell me one thing cleanly. Did you come here this morning because you found something, or because you already expected to? Daniel looked at the channel through the windshield and felt the question settle where all her good ones did, right at the weakest seam. I found something, he said. Then I expected more. Ruiz studied him for a beat that felt longer than it was. That answer belongs to a man who edits himself for a living. I'm trying not to sound insane. You're failing. She opened her door and stepped out into the heat. Come on. Daniel followed her through the gap in the fence, shoes scraping loose gravel before meeting the sloped concrete. The place still held the memory of water even dry, all stained runoff lines, trapped reed clusters, and the sour mineral smell left behind when a city's filth had surged through and withdrawn. Ruiz crouched near the bend and surveyed the debris field without speaking, her gaze moving in clipped, practiced lines. Daniel stopped where he had stopped before, unwilling to go closer without being told and even less willing to examine what that reluctance said about him. This is where I saw the shoe, he said, pointing toward the snagged branches and trash ribbon through the concrete lip. Pink, caught there first. Then the body when I looked down. Ruiz glanced back at him. Show me where you stood when you saw the second child. Daniel's throat tightened. Alan had drifted farther down the channel now, one hand lifted toward the reeds where the debris thickened and darkened. Daniel hated how naturally his gaze followed. He pointed lower. There. Past the first snag. Blue fabric deeper in. Ruiz rose slowly and looked from the reeds to Daniel's face, then back again. You didn't almost think you saw a second one. You're too certain in the wrong places. Her voice stayed calm, which somehow made it hit harder. So tell me what I'm looking at when I go down there, Mercer. Am I about to find evidence, or am I about to find out you've got a talent for poisoning a scene with panic? Daniel looked at the reeds, at Alan's pleading face, at Wade's quiet interest by the fence, and understood that whatever he said next would decide whether Ruiz treated him as contaminated witness, liar, or something worse. You're going to find a body, he said. And when you do, you're going to stop thinking I'm here because I enjoy making your day harder. Ruiz held his gaze for one long second after he said body, as if giving him room to step back from the word and recast it into something safer. Daniel didn't. The heat sat hard on the channel, flattening smell and sound into something mean and airless. Alan stood down by the reeds with one hand still raised, pale and miserable and certain. Wade remained by the broken fence, hat tipped low, watching Ruiz with the kind of attention he usually reserved for card players deciding whether to call. At last Ruiz looked away from Daniel and down toward the thickened runoff tangles. Stay exactly where you are. If you move without me telling you, I stop treating you like a witness and start writing you like contamination. Daniel nodded. I'm not going anywhere. That would be a refreshing change. Ruiz stepped carefully down the slope, shoes finding clean purchase along the dry concrete seams. She moved with controlled caution, not dramatizing the descent, not pretending it was routine either. When she reached the first snag where Daniel had seen the pink shoe, she crouched, studied the trapped debris, and then followed the line farther down toward the reeds where Alan waited like a marker only the dead could set. Daniel stayed where he was and felt his own pulse climb with each second she didn't speak. The channel seemed to narrow around her, all pale concrete, sour runoff stains, and wind-stilled trash caught in the branches. Alan did not look at Daniel now. He looked only at Ruiz, as though all his wretched hope had transferred into her body by force. Wade, impossibly solid in the corner of Daniel's eye, gave a faint murmur. Here it comes. Ruiz stopped. Even from above, Daniel saw the exact moment the scene changed for her. It was not theatrical. It was smaller and worse. A stillness in the shoulders. A tightening at the neck. Then she crouched lower and reached into the reeds with two careful fingers, lifting a strip of blue fabric that had no business being there. The silence that followed was so complete Daniel could hear the blood in his own ears. When Ruiz looked back up at him, her face had gone flat in a way that made ordinary anger look generous. Don't say a word, she said. Her voice carried cleanly in the heat. Not one. Not until I tell you which kind of problem you are. Daniel swallowed and said nothing. Below, Ruiz stepped back from the reeds, already reaching for her phone. He watched her turn away slightly as she called it in, her voice clipped and controlled and very official now. Child recovery. Possible second victim. Secure the scene. Request CSU. Request additional units. Every word drove the moment another inch out of rumor and into record. She ended the call and climbed back up the slope without hurrying, which somehow made the danger feel larger. When she reached level ground again, she stopped close enough that Daniel could see the change in her eyes. Suspicion was still there. So was disgust. But now both had been joined by something heavier. You were right. I hate that, and you should too. Her gaze stayed fixed on him. From this second on, you're not a random nuisance attached to a bad call. You're either a deeply contaminated witness, an impossible source, or a man standing much too close to something monstrous. She slipped the phone back into her pocket. And whichever one you are, Mercer, I'm not letting you out of my sight. 35. The wrong kind of known. Daniel let Ruiz's last sentence sit between them because anything quick would sound rehearsed, and rehearsed was exactly the shape she already suspected in him. Outside the sedan, late light flashed off county vehicles and office windows, turning the annex lot into a bright, hostile plane where everyone moved with official purpose except the two of them. Wade leaned against the hood beyond the windshield with his hat tipped low, looking almost pleased. Alan stood farther off near the curb, pale and wet and watching Daniel with the strained misery of a man who had asked for help and might yet have delivered ruin instead. Ruiz broke the silence first. Let's try it another way, she said. She unlocked her phone again and turned the screen toward him, not close enough to share, only close enough to make him understand she had plenty to work with. Eddie Voss. Rosita's back room. At least one private game where you walked in light and walked out heavy. You want to tell me that was luck too? Daniel felt his stomach tighten. Of all the dirt he'd expected to catch up with him, the poker room still carried the fresh shine of greed. You people work fast. We work normally, Ruiz said. You're the one who keeps arriving in places where normal starts looking thin. She locked the screen and set the phone back in the console. There's more. Two women who both say you approached them with details about men they were sleeping with, details you should not have had. One of them thought you were a creep. The other thought you were running blackmail with better manners. Her gaze sharpened. And now you want me to believe that with dead children involved, all this dirty little side hustle energy suddenly became public service. Daniel looked out through the windshield because the alternatives were Wade's amused face or Ruiz's hard one, and neither offered mercy. I never touched the kids, he said. I never touched the scene. Whatever else I've done, keep that separate. Ruiz's expression didn't soften. If anything, it hardened into something colder because he had answered one accusation with a different standard of guilt. That's not the defense you think it is, she said. I'm not asking whether you killed them. I'm asking whether you've built such a crooked life that truth coming out of your mouth is now structurally useless. She leaned slightly toward him, voice still level, which made every word land harder. Men with your kind of history always think the real crime should erase the smaller ones. It doesn't. It just tells me what habits you bring into the room. Daniel's jaw tightened. The worst part was not hearing her say it. The worst part was recognizing the ledger she was building and knowing he had written most of it himself. So what now? He asked. You drag every ugly thing I've done into the light until one of them explains today well enough for you to stop looking deeper. Ruiz held his gaze for a long second, then opened her door. No, she said as she stepped out into the heat. Now I show you exactly how known you already are. Daniel got out after her and followed across the annex lot with the reluctant obedience of a man who knew walking away would only improve the case against him. Heat rose off the concrete in flat waves. County vehicles sat in a loose line near the far curb, white doors bright in the late light, while detectives, uniforms, and techs moved in and out of the building with folders, coffee, and the clipped expressions of people already carrying too much of other people's damage. Wade strolled a few paces off Daniel's shoulder with his hands in his pockets, looking entertained in exactly the way Daniel had started to distrust most. Alan remained near the sedan, pale and wet and anxious, as if police buildings belonged too firmly to the living for him to cross comfortably. Ruiz led Daniel toward the side entrance instead of the front. You don't get a dramatic walk through the lobby, she said. I'm not giving the uniforms a fresh rumor until I know what use you are. Daniel looked at the smoked glass doors ahead and said, That's considerate of you. Ruiz gave him a short glance. No, it's efficient. Inside, the air conditioning hit him hard enough to raise gooseflesh on sweat-damped skin. The hallway smelled of toner, old coffee, and the institutional kind of clean that never quite covered stress. Ruiz kept moving, passing an interview room, an open office with 3 desks and too many files, and a break alcove where 2 deputies looked up at Daniel with the fast, professional curiosity of people who knew a new face mattered only when it came attached to a body count. One of them, a square-jawed man with tired eyes and a paper cup in hand, looked from Daniel to Ruiz and said, "This him?" Ruiz didn't slow. "This is Mercer," she said. "He's the man who found our second recovery and the reason I've had a worse afternoon than I planned." The deputy took in Daniel's face, clothes, and silence in one flat sweep. "I know him," he said. "Not personal. Vice had chatter a month back. Poker rooms, domestic leverage, that sort of freelance dirt." He lifted the cup in a tiny, joyless acknowledgement. "You really do turn up in interesting places." Daniel felt the floor shift under him in a way that had nothing to do with ghosts. "That's one word for it." Ruiz stopped outside a narrow office with no windows and turned to face him at last. "That," she said, nodding back toward the deputy, "is what I meant. You're not arriving as a blank citizen with bad luck and a guilty face. You're arriving pre-stained." She opened the door and let him see the interview table inside before she continued. "Men here have heard your name in rooms attached to leverage, embarrassment, and money. So when you walk in carrying dead children, nobody's first instinct is going to be gratitude." Wade smiled faintly beside the doorframe. "She does know how to put cards on a table." Daniel looked at the empty chair inside the office, then back at Ruiz. The pressure had changed again. This was no longer one detective's suspicion testing his edges. This was institutional memory closing around him. "So that's it," he said quietly. "I've already spent my own credibility." Ruiz held the door open and watched him with hard patience. "No," she said. "That would imply you had it in the first place." Daniel sat because not sitting would have looked like theater, and he was beginning to understand that every unnecessary motion now cost him twice. Ruiz closed the door behind them and took the chair opposite with a yellow legal pad, a capped pen, and the expression of a woman who had already decided patience was cheaper than sympathy. The office was narrow, overcooled, and too plain to hide inside. Beige walls, metal table, 2 chairs, no window. Even the fluorescent light seemed designed to strip a man down to the parts that could be filed. Wade leaned against the wall by the door, arms folded, watching with relaxed interest. Daniel hated that he looked at home in rooms built for pressure. Alan had made it inside after all and now stood in the far corner by the filing cabinet, pale and soaked and silent, as if even he understood that speaking at the wrong moment might bury Daniel deeper than drowning ever had. Ruiz uncapped her pen but didn't write yet. "Here is the shape of your problem," she said. "You know things before you should, you move through dirty little side channels for money, and enough people have already had cause to remember your name that my colleagues don't hear, witness, when you walk in. They hear angle." She tapped the pen once against the pad. "So you need to decide whether today is the day you stop being clever." Daniel looked at the tabletop because it was easier than looking at her, the ghosts, or the mirror bright truth of where he'd brought himself. "You think I enjoy any part of this?" Ruiz's gaze didn't move. "I think enjoyment has nothing to do with it. Men build habits because habits pay. Then one day those same habits put them in a room like this asking why nobody trusts their tears." She leaned forward slightly. "So I'm giving you one clean chance. You tell me everything that can be told in daylight, and you do it before somebody else decides your usefulness is outweighed by your smell." Daniel gave a short, humorless breath. "That's a vivid image. That's me being generous." He looked up at that, and for the first time since the channel he saw not just suspicion in her, but working calculation. Ruiz was not dismissing him anymore. That would have been safer. She was measuring how dangerous it might be to keep him close. Wade smiled faintly from the wall, pleased in the way only dead men and gamblers ever seemed to be when the stakes finally clarified. Ruiz set the tip of her pen to the page. "Start with the calls," she said. "Anonymous, useful, and too well timed. Then we move to poker, leverage, and why your name keeps surfacing near shame. Her eyes held his with flat precision. After that, Mercer, we can decide whether you're a contaminated witness, a parasite who tripped over something real, or the first man standing near a pattern nobody else has managed to see in time. Daniel felt the room tighten around that last sentence. Not because she believed him. Because she was finally willing to entertain the possibility that not all of him was filth. The problem was that she wanted the part of the truth he could not hand over without sounding insane. He glanced once toward Alan in the corner, then back to Ruiz before she could catch it. You want daylight, he said quietly. Fine. But daylight's not going to explain all of it. Ruiz didn't blink. No, she said. That's why I'm worried. 36. The crew divides. Ruiz let the silence stretch after his last sentence, pen resting against the legal pad, eyes fixed on him with the kind of patience that was less mercy than pressure applied cleanly. Daniel could feel the room holding itself still around that look. The fluorescent hum, the overcooled air, the ghosts at the edges of his vision, all of it seemed to tighten into a single problem with his name on it. Wade remained against the wall by the door with his arms folded and that faint, knowing amusement Daniel had started to hate on sight. Alan stood in the far corner near the filing cabinet, pale and wet and stricken, his gaze moving between Daniel and Ruiz like a man watching a bridge fail while he was still on it. Ruiz wrote something at last, not much, just enough to make Daniel feel the sound of the pen as a physical thing. Then start with the part that can hold, she said. You don't need to explain everything. You need to stop making every answer sound like a detour. Daniel looked at the tabletop because it was easier than looking at her while he shaped a line narrow enough to survive contact with reality. The calls started because I heard things. The kind of dirt people say when they think nobody's listening. Poker rooms, back halls, motel lots, women talking after they'd been lied to, men bragging when they should have kept their mouths shut. I learned to sort useful from useless. Wade gave a low, approving sound. Not elegant, but serviceable. Alan flinched and stepped forward from the cabinet. That isn't enough, he said. Not for the girl. Daniel kept his face still with effort. Ruiz's eyes narrowed just slightly, not because she had heard Alan, but because she had seen Daniel's attention shift a fraction too far left. Stay on me. Don't look at the walls like they've got backup testimony. He dragged his gaze back to her. I'm with you. Ruiz tapped the pen once against the pad. Keep going. Daniel drew a slow breath. The poker came first because it was easy money. Then the leverage jobs. Women who wanted confirmation. Men who wanted dirt. Sometimes it was cheating spouses. Sometimes it was debt. Sometimes it was just humiliation with a better shirt on. He heard how bad it sounded and pushed on anyway because stopping would only leave the stain sitting there. I got used to knowing things before I should. That's the truth of it. Ruiz watched him for a long second, then said, and now dead children have entered the same stream of information. Tell me why I shouldn't think you've simply moved into a nastier market. Wade's faint amusement vanished at once. Alan shook his head sharply, misery giving way to anger. Daniel felt the room shift with them, the dead and the living no longer aligned even in silence, and understood with a cold, immediate certainty that whatever came next would not stay contained inside him much longer. Daniel let Ruiz's question sit just long enough to stop it sounding reflexive, but not long enough to look like he was searching for a cleaner lie. The room had gone tighter in the seconds after she spoke. Even the fluorescent hum seemed to sharpen. Wade had straightened from the wall, the lazy card room ease gone from him now, while Alan stood in the corner with both hands half raised at his sides, as if the force of wanting to interrupt had become physical. Daniel could feel both of them pressing at him from different directions, one angry at the accusation, the other alert to the danger of a bad answer. I didn't move into anything, Daniel said at last. That's the problem. I was still doing the same stuff when something worse broke in. He kept his eyes on Ruiz because looking anywhere else would read as weakness now. You think I built a pipeline to dead kids? I didn't. I built a life around dirty secrets, and then one day they stopped being the worst thing in the room. Ruiz wrote that down. The scratch of her pen sounded dry and deliberate. That's closer. Keep going. Alan stepped forward from the filing cabinet, water darkening the floor around shoes that left no real mark. Tell her about the channel. Tell her I showed you. Wade cut across him at once, voice cool and low. And then what, Alan? He tells a detective a drowned man took him sightseeing. Think 2 moves ahead for once. Daniel felt the split between them like strain in his own jaw. Ruiz saw something shift in his face and leaned forward slightly. There it is again. That little pause like you're taking notes from somewhere I can't access. I need you to understand how bad that looks. He gave a short, tired breath. You think I don't? No, Ruiz said. I think you understand it perfectly and keep doing it anyway. She set the pen down for the first time since he'd sat. So let me help you. If you're not selling murders, if you're not staging discoveries, then somebody or something is feeding you. That means your problem is either a source you're protecting or a story you're afraid to say aloud. Her gaze flattened into something colder. Which one should I hate more? Daniel looked at her and saw the trap clearly. Daylight only gave him bad choices. A source made him sound calculated. The truth made him sound insane. Behind that, he could feel the dead turning against each other in opposite ways. Alan wanted urgency. Wade wanted survival. Neither of them had to sit in the chair. Ruiz picked up the pen again. Start with the source, she said. Human, female, male, paid, scared, anonymous, I don't care. Give me a shape I can put on paper. Alan's face twisted. Don't do that. Wade's voice came quiet and hard from the wall. Do exactly that. Daniel felt the room divide cleanly then, the dead no longer just his burden but active pressure on both sides of him, each demanding a different version of the next sentence. He drew a careful breath and understood that whatever he chose now would not only shape Ruiz's opinion. It would tell the ghosts what kind of man was actually sitting at the table. Daniel let the breath out slowly and chose the version of cowardice that could survive paperwork. Male, he said, mostly anonymous, sometimes not. Men who talk too much when they think the room is safe. Men who want somebody embarrassed without putting their own name on the blade. A few women too, but less often. He kept his eyes on Ruiz and forced his voice to stay level. I never asked for clean sources. I asked whether what they gave me could be checked. Alan made a sound of pure frustration in the corner. That isn't the truth. Wade didn't look at him. It's enough of one to keep breathing. Ruiz wrote for several seconds without interrupting. Daniel could feel the office narrowing around the scratch of the pen. When she finally looked up, her expression had changed again. Not softer. Sharper in a more useful way. So you built a network. Loose mouths, wounded pride, debt pressure, private humiliation, whatever would talk. And you filtered it for value. Daniel gave a small nod because denial would only waste time now. Yes. Ruiz tapped the pen once against the legal pad. And the children. He held her gaze. Didn't come through the same channels cleanly. That's what I've been trying to tell you. It felt wrong before it felt useful. That made her go still. Felt wrong, she repeated. That's not evidence, Mercer. That's instinct, and instinct from a man with your side business history does not buy much in this building. Daniel almost looked toward Alan and stopped himself in time. I know. Ruiz leaned back a fraction, studying him as if recalculating the weight of every sentence so far. Then help me with this part. If your normal dirt comes from mouths, beds, cards, and men who owe, what made this different early enough for you to notice? She held the pen above the page but didn't write. You don't get to say, bad feeling. You don't get to say, timing. Give me mechanics. Wade pushed off the wall and came a step closer, his voice low and intent. Careful. Alan moved too, water dark and desperate. Tell her about the pattern. Daniel felt them closing from opposite sides of him, each sure in a different direction. He looked at Ruiz and tried to find a path that would not collapse under its own absurdity. Repetition, he said at last. Not one voice, not one source. Fragments that should have stayed separate started echoing each other. Places. Disposal habits. Gaps where people stopped being noisy and started being scared. He swallowed. It stopped looking random and started looking like design. Ruiz didn't move for a second. Then she wrote that down very carefully. That, is the first answer today that sounds like a man thinking instead of dodging. Daniel gave a humorless breath. Don't congratulate me yet. I wasn't. She capped the pen and set it aside. The small click changed the room more than a raised voice might have. Because if you can recognize pattern that early, then your value just went up and your danger went up with it. Her eyes fixed on him with flat precision. Which means I'm done interviewing you like a dirty witness and about to start testing whether I can use you without regretting it. Daniel sat very still after Ruiz said it, because movement now would look like fear and stillness at least let him pretend he was choosing the pressure instead of being pinned under it. The office had changed shape again. The interview was over in everything but furniture. Ruiz no longer looked like a detective testing whether he smelled wrong. She looked like someone deciding where to put a blade and how hard to lean once it was in. Wade had gone alert by the wall, all amusement burned off. Alan stood near the filing cabinet with both hands clenched, not because he wanted Ruiz convinced now, but because the word use had reached him too. Ruiz folded her hands over the legal pad. Here's what happens next, she said. You don't vanish. You don't go back to your poker rooms, your leverage jobs, or whatever sewer mouth network you've been pulling information from. You stay reachable, you answer when I call, and you start proving that your pattern sense is more than a con man's intuition. Daniel let out a quiet breath. That sounds almost trusting. Ruiz's mouth didn't move. It isn't. Wade gave a faint nod from the wall. Good answer. Alan stepped forward at once, wet and furious. Ask him about the wash. Ask him now. Daniel kept his eyes on Ruiz and felt the strain of that effort in the back of his neck. And if I say no? Ruiz leaned back slightly, which somehow made the threat in her posture cleaner. Then I stop treating you as a difficult asset and start treating you as a contaminant. She glanced at the closed door, then back at him. Vice already knows your name. A couple of deputies know your flavor. I can make one phone call and turn your side work into a bright enough administrative fire that every dirty room you've been profiting from goes dark all at once. Her gaze hardened. Or I can keep that pressure off you long enough to see whether you're actually useful against this pattern. Daniel looked at her and saw the offer for what it was. Not mercy. Leash. Protection only in the sense that a hunting dog was protected while it still had a scent worth following. Alan's face twisted with disbelief. Wade, by contrast, looked almost pleased again, though this time the pleasure carried no warmth at all. So that's the split, Daniel said quietly. Work for you, or you burn the rest of my life down faster. Ruiz gave a single, precise nod. Now you're hearing me properly. Alan moved again, unable to stay still. She'll slow us down. Wade cut across him without turning his head. She'll keep him out of a cell, which is currently more urgent. The words hit Daniel harder than either ghost intended, because they made the division plain. Alan wanted the dead found fast, no matter what it cost. Wade wanted Daniel functional, mobile, profitable, and unburied by the living. Neither of them was wrong. That was the problem. Ruiz rose and gathered the legal pad. Go home, she said. Sleep if you can. Don't drink. Don't get clever. I'll decide by morning whether I'm bringing you in as a tolerated problem or something closer to a source. She opened the door, then looked back at him with that same flat, measuring calm. And Mercer, understand this before you leave. If you lie to me once in a way that costs a child pain or time, I won't need proof of anything else to ruin you. Daniel stood slowly, feeling Wade on one side of the room and Alan on the other, the dead divided cleanly now in what they wanted from him. As he stepped past Ruiz into the overcooled hall, he understood that the ghosts were no longer his private burden. They had become pressure in opposite directions, and he was the only living thing in the middle thin enough to tear.